Hello. We'll be going live soon. We had yet more audio. It was... Bellular, please, I need cum. AT. I don't know if I can provide that service. I'm sorry. It's almost time. I will be there soon. Hello! Okay, it is stream time. Holy shit. We had even more audio issues. It was insane. But we're ready to go. And today we have got an absolutely gigantic build. Also, I'm very much to the right. That's kind of weird. Anyway. Oh, the intro got cut off. Whoops. Yeah, I need a smooth way to like actually exit the intro. But anyway, hello everyone. Here we are. It's time for the stream. And tell you what, it's going to be a pretty big one today. We've got a new build of the Alpha. it's honestly pretty damn big, actually. There's a lot of new shit in this one compared to ones in the past. So, I've got a few plans for us. I'm thinking about what's going to make a pretty cool stream, so I'm just going to get my own plan up here, and then we can actually get going. We've got a new zone. We're going to see as well what dragon riding is like in its most vanilla state, so that'll be kind of interesting, because we're going to, basically, we get dragon riding totally base, and they've actually put in some of the talents and the progression for the dragon riding feature. Now, the maximum level we can hit today is level 62. Level 62, and we'll see how much stuff we can get for dragon riding with that. But also, leatherworking, some of that's in. Jewel crafting is in. Mage talents are in. I've seen mixed feedback there. Some people just saying the mage talents are really not a winner, so I don't know, we'll see anyway. I did main Frost for Sepulchre when I was still playing live, so I guess I'll get to see the difference. Also, Paladin. Paladin talents are in, not for Holy, but I am going to at least take a look at Rat today, because, I mean, it's Rat Pally, right? So many of us have tried it, and to be honest, I don't know shit about prod. I've not really dove into that thing for a long time. Is audio out of sync for anyone else? Oh, well, that would be a problem, wouldn't it? Thankfully, Matt is on hand to get us fixed. I'll just ensure our audio is not screwed. Let me know. Oh, people are saying fine. Nope, fine for me. Okay. Whew. Let me tell you, audio sync, man, that shit's the worst. Alright, so, I think we should probably head into the video game, have a bit of a chat about things. So, I'm here in the Dracthyr. I can carry this character forward into the new zone, but in terms of other things, we do need to make ourselves... Alright, so Matt says it's a tiny margin. Interesting. So what we can do is we can go and make ourselves a paladin and a mage, so we can get ready. Interesting. Mechanomes have been deleted from the game. Good news, everyone. Okay, right, let's just make a default test paladin. Oh, hang on, I need to make a character template. So the new zone that we've got today is the first zone that we hit in Dragonflight. So, Paladin, should I go Lightforged? What should I do? Guess what? It basically doesn't matter. Yeah, Paladin I'm interested, because they've had so many interesting bells and whistles over the days, so I kind of want to see how they've codified all those things into the talent tree. Anyway, welcome to the world, Test Paladin. Let's bring in, there you go. We'll just call you Test Mage. Probably not make you a druid. Yeah, people have got... Oh, fuck me. People have got really some pretty... I don't want to say brutal, but certainly it does not seem like the mage talent trees went over particularly well with people. Test mage with 2 E's. There we go, right. Yeah, it doesn't seem like the new mage talent trees have went over that well from what I've seen. We'll have to see there. I certainly come from, I guess, more of an average player's perspective. Perhaps the issues are more seen in the other mage specs, like Arcane, which, to be honest, I'm significantly less familiar with. Yeah. Biggest mage complaint is lots of, filler talents that lead to big expensive spells. Well, that's the thing when you're designing a new talent system, kind of along the lines of the new one that they've put into the game. There's definitely a few more design challenges with that, because, you know, there's these big abilities, and not everyone can have them. And that means they have to be pretty far down the tree. But then you have to find compelling ways to fill that tree that are actually interesting. Just wondering, Matt, if you're still listening, is there any mild audio offset that we could implement? I could just do that on the side of OBS and perhaps get us fixed up in short enough order. Anyway, I think the first thing to do, though, is I'm going to get this evoker set up, and we are going to head into the new zone. I think we should check out that new zone, get dragon riding, take a look at its talent tree. And after that, we can take a look at these new classes, take a look at these new specs. Now, there is one thing that I think I can show you right off the bat here. And that is edit mode. So we've got a grid. We can actually access our player frame. So they have slowly been, oh, it's nice, little revert changes button. So Blizzard have been slowly working on this feature. So I guess I'll get both of those out. Although a problem is, yeah, okay, so now I can see my player frame and my target frame. I mean, this is really nice. I just want to see if there's any more options. So, number one, okay, so what we don't have is the actual redesign of these. So, we know that a new player frame is actually planned. Oh, that's nice. You can even customize your grid spacing. Hey! Alright, is it Jeff? Is Jeff? I forget the guy in the audio team. But that's really awesome. So right now, they don't seem to lock to the grid, but the grid is at least just handy for actually, you know, doing all of that. Are the presets in? Oh, would you look at that? And the modern preset is actually just the way I had set up anyway. Alright. That's kind of neat. So let's just try to make something that's like a little bit more kind of oriented towards gameplay, right? A little bit less classic. So I'll do this. Art bar, I think I'm afraid you're going to have to go. And then I think I definitely want to get more of the other action bars. So to do that, unfortunately, I don't think there's a way to actually turn the other action bars on. So instead what I've got to do is go to options. And this is where I can use a nice new bit of the UI, which is the search bar. Yeah, Jeff Liu on the UI team. Matt, is there any way I could do a quick solve to this audio? Hang on, let me bring Slack up so that I can actually see what you guys are saying to me. Okay, so the other thing then, I can search. So if I just type in action, bam, I can see all of the different action bars, including the right action bars. But what is new is that the right action bars actually... Oh, I've got 3 action bars now. So these right action bars, they don't have to be vertically aligned. You can make them horizontal. You can do whatever you want with this new system. So I think that's definitely quite good. I actually, though, I have everything I need. It would be nice as a bit of feedback if I could maybe shift-click in these. And I could perhaps... Oh, wait. Did you see that? For a second, it looked like they moved at the same time. How do I get it to do that? I have absolutely no idea. Anyway, a way for these to be sticky would be pretty damn great. Oh yeah, Y1NJ, thank you for the €10 super chat. Thank you for all the content you guys produce. Hey, much more to come. And also, member chat from Paku. Yay, PreachCon soon. Indeed, me and Matt have not booked our flights yet. I really need to do that. But yes, I will be at PreachCon next week. It will be very fun, as it always is. Great to catch up with everyone there. PreachCon, also known as, oh no, Michael is surrounded by mythic raiders. Does he have anything useful to say? No! So, yeah, that's always the fun thing of PreachCon. I get exposed to all of the people who can actually play the game good. Right. So, I think it's probably about time for us to head on to, I think it's probably time for us to take a look at the new stuff that is in the game. So, let's just go. Actually, number one, I feel like I should probably be able to see my cast bar. So the new cast bar is really nice, but unfortunately there is... Oh man, yeah, there's actually no way to move the new cast bar yet, I think. Yeah, and a few annoying things, like, I need to exit this mode. I need to click edit. No, I need to click escape, then click that so I can see the target frame, then click edit. So... I mean, that's a pretty terrible user flow, but I am pretty damn sure that that's not what they actually intend. Okay, so for Matt's benefit, going to do a wee clap test. Now, of course, this is nowhere near done yet, so, you know, I wouldn't be too worried about anything like, you know, I can't even move the UI or the map or anything like that, so... It's just early. Okay, because I cannot move the cast bar, I think we will just have to... Wait, what the hell is the... That is a really unsatisfying place for the cast bar to be honest. In that case, perhaps I just need to move these up slightly. and just kind of pull everything up. And maybe I'll move that away to be like a little secondary bar. Suffice to say, this is not how you should set your UI up, everyone. But I have firmly been left with no choice. So my current opinion in this is that they have all the right ideas here with this UI revamp. They just very obviously aren't done yet. So I will actually be excited to see where it finally ends up. There's a lot of potential. You know, it's a bit weird because this does mean that I get to bring up, I was going to say organ harvesting. No, organ donation. Okay, so our audio is slightly early. So I guess I give audio a like 50 ms delay. I can try to do that right now. Okay, let's add a quick little delay to my audio, and that should get us fixed. And then stuff will be good. But yes, what I was going to bring up is the whole organ donation thing, right? So, you know, let's say you get a car crash or something, you die, you don't really need your organs anymore. They get donated to somebody who does need the organs, right? But there's a thing called the default effect. And the default effect is really fascinating. So it's like in the high 80s is the percentage of Americans who actually support organ donation, because it's like, I don't need it, so it should go somewhere useful. But the organ donation system is opt-in instead of being opt-out. Whereas in a lot of the EU, it's the other way around. You're by default registered for organ donation, but you have to put the effort in to opt-out. And that means that in real terms, even though across like both regions, generally speaking, the population is pro the donor stuff, far more people in the EU are actually signed up. And that's why the default effect is something that we need to think about in games. So the default effect of this stuff being like, this customization being part of the base UI is, it's the default effect. More people will engage with this. So many more people. And who knows, maybe that means that like you hop into a mythic dungeon and suddenly, not suddenly, but, you know, perhaps people actually are a little bit better. Their UI is more set up for gameplay, that kind of thing. Okay, so I'm going to put in a minus 50 ms on the audio. So I think I need to go to properties. No. Can a streamer use OBS? Audio filters? How the fuck do you do audio delay in OBS? I know how to do this. I've done it before. Oh yeah, advanced audio properties. Okay, and this is mic aux 2. And I'm going to give this a minus 50. Okay. Maybe that will be better. Now, a lot of people like won't, you know, use this new stuff, but it makes it more accessible. That's a good thing. So let's have it so that the not filled in spaces in my action bars are invisible. Can I have that, please? That was... hello, Blizzard? Have I actually just had a... Oh, now it's worse. Pog. Well, let's perhaps do the opposite to that, then. So, I suppose this should be better. Okay, we'll just have to live seeing our action bar, so we'll turn the other ones off. Oh, it's just the always show buttons. Let me get all those. Oh, that's really weird. Look, always show buttons is not available for action bar 1, but it is available for the others. Oh, that's really nice. Visibility settings based on combat. Good. There's just a lot of times where, I mean, man. Yeah, like, your UI can just be so much more immersive when you do it that way. Anyway, it's going to be cool to check out this new zone. Right. So, let's work out how the hell we get this show on the road then. Oh, so Eldario, is it Eldario? Diar? So man, I've got to get better at, pronouncing the names of the world. Oh, excuse me? Excuse me? Right mouse button? Right mouse button, calling in. Hey, that's the most insane bug. Look at that, everyone. That was so crazy. My right mouse button, like, wasn't actually turning my mount. That is so weird. Anyway, he was saying that, apparently the leaked release date for Dragonflight is the 22nd of November. Dario said. Wow, the 22nd of November. So, actually, if I just, let's do a quick little Google here. I think, yeah, with that, you can actually see my display. So, we want to go for, Shadowlands release date. There you go. So, this does make me think, though. This does kind of lend some credence to it, but also means it could be a very easy thing to fake. When you look at our release dates. Legion, 30th of August. BFA, 14th of August. Right? So, 2 years. Shadowlands, 23rd of November. Apparently what this leak is, 22nd of November. And I assume, let's see, 2 November. What day is that? I mean, I assume it's... whatever, that doesn't matter. So, interesting. You know, I could believe that. I could definitely believe that release date. So they've said that this expansion has had the same, development process as... It's Tuesday, cool. It's had the same development process as any other expansion, which is what we would expect. So assuming that that's on schedule, then... I mean, shit, yeah, kind of makes sense. Alright, so let's get some talents in first. I think I'm just going to go more for the blue build. It's just because the blue build gives me a hell of a lot of burst. And I've already kind of explained how this class plays to you guys like quite a few times, so I don't think I really need to go and do, the full kind of breakdown. It's a bit weird. I'm still... It's fun running around on Evoker in the world, right? But I'm not sure what it's going to feel like in a dungeon, to be honest with you. I think it could maybe feel a bit bizarre in a dungeon. So, you'll have to see. Anyway. I'll just go for the single target one. Okay. Wow. It's weird, like, I have so few talents compared to what I'm used to here. Because I'm starting off at level 60, with 62 being the cap. For this build. So I'll buff up Landslide, because that's just kind of useful to have. Quell, grab you. Definitely want to have an interrupt. Recall, definitely want that. It's just fun. Let's reduce the wing buff it, cooldown. We definitely want Obsidian Scales, so that we have that survivability if we need it. You know what? A bit more healing. Do I need that? Actually, yeah, I want to get 2 of this, so I can then go into Cauterizing Flame. Ah, wait, no, that's not the one I want. The one that I want is there, which means when you heal yourself with Living Flame, the cast time of your next Living Flame is even faster. So that just means you can pump yourself up really, really quick. Okay, I guess I have to take stamina. More hover, that's good. We'll get Ardent Flame. Magic damage done. That certainly suits me. Is there a strike hitting more people? That suits me. Whatever, this doesn't actually matter too much in the grand scheme of things. Or does it? Yeah, whatever, I'll just take some more magic damage. Sweet. Now, with that said, I think it is time for us to head into the new zone.
I've been expecting you.
Which, I'm actually decently excited about. Hello? There we go. So I think with the delay that I've done, we're actually good. Okay, right. Now I can focus on streaming. It's time to fucking go, everyone. And take a look at the very first zone that we are going to be seeing in this expansion. The Waking Shores. Which also, I believe, is where our first raid, perhaps, is contained. Yeah, because it's like this whole fiery area. Gotta say, like, you'll see more as I go on here, but the art team are so fucking on fire this time around. Oh, hey, Caligula, thank you for the $5 super. It said, what are the odds they spend the entire expansion rebalancing the talent trees? Alright, so here's the deal. The hope... the hope, at least, is that that happens during alpha and beta, because it basically seems like Blizzard have really decided to not put in a crazy amount of, like, you know, class overhauls, class revamps, like really big changes. Instead, they said that they are more focused on iteration. So that's the big hope. I mean, they put those mage talents out. They probably were aware that a lot of the mages would be kind of pissed off about it. You know, they maybe don't think it's all great. But I think they've clearly done that for feedback. It's just that thing. Blizzard, sometimes, you know, they do actually have this funny habit. It's weird. They run a true alpha whenever Blizzard does an alpha test or a beta test. The only thing that they haven't done is actually implement changes as if it was a true alpha. But I think now there's actually quite a lot of hope, dare I even say expectation, within the community that Blizzard are going to actually implement changes. I think that vibe is honestly really there. I'm just going to fix up my bars and we can take a look. From what I hear, there's actually a few pretty cool characters returning in this zone, which ties into something that I have wanted the WoW team to do for really quite some time now. Okay, now dragon riding. Because technically, I don't... Oh yeah, maybe it would be worth having my main cooldown. I think that might be handy. So I'll get that. Disintegrate, you should be there. Tail swipe. Okay, I'll just get some of these things set up. This is a really cool one, Landslide. It roots everyone, but there's a talent that makes the root withstand like 200% more damage, so man, you just feel super powerful with that ability. It's really nice. So, Disintegrate, Pyre, Charge Blast. We got Wing Buffet. That's just a little knockback that I have on a 45-second cooldown, which, I mean, that's pretty sweet. And if you want to see something crazy, right? Because I may as well cover these for those of you who have missed them. This is Glide. So I can use this in combat. Excuse me. Oh, that's Glide. Hang on. No, it's Hover that I want. Hover is such a crazy movement cooldown. It's kind of insane, right? Get a load of this shit. So, you know, I zoom forward, and then for all of this time while I'm flapping about the place, I can cast while moving. And you can get 2 charges of that. It's so bonkers. And there's other things you can do as well to be able to use that even more. Yeah, I'm like basically set up. I don't think everything's done, but I don't think it'll really particularly matter for this content. Okay, so we're in the new zone, the Waking Shores. I'm not exactly sure what the direct narrative lead-in is. There will, of course, be, you know, like a whole bunch of cinematics and shit. Let's just see if the new dragons are available to me, because they were in my bars earlier, but I've noticed, yeah, Blizzard have actually removed them from my bars, so we're going to work out how they actually introduce us to the dragon riding feature. It does, of course, mean I'm grounded for now. So, Thalen Dark Anvil, you'll remember him. There's a little bit at the start of this where you kind of gather a bunch of characters around to, like, set up this whole expedition. Thalen, he was there in Warlords of Draenor during its intro sort of situation, right? You and him go in the big cannon, you get all the shit done. So what's going on then? Don't mistake the scholarly pursuits as timidness. We're not recluses studying books, we're adventurers hunting down knowledge in every corner of Azeroth. I think that's the vibe we want. So, there's danger, we gotta go rescue some people. Right. 15 primal proto-whelp scales. What could the story possibly be behind these? Well, scales appear to be naturally flame resistant, stronger than steel, and don't lose flexibility. Incredible. These artisans are clamoring to get their hands on some, so go get some. Alright, fair play. That's a funny little thing, you know, because there's a thing goes on in some of the new FF narrative content where there's talk about, you know, the cool properties of these dragon scales, and it's like in WoW, you know, you just go, oh, go collect 15 scales, and most people think, oh, 15 bear arses. But to what Matt was talking about earlier on in one of our live shows, it's like, yeah, we got to go get 15 scales. There's actually a little bit of lore behind those scales, and maybe, you know, your kind of view of the world is kind of built out if you actually read all those little things. All right, so this is Azrathel. Basically, there's like 5 different groups of Drakthir. And one joins the Alliance, one joins the Horde. I think one gets pretty much eliminated. One decides to stay in their starting zone to help people out, and the other one ends up joining the enemy. So, yeah, basically, time to go kill some Primalists is our quest from him. And eventually, you know, we'll get to see some dragon riding, which will be neat. So yeah, just a few little gnome characters. Just want to see if there's anyone who kind of appears here. John Steele III. Very good.
That's enough gabbing for me today.
See, I've heard, right, that the characters from Exile's Reach are actually here, which I think's nice. Oh, hey.
I've seen things that
We
would
got
scare
ourselves a
you.
Tortolan. Here's another thing, too. So, Blizzard have made it so that the Drakthir in their non-visage form, mine's kind of like, I've themed them like the Infinite Dragons, they can now ride mounts, not in their visage. But it certainly has meant, because like the Drakthir are so tall. This is a human, yeah, there's this human woman. Like, where's her head go to? Like, maybe the bottom of my character's ribcage. Like, these guys are so tall. So the scaling when they actually mount up is, it is some really, really thick stuff. Anyhow, one of the cool things that you can do with this spec is just like crazy ass AoE shit, right? So I can go, you know, bam, target this guy, do a big eternity surge, and never mind, the NPC does it for you. Fine. I didn't need those cooldowns anyway. Need to turn auto loot on. Doing that, easy. Options, search, auto loot, and it's done. So much quicker than poking around a menu. So the new UI right now honestly looks pretty disgusting and not that nice to use, but that new functionality is just really awesome. I wonder if these guys can damage today. I'll have to go see what it's. How is this stream looking like? I'll have to see what the new numbers are like. But yeah, anyway, the search function, I think that is pretty damn great. Okay, so let's see what a fully charged up eternity search does. In-game is loud, cool. Well, they got deleted. Normally about 30% does it. So let me know if that, after it's been turned down to 30, does the trick. Oh dear. Yeah, sorry, it just is the way that it is. We're getting there with a whole bunch. Setup-wise. So that's better. I think I can turn my mic up a little bit. There. Just a tiny smidge. I don't want to peek it and then you guys get crunchy Michael. Oh yeah, here's a really cool one. Tip the scales. Basically, I hit this, and then, you know, boom, you insta-cast to its full level of power. So that's another, that's a fun little one. Yep, targeting was not my friend there. So yeah, anyway, new zone. Just got some dudes to kill. Pretty standard content, to be honest with you. Are the mobs skinnable? I assume so. What's this? It says oh wait, no, that's just the quest. Yeah. Those are skinnable mobs. What's the screaming sound in the background? I think there's just dragonish noises going on around the place. Anyway, so these are the primal elementalists. TLDR with these guys that I'm fighting is they think the Titans are a bunch of dickheads. Or something along those lines. I mean, I'm sure there's perhaps more to it than that. But they basically think the Titans are a bunch of dicks. So, yeah, they're, you know, going against Alex Straza and all the crowd that we know. I think, for me, what the big question, though, is, you know, we're kind of doing this very Mists of Pandaria feeling, you know, exploration expansion. But I'm very curious as to how Blizzard are going to actually, you know, work that into some sort of big narrative. So this is quite cool with Charged Shot. It can basically reset its own cooldown when you use it with one of the talents that I've got. So assuming you've got enough essence, you can just pump out like, I don't know, just 2 really big blasts. So it ends up being kind of fun. The only odd thing is like Disintegrate, to be honest, it feels a bit weak. Again, you know, it's what I said in one of my videos a while ago. All of the bits are brilliant so far on Evoker, and they're really fun, but I'm just not quite sure how they'll all, you know, click together. Well, that's her rescued. Now I'm stuck in here. Oh yeah, so these, right? These lava snails, you can ride these. They're available as a mount. Is this a UI add-on? Nope, this is not. This is the new default UI-ish. All of these elements are eventually going to be usable. These nameplates, Blizzard, we know they've redesigned them based on the reveal for this expansion, but the redesign just doesn't seem to be implemented yet. So, kind of a shame. The redesign, I think, looks really good for those. Is there archaeology? I don't think so. They said it's like on their list of things to do, and if archaeology does come back, it's going to come back in a different form to, you know, to how we've seen it. I think just about everyone agrees archaeology's been quite underbaked and, yeah, doesn't really live up to its promise. So I would rather Blizzard have the time to actually, you know, instead of just implementing a bunch of archaeology that they just think is kind of, you know, a bit old and shitty, I would rather they feel okay actually waiting, not putting archaeology in, but when it does come back in, they actually do it justice. That's certainly what I would want. Now, there is some cool speculation there. There's a character called Revamp, I believe. A character called Revamp that comes from Hearthstone, who's this, like, kind of evil archaeologist. And it seems like some of that Hearthstone stuff is actually going to make it into the game, which I think is very neat. Because Hearthstone, essentially, if you're not aware, Hearthstone has acted like a this like crazy creative space within the Warcraft setting for the developers. That was the wrong ability to use. Yeah, it's this like creative space where they can just do crazy shit. So I don't think anything in Hearthstone is canon at all. Of course, maybe some of the short stories in the Book of Mercenaries could be, because they're like a little bit less impactful to the setting. But generally, it's like stuff that really has felt Warcraft, like slightly more goofy, but honestly, it felt more Warcrafty to me, a lot of the Hearthstone stuff, than Shadowlands did. And they've developed some cool characters, you know, like Reno Jackson, Reno whatever, Rafam, stuff like that. And they're all, you know, the League of Explorers, right? So there is a thought that with Rafam, I think there's been references to him and other members of that group being found in the game files for this expansion. So, if that is the case, maybe they could use, you know, Reno and all of those guys who have been established and fleshed out in Hearthstone. Maybe they could bring them over here. Why am I not using Dragon Riding? Don't have it yet. This is the very start of the very first zone, so I actually haven't unlocked it yet. But soon enough, his character will have it. Oh, wow. Kyle. Or not Kyle. Yes, no, Kyle. Reno was in Hearthstone. Is in Hearthstone. I think there's like 3 major leaps to his story, and yeah, it's been pretty cool. Turns out he's actually a dragon called Renegos, which is sort of neat. Bowby says, man, this is a throwback. I remember you doing streams in WoD Beta. Let's hope Dragonflight turns out better. Yeah! Yeah, oh god, WoD Beta, back when I had that fucking awful channel logo thing. That was, yeah, was the way it was. J4F Jigsaw says, why would you support a company that spits on its player base? Well, isn't that the question? Isn't that the question? Because not all of them do. That's the thing. There's definitely been a lot of stuff that I think has been looking down on the players. That's a lot of things. You know, I've talked about that stuff. Preach has talked about that stuff. I think quite a few other people have as well. We're generally, you could say, of an accord on that. Like, yeah, they've definitely not taken their players seriously. They've definitely made choices against player feedback, and the player feedback has proven to be true. And this has happened. It's happened many times in a row. Now, equally, I can literally tell you for a fact that there are lots of developers on that team who disagreed. A lot of developers who actually agreed with the players. they obviously just did not get their way in anything. But those developers did exist on that team, I can tell you that. And certainly any of my dealings with, say, the community team, stuff like that, I mean, they're not getting offended that I criticize the game. You know? They're not being like that whatsoever. So it's an interesting thing, because not every single person in the company thinks the same way. And I think, indeed, actually getting a team the size of Blizzard to all be sort of an accord with each other, like, that's certainly a leadership challenge. And to be honest, I think they have had leadership issues in that team. Now, I don't mean this as a, like, you know, this leader's been bad, this leader's been good. I mean, it seems to me anyway, like they've had issues with kind of getting some good old-fashioned decentralized command working well within their organization. And from what I understand, patch 9.1.5 actually represented the more junior voices actually getting a little bit more space to do things. And of course 9.1.5 was one where a lot of things went better. And I mean, I know there's been some turnover in the team and stuff like that. One or two people I've spoken to have been sort of happy about a few of those. I don't really know enough to say. But yeah, the whole company's not like that. A lot of people in the company are in fact reasonable to the players. And ultimately, actions mean more than words. And what we're finally seeing this time around is actions. Right? Fundamentally, this test process is fucking infinitely better than any of the ones I've been a part of. There's more posts. They're more communicative. Stuff is actually happening to more of a reasonable schedule. It's seriously just... it's just so much better this time, which is certainly nice. So, Sandrax, then. Truly an honor to be the first member of the Dragonflights to welcome you to these shores. I'm Cadet Sandrax. Oh, happy boy. And apparently Rathian is due to come. Yeah, I think basically Rathian is kind of there a lot in the Alliance, while Abyssian, Abinhorn from Legion, is more there for the Horde. Which is, I mean, good. Good to have those characters. Do you think they'll do something with Andrastaz? Drake of the Secret Cave of Anchorage. Also, you can call me Crow. Ah, cool. Cool. I will have to put a pin in that one and take a look. I actually don't know a great deal about that character. Yes, I'll have to do that. Also, Onus, thank you for the $10 super. Alright, we're going to meet Rathian. Will he teach us dragon riding? I really hope he does. Right, so there's like some sort of embassy situation that we've got to improve here. Let's see, any characters here? Alright, so this is, I mean, here, hey, Alliance and Horde, and they're green. Right, they are green to me. They are not, you know, yellow. We're very much friends. There you go. I can just talk to a member of the Horde. So I suppose we're seeing this stuff kind of pretty well reflected. And hey, this makes sense given all that Blizzard have been setting up. And I guess that's it. The Dragonscale expedition is between both of the factions. And I suppose there is the option to still, you know, do the PvP if you want with War Mode, but very much that's no longer the default. And Ryan Pass dropped a super, said Revamp is the one who wants to resurrect Galakrond and Hearthstone. That's what's really interesting. And at the end of the Descent of Dragons, which I think expansion, I think that was 2020's Hearthstone content. Yeah, he did. He did, so obviously that's not canon, but we could perhaps imagine he wants to do the same thing, or maybe do a different thing for the same motivations. So I'm really excited about Revamp, and not to give you too much of a spoiler, but we got a video. Got a video on the way. Oh, there we go. Okay, I will sign in as the Angry Ghost of Ysera from the not too distant future. Ah, there you go. You tell me. I don't read quests. I just complete them. Very good. Well, they've certainly decided to go for a wink and a nod on that one. Killing have dropped a $10 super. The thing designers are supposed to do is listen to what the players say they want and translate that into what the players need. I'm skeptical of their ability to do that. High hopes, though. Well, that's it, isn't it? Yeah, so often yeah, you can't just sort of... There are times where it's like, just give the people what they want. But there's other times where you could give the people what they want, but there could be negative impacts to that further down the line that the players may not be thinking about. And yeah, it's the designer's job to not necessarily take literally what the player wants, but it's to take the emotion that the player is experiencing, the frustration that the player is experiencing, and via their design meet that frustration. Which I think that's why a bunch of, your game has this and it made me feel that way. That is some of the best stuff for a game designer to actually work on, right? So really it's talking about feelings, because I mean the games are to make us feel, right? And I mean, feeling, that's like the impact of a design. And I think what they want to know is, what is the impact of my design? Because if they don't know the emotional impact of their design, it's very hard for them to actually calibrate themselves to what the player thinks. Which it's certainly a lesson, thinking more about how does it make us feel versus what do we want. I spend a lot of time saying, I want deterministic loot. Another side there is, well, why do I feel that way? Well, it's because I feel the RNG constantly fucks me. And that's disappointing. Okay, that's the true problem. What are the design solutions around that problem? Which, it could be Valor points. It could be the way that they've designed crafting in this expansion. Quite a lot. Steven dropped a super. Do you think the half range will limit or make the Evoker DOA? Well, that is the crazy thing. And I think Blizzard are going to definitely have an odd time testing that. So if you look at all my abilities, I have a 25-yard range. So I suppose, certainly more range than because the Holy Paladin's kind of designed to be a bit more in melee. I mean, that's what's weird. In a raid group, where do I fucking stand? Because if I stand with the ranged group, it's going to be hard to hit people in melee with something like my breath attack that's a heal. If I stand in... So I guess I have to stand in between them. Maybe. So that could be weird in different types of content. But I suppose it would also mean for the balance, it'll be... There's going to be a lot of zoning play against an Evoker, but then maybe they have to do it that if you are in range of an Evoker, it's Danger Town. Okay, so we've set the embassy up a little bit more. We've lit the signal flare. Now then, I've never known the Major Domo to be late to anything, much less this late. Alright. Something is afoot. Gotta convince this character to fire the emergency signal. So yeah, Stephen, it's certainly an interesting one with Evoker. It's one that I've seen a lot of players talk about. So Thomas dropped a €10 super and said, do you think we one day get a true dragon race, or the Drakthir become a true dragon? I like the Drakthir, but they are dragon folk, not true dragons. Yeah, no, I understand. When you think of... do you want someone a little bit more like him than... I suppose, do you want a dragon, or do you want a dragoned up monitor lizard? Because I think that's maybe more what these guys feel like. This guy, this looks like a buff dude dragon, whereas this guy looks more like a lizard that's dragoned. I've explained myself awfully, but I hope you know what I mean. Again, this is the thing with the visage forms. This is a Major Domo. They've, of course, chosen for their visage form to be one of them. But, of course, I can't. I have to be this weird, elfish, human-y looking thing. Which does make it a bit weird. And there he is. Hello, Rathian. Rathian's new voicing's really strong. I would like a Rathian Dragon. Yeah, so I don't think we'll get to play... we won't get playable dragons, actually like a full dragon form. That's just because it would be almost impossible to make something like that mesh with the with how everything else plays, and to work with the existing class system of the game. So no, I think, look, if they ever make a Warcraft action game that's maybe single player or something, maybe you could be a dragon in that, but just within how their customization works, just the overall game design kit, you basically have to be some vague form of, humanoid kind of sized and shaped dude. So the Jardine have awoken. So this is basically the big problem, right? So the Jardine are these big old dragon dudes. So time to receive my orders and deal with them. Now, even the Jarradine is kind of interesting because, you know, do they end up having a different origin to the giants that we know of in the game right now that have a, you know, sort of maybe a curse of fleshed up Titan construct thing going on? Who knows? Is your character the thickest body type? Yes. Rathian will take to the skies and contain... Yeah, so I'm interested to see what this quest flow is like. I mean, so far it's definitely been traditional, but, like, you know, nice and streamlined. I think certainly when the voice acting and all that's in, it should feel pretty good. I mean, so much of it, too, is just the backdrop, and this is all happening in a nice backdrop. I've also noticed, like, look how many side quests there are. Oh, hey! Recognize her? So that is Garrick from Exile's Reach. Yep, so, yeah. Of course, there's the two of them. So the characters from Exile's Reach are actually being worked into the game. I think that's really nice. In the same way that seeing Sibelian return, the Black Dragon Sibelian from the Burning Crusade, it's just really satisfying when WoW is actually, you know, not just relying on the same few characters all the time, and they're actually establishing new characters and actually following through, you know? So, okay, time to go to the this outpost. Samaritan dropped $5 super. I'm a huge fan of the Patreon podcast, especially lore walking. Any plans for more in the near future? Keep up the amazing work. First of all, thank you. Second of all, yes. Fuck. Sorry. We've... To be honest, there's just been, like, setback after setback and then busyness. There was a while... See, Jared got COVID, so that happened. Then things were just really busy and chaos. I've had a few... you can maybe say... health troubles. They're not like literal health troubles. It's more quality of life related stuff that have been very hard to pin down, and that has severely hampered my own productivity, like truly severely. But we're finally, after like 2 years of fucking suffering through a lot of bullshit, perhaps working towards a solution on that. So to be honest, it's just been a little bit of chaos. It's been kind of hard to get us both in the same room. But absolutely more needs to be done. We have so many more concepted than we've actually done, which, to be honest, is kind of frustrating looking at the backlog. So that absolutely must happen. But now the land reawakens with glorious life. Yeah, hey. Now that is pretty beautiful. Draconiid have safeguarded the Oathstone, symbols of the Dragonflight's power for thousands of years. That's basically the situation. This whole place has just been, like, totally dormant. So Chile Mang here has dropped a $5 super and said, do you think Blizzard will ever make a single-player RPG in Azeroth, playing as someone like Thrall or any notable characters? Yo, would that not be the sickest shit? That would be so cool. I would absolutely love that. Will Blizzard do it, though? You see, it would never make... sense unless they were planning a true expansion of the franchise, because with WoW, like, the profitability is just so insane with the MMO business model. If they just go and, you know, make Warcraft God of War or something, I don't know how well that would work. But if they want to, like, really start to be like, hey, you know, Warcraft, that's like Final Fantasy to us. Not talking about the Final Fantasy MMO, I mean like the big franchise where, you know, Square Enix, they've got Stranger of Paradise, they've got so many different Final Fantasies, they've got the spin-off projects, they've got the mainline projects, they've got the MMOs. Like, if they were to do that with Warcraft, holy fuck. Like, that would be some of the most incredible shit, wouldn't it? So, will they do it? I'm not particularly sure. Because ultimately for Blizzard, the problem is opportunity cost. And a lot of the same developers who are, you know, who could make a big, cool action game like that, maybe they're going to go and make the survival game instead, right? You know, the way Blizzard have got the unannounced survival game. Well, the factions may be friendly. That doesn't change the mob tagging rules. So I feel like they're probably still going to focus on that sort of project, to be honest, which I think is a shame. But, I mean, I would say that. Warcraft's the one I care about the most. And it's kind of weird because, you know, you look at HOTS and stuff, and it's like, cool, you just tried to do a live service there, and you were too late, it didn't really work. So as much as I'm interested in Blizzard doing the survival game, there's a bit of me that just thinks, you know, think about the money that you can make over 30 years of Warcraft having humongous prestige. If you started doing Warcraft single-player RPGs, perhaps you could tell crazier stories in the Warcraft universe. Perhaps you could pull off the most cool set pieces that, you know, players could possibly imagine without the limitations. You know, the limitations that come from being in an MMO. And what would that do to people's perception of Warcraft over many years? It would probably do a lot, you know? Like, Sony get to have premium blockbusters. They get to have the last, well, those Naughty Dog games and Ghost of Tsushima and all of that. I mean, that's all so possible within the Warcraft IP. Because, like, Warcraft is so flexible as an IP. RTS, MMO, it would obviously make an action game. You know, I think about the sorts of things that you could do. I mean, you could do a big RPG about the War of the Ancients, right? Big, like, action game. You could do that. Yeah, so you could do it in so many of the historical settings. Or what you could do is you could finish a WoW expansion and then have a new action game be a... You know those things where it's like a soft reboot? It doesn't throw away the previous lore. It's just the big new story, and then the MMO could pick up after the action game, in the same way that Warcraft 3 set the stage for World of Warcraft. Could something like that happen? I mean, I'd really like that. And the funny thing is, at one point Blizzard may have had the chops to do this, because Diablo 4, we believe anyway, so... I don't know if Project Fenris is the current iteration of D4, but anyway, there was Diablo 4. It was under a different project name. It was before it was rebooted, and that version of D4 was actually an over-the-shoulder camera, like a sort of action RPG, but, you know, not an ARPG like D3. Probably still was a loot game and all of that, of course, but it was just very different from what you would expect. And I just wonder then, would Blizzard, you know, do they still have those skills? Right, staff who can do that sort of thing. I mean, who knows? They're there in California. I'm sure they could start to poach some Santa Monica studio people if they really wanted to, right? If they were really willing to put the money in. And certainly Microsoft has got the money to put in. Just look at what happened with the Initiative. You may not know about the Initiative. I just realized the Initiative is Microsoft's quadruple A studio. Quadruple A, which I think, to be honest, just refers to, hey, our budgets are fucking bonkers. But then the odd thing about the game project the Initiative had was it seemed to be going nowhere fast. Then they lost a bunch of staff, and then Crystal Dynamics ended up coming in and perhaps even almost leading the project, which then kind of makes you think that whatever was supposed to be quadruple A isn't. But anyway, I think the point was they were willing to spend like stupid tier money. So yeah, I think Blizzard should do something like that in the setting of Warcraft. And you know, there's those like big epic awesome stories, but you know, you could do a CRPG, which is of interest to me, because one of the things that I really want to make is a fantasy setting CRPG that is significantly more along the lines of a game like Disco Elysium, even in terms of like combat system and stuff. And, you know, maybe we'll end up making this happen. And, you know, I want to use that to basically, in the same way that Brandon Sanderson or George R.R. Martin, they're able to build, you know, an incredible, awesome fantasy world through their books. I want to work out how can we do that through the medium of games. So, you know, part of the reason I'd be very interested in seeing like a Warcraft RPG, maybe a bit more like Pillars of Eternity, Baldur's Gate, shit like that, is just to see like what Azeroth would even look like from that perspective. Because if you think about a game like, say, this is a different genre, but Kingdom Come Deliverance, one of the cool things about Kingdom Come is the fantasy that you're just like such a regular dude in this, I guess, like, you know, sort of Eastern European fantasy setting. And I kind of love that vibe, but it's Westfall. Some of those really cool smaller stories, in the same way that the Witcher franchise has really good side quests. And hey, yeah, Drahug the Dragon has supered us $5 to say Dragon Supremacy. So, hey, it's good to know where they lie. So watch out, we do have a Dragon Supremacist in chat. So I suppose if a Reign of Fire scenario ends up happening, then hey, watch out. Man, did you watch Reign of Fire? Dragon movies. Dragon media. There was a while, a few of my friends ended up watching. We just, like, go to my apartment and watch some Dragon media. I think, what did we watch? Yeah, we watched Aragon and D-Wars. D-Wars is a piece of shit. But fucking Craig from The Office is in it. In a smaller role, which is really funny. Actually, on Aragon, did you know Disney Plus have picked up Aragon for a TV show? And the thing with Aragon is, it's basically the not the Lord of the Rings, no. I mean, there's definitely inspiration, no. Aragon is, like, basically trying to do Star Wars in a fantasy setting, right? Hey, there's a lot of criticism about Aragon, and I'm totally there with them. I will still say, and even though, yes, it kind of only happened because rich parents and connections, but, hey, I couldn't have written shit like that when I was 16, so I suppose fair play, Paolini. But goddamn, you could really tell that that was written at a time when maybe the author didn't understand women. Because Aragon's approach to dating... isn't the second book, Briziger? He's just like, hey, Arya, want to smash? Okay, he doesn't literally say it like that, but he's just like, oh, Arya, I want to date you. Let us be romantic. And she's like, bruh, I'm a fucking 200-year-old elf. This doesn't work for me. Please, this is awkward. Stop asking me out. And Aragon, you know, it's just the fucking just keep on trying approach. It's not what to do. But anyway, Aragon's got a Disney Plus series in the works. Isn't that not some of the most insane shit? Hey, our regular Dark Soul 9669 super saying, have you and Matt ever dug into peak difficulty from a psychological angle? When do diminishing returns start for satisfaction? Would heroic 1025 be satisfying enough? Not having the sort of psychology of there being more. So basically, I think what you're asking is, where are the diminishing returns with adding more and more difficulty levels into your game? You know, this is an interesting one because I did catch some of Preach's response to our Mythic video, and I think definitely one thing that Mike's response did highlight that I really, in hindsight, should have included more in the video. Not really in essence, because I don't think Mike didn't see the value in going over the numbers. I do disagree with that. I do think the numbers are interesting to see, because at the very least, they can tell us overall rates of drop-off, overall rates of retention. If you have a situation where, you know, numbers stay flat or even go up from tier to tier in an unpopular expansion, that even tells you that if a future tier is doing well. I mean, perhaps Nyloth even teaches us that. But I really should have done a disclaimer that just said, hey, by the way... Oh, by the way, another by the way. Is this one of Rathian's? Yeah, this is Rathian's agents. That's another cool thing. Rathian's agents are back. But I should have put a disclaimer in that video saying, hey, obviously less people are playing the game, so we would expect these numbers to be lower. But I think what probably would have maybe made sense of, or at least explained some of what Mike, I guess, like, I don't want to say took issue with. That's too strong of a word. It would be to say, we wanted to find the numbers that scared Blizzard. Basically. And I think that's what we did. That was, like, the actual true objective of that video was to work out what gave Blizzard the willies. And I think we essentially did do that. So to your question then, and this is kind of why I brought up the Preach thing. So, again, I probably should have tried to not... Or maybe I should have made it clear that this little point of the video was purely personal preference, but I was talking about 10-man, what would now be called 10-man Mythic, but back in the day was called 10-man Heroic. Now, the thing you got to remember, me and Preach have got radically different perspectives. At no point have I ever even wanted to be a competitive World of Warcraft player. I wanted to be good within my own happy little corner, that's it. So whenever I was talking about the problem of, you know, 20-man Mythic, it was purely from that perspective. So the point I made in the video, and I think he said, okay, well, don't be disingenuous, this was not like a massive thing in the community. But I think it could have been for a lot of social guilds who maybe were like 2-night-a-week raiders, who, you know, they wanted to be good, but by no means did they want to be competitive, and that's where I would have fallen into. Where I remember in Mists of Pandaria especially, you know, we were 10-man raiding, and I mean, Mike, you know, he talked about how 10-man would be busted. Yo, dude, I remember doing Council in patch 5.2, right? The Council of all the troll boys before you actually make it into the, like, the Thunder King, like the, you know, the big area of his. It was so much harder in 10-man. Totally. Way harder in 10-man. And we didn't mind that, though. But the benefit of the way that those difficulties worked is that whenever we killed Lei Shen, our exact same comp could then go and do Jinrock on heroic difficulty, which would be the equivalent of Mythic today. And that meant that we could access the highest tier of difficulty in World of Warcraft at the time for our group size without having to change the social structure of our guild. So I guess when, you know, somebody says, oh, come on, just get 20 friends, just get 20 people to raid with, I prefer smaller. And indeed, loads of WoW people, I think Mike included actually, do prefer maybe more of a 10-man size to 20. And it's purely just that. To me, 20 is too much noise. It's too much. So to be honest with you, for the diminishing returns angle there, I don't think there is much. I'm happy for Rock Hard. I'm happy to go up to, you know, an FF14 Ultimate tier of something. Now, if it was an FF14 Ultimate, it would probably have to have a different format to Mythic in the game right now. But no, for me, I don't care the highest upper end of difficulty. I think that those things can be awesome challenges. You know, they're like a Halo product. They're like the Mac Pro. You know the way, like, Apple could do the Mac Pro, and it looks like a fucking weird cheese grater spaceship, and it sits there at the top of the lineup. You know, it's what's called Halo product. Yes, it's a legitimate use case for some people. But other than that, it's a Halo product. And I think having a Halo product within your raid structure is a pretty valid thing to do if you want. It kind of says, hey, we mean business. This content means business. Look at these, you know, crazy peaks that our game can go to. So I'm happy for stuff to be rock hard. I don't think there's much of a diminishing return. I think perhaps it just depends on what sort of thing you are very much asking your players to do. And when you tie gearing into that, then to some players, it's like, okay, well, you're asking me to do this for that gear, in which case, perhaps the gear reward and that part of the loop, because I know a lot of people in Mythic, they are thankfully intrinsically motivated to do that, which means loot shouldn't be as much of a factor for them. But you know, if you go too much more hard, like an FF14 Ultimate situation, then perhaps it just does need to be a bit more there for the prestige of the whole endeavor, I would say. Also, yes, for Dahurg the Dragon, and also for Tom Morse, thank you for joining the channel as members. YouTube basically has a feature members. It's the exact same as Twitch subs, basically. Like, there's gifted members, there's gifted subs, there's basically parity. The difference is it's YouTube. So whenever we finish creating a video, we put it up on our Patreon and also for members. So if you're a member of our channel, go to the channel page, go to the membership tab, and there you will see 2 videos that are unreleased. So there's the early access to content, in addition to member messages each month, and also my head's broken, emotes and stuff. And actually, when we get a few more members, we will unlock more emotes, so we can we can unleash John on making some meme bullshit. What's a Halo product? Halo product is like, you know, Mercedes, you know, Merc. They'll make the AMG GT, the big sexy crazy car. That's like the, hey, look what we can do, we mean business. And then the idea is that has a trickle down effect in terms of prestige to the rest of the product lineup. Hey, Gingerbread. Thank you for joining as a member. And man, I kind of now just want some gingerbread. I love that stuff. Have you ever had that gingerbread like cake when it's really, really thick and gooey? Oh man, that shit is the best. So what I've got to do here? Do I use this before they're... Oh! Hitbox! Hitbox! What do I do? I probably just use it on their corpses. The Jamsler dropped a $10 super saying, might sound like a crazy idea, but I'd love it if they could scale things to group size. Wouldn't it be nice to run Mythic raids with your Mythic Plus group? I think 10 to 20 is a lot of asking. So, this is a really tricky one. I mean, already a lot of Mythic mechanics, they just flat out would not work with a 5-player group. And a lot of them wouldn't even work with a 10-player group, which is why the only way that you could do a change to the Mythic rating system would be from expansion to expansion, because that's when you have an opportunity to truly say, hey, different approach, this is how we're doing it now. And then they could work that into their designs so that their designs can work at those 2 different player numbers. Why am I sitting here using single target? I'm a fucking dragon that can breathe fire. And especially, see Eternity Surge, like, you know, bam! Just does so much damage. So, look, I'll say to you, I don't think that's possible with Mythic. You know, with a Mythic dungeon group. But I guess what I will say is more interesting challenges for 5-player groups to overcome that are not a dungeon with a time trial. That would be great, wouldn't it? You know, can they take the idea of, say, a trial in Final Fantasy XIV and basically make a trial that is designed for, oh my god. Ugh. Make a trial that is designed for a, like a Mythic raid group. Or, sorry, a Mythic dungeon group. That would be pretty different. Is this, I think this is kind of progress. So, there's a lot of potential there. One thing that Blizzard is adding into the game, actually, and I think there'll be a lot of excitement over this one. We are getting a Mage Tower-like feature in this expansion. I think that's pretty damn cool. It's not going to be at launch, but it's something they're very much considering for patch content. So, I mean, even if there was like a multiplayer challenge for that, I just think that would be awesome. More ways for groups of players to play with each other, because sometimes your 5-man group, you know, it's you and 5 of your friends, and you guys may really want to play World of Warcraft together, but maybe you don't feel like a Mythic dungeon. It would be good if the game had other things for you to do. Hey, Serenity, thank you for joining up as a member as well. Here we go. Montana Point has dropped us a super. Thoughts on hard mode Mythic 20-man only content that drives the highest end guilds, but then a flex Mythic mode that scales between 10 and 20. See, the problem there is whenever you put that scaling in, there will always be breakpoints, right? Where, you know, maybe... and it was like this whenever flex was added to World of Warcraft, and I was there when that happened in patch 5.4. And you just end up with this funny issue where maybe 14 players is the optimal. And that's a real design challenge to overcome. Now, you see, it's weird because, like, I know Preach's angle is to make heroic harder. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that just because I'm trying to think about what the average player is actually like at the game. And heroic is definitely not for the average player, but I'm not sure, basically. I don't know if heroic should be harder. But you don't want a situation where, you know, you right-click and you go to difficulty modes, and we have got normal, heroic, mythic, ultimate. And maybe ultimate is the mode that is designed for Scribe and Max to duke it out. I shouldn't just say the 2 of those. There's incredible guilds incredible guilds in China and other regions who are doing, you know, incredibly well in these races. But in a way, it's like if you could just put the Race to World First content away in its fucking box and then design that to be perfect for those players, and then maybe you had something that was harder than heroic, but not quite mythic, that still was a part of the game's loot loop. But then, like, you're getting into so many difficulty levels that, I mean, they have to tune all of those fights, have the scaling work for all the different difficulty modes, and oh boy, you know, that would really be creating design challenges for them. But I mean, I still look at what you said, and I guess further to what we were saying yesterday, or sorry, earlier today's stream, that's the feeling that you've got. How can we address that feeling through the game's design? Is there a more subtle way to do it that doesn't involve overhauling, you know, core systems? I guess that's the question. Kind of hard to know. So far, hey, this is like some nice, smooth questing. I like all these zones, these locales. Hey, we've got a little in-game cutscene. No, we don't. Jibaited. Thomas dropped a super. Unfortunate that Blizz don't want to do non-humanoid races. I'm getting tired of every MMO doing humanoid races. Let us have centaurs, naga, and dragons. Here's the deal, right? So, you think about Star Trek, you think about aliens. And by the way, Star Trek guys, I know that there is a... Oh yeah, Captain Exposition. I know that there is a canonical explanation for why there are lots of humanoids. I know there is. But a lot of people, they see, you know, science fiction, and they're like, why does everyone look like a fucking standard human? With some bits added. Well, production reasons. That's why games can have more aliens. Maybe it's why the Orville can have more aliens, because it's a more modern show, so they can leverage modern techniques to be able to do that. And it's just like that for Blizzard. Oh, I missed your super. I will have to unmiss that super. It's production issues. You know, their animation system is made this way for these guys, and they might just really struggle, you know, to add more. But I understand what you mean. I will say, though, so this guy doesn't have any fins, but there's actually fins that you can choose for loads of his design elements. So the closest that you can get to a Naga is a very serpentine Drakthir. And at least with this guy, like, I know he's still pretty humanoid, but he's less humanoid than most. And it does make me think that we could go a little bit more in the non-humanoid direction. Like, this has proven to me that playable Naga are totally possible. They may not exactly look like Naga, but, you know, Naga fish people. Totally possible. Oh, Montana.0, thank you for joining up as a member too. So, yeah, it's interesting stuff. Let's have a little talk with Captain Exposition. This is fascinating, right? So you see this model. This is a model that is from the era when World of Warcraft was being built inside the Warcraft 3 engine. It's a really fascinating era. We did a video on it like a few years ago now. So what happens here? A massive Primalist prototype drops off stolen red Dragonflight eggs and orders the Primalists to infuse them with elemental power. There we go. So, elemental power being infused into the eggs. Obviously, whatever bargain is, you know, was struck with the Titans, they want to undo that shit. Right? They fucking hate the Titans. We need to work out why. Yeah, Chris, I've got your super here. Michael, I love the content. Bit of speculation for you. Do you think Ysera will come back? And will that move us into an Emerald Dream expansion? Well, Chris, I am very glad you asked that question. Because let me hit my cool new button that moves us to display capture. And I'm going to go to Wowhead. And I'll be able to show you something that's happened that's very interesting. It's got people thinking. It should be on Wowhead. At the very least, it was on my Twitter timeline. Yeah. So here's the deal. This is the new loading screen. Right? So, of course, Alexstrasza, Rathian, and this is it Bayard is the person's name? One of the principal artists at Blizzard. Oh my god, their work is sublime. Oh. So, this is kind of Ysera, and a lot of people are thinking the blue eyes thing. Is it Porter Gage? Hello. It's either Porter Gage or Samaya. They're like the two usual suspects on Big WoW tweeters. I'm not signed in. Anyway, something to do with how Ysera like got the blue eyes. So anyway, there's some people thinking this is Marithra, which is Ysera's daughter. A lot of people though just thinking, hey, these are maybe the 5 most prominent characters from those flights. In which case Ysera. Also like that little thing. I think Ysera's worn. So. Who knows with Ysera? What I can say is that the last time we saw Ysera, at the end of Shadowlands, she gets, like, not reborn, but, you know, she's there in the Shadowlands with the Winter Queen in Ardenweald, and she basically says, you know, perhaps someday she may soar above the skies in Azeroth, but that would basically kind of require, you know, an intervention or a sacrifice from Elune. So, I don't know. We could see her in this expansion, though. I think they should really cool that down and go slow with it, to be honest. But we could definitely see her. As for an Emerald Dream expansion, I don't think we're going to get an Emerald Dream expansion, really. Blizzard have been thinking about Emerald Dream expansions for a long time. I mean, you go back to the old content, even from Haven games. Big rip to Haven. You could see the old fragments of, you know, of Emerald Dream. But ultimately, Blizzard decided with Legion that they just couldn't get enough variety in the Emerald Dream as a setting. So instead, they decided to just do it as a raid. So I don't think we're going to get an Emerald Dream expansion. But we can get Ysera back. So there you go. Sarge dropped a 5 quid super and just said, loving the coverage of the alpha. Do you need an active sub to get alpha access? The answer to your question is yes. This is a new thing for this expansion, but they did add a little disclaimer that said you do need an active sub. So that certainly is something. That certainly is a change. Maybe not what everyone would like to hear, perhaps, eh? Yeah. Okay, so let's deal with some stuff. And hopefully we unlock the dragon riding feature soon as well. And after that, well, gallivant around here. I want to try... Oh, I need to pick up a fucking quest. I want to try the new trees that have came out. I want to hop into some of the new professions as well. Just stuff like that. Obi-Wan, thank you for joining us as a member. Well, actually, tell you what, you are getting us closer to unlocking more emote slots. That's pretty awesome. You're also helping the stability of what we do here, which we humongously fucking appreciate. Helps secure everyone's jobs, of course, but not only that, it also helps us expand. I have very fucking large plans and ambitions, both on the content creation front and on the game development front for, you know, after the Pale Beyond, which, of course, as I've said a few times, is in the final stages of development. The game's almost done. Pretty crazy situation. What happened is we concepted a game that we could make on time and budget. What a crazy thing to do. Believe me, that's half the fucking battle of the game, the whole games industry, is getting that bit right. And we certainly got it wrong in a few past projects. But yes, thank you very much indeed. Alexander dropped a super said, I'd prefer if they committed to the impossibility of Ysera leaving the Shadowlands and expand this limitation to deepen the plot around her. The other way just cheapens her death. Yeah, that's the thing. And, you know, me and Matt had a great conversation about this on our live show well, actually on Monday, 2 days ago. It's probably why my chest is sore, all this talking. Yeah, the Shadowlands, man. It means that every single time a character dies, you just think, oh, I wonder where they went to. I wonder what his new job is. You know, Admiral Taylor. What's up with Admiral Taylor? Our friend who they unceremoniously killed off in Warlords of Draenor. What's happened with him? Is he a blue boy? Is he sweeping the floors in some realm of the Shadowlands we haven't seen? What's he doing? Who knows? But I really hate that I have to answer that question, or even think about that question. Because I think it really cheapens aspects of the plot, doesn't it? The death doesn't mean as much. So, yeah, with Ysera, to be honest, I think they should not bring Ysera back within this expansion pack. I think that the only way that they should bring Ysera back is basically Elune dying. Maybe, you know, Elune's just fucked. Something terrible's happened in some weird, you know, fucking crazy cosmic ass expansion, whatever the hell. I mean, it could be cool. They just have to do it cool. But, you know, maybe Ysera's final act, you know, Ysera just sees that she's screwed and is like, I'll get Ysera back. And maybe that's Elune's final act in the game or something, you know, a final sacrifice. Maybe they could do something like that. But I just say that to sort of make the point where if they bring her back, there needs to be a large sacrifice. There needs to be large stakes. You know, it's almost like, you know, in the George R. R. Martin work, you know, it's like, yeah, the idea of necromancy is there, but life costs life. I think you need something to be that pivotal, or else death means nothing. Because, like, imagine if the mechanics of a Holy Paladin where you could just resurrect somebody, imagine if those were, like, commonly achievable by characters in Warcraft books. It would just ruin the whole setting. You couldn't really have Brightenbard-like situations. Like, hey, oh, Brightenbard or whatever, Brightenbrad, he's dying? Pfft, whatever, just res him. You know, it doesn't work. So, yeah, whatever they do with Ysera, there has got to be a massive price. Oh, no, Brilshar, you then said, but where does Elune go after her sacrifice? That's what I fucking hate, man. Because the old gods, they go somewhere. They go to the fucking fundamental plane of void. We've been told that. Same thing for the Titans. So it's like, where does Elune go? I don't know, but I don't like the idea of there being, you know, Zareth Lumen, Zareth Ordos, Zareth Mortis. It's like, man, why'd you have to put a Halo installation? You know, why is it that Tyrion Fordring says, please, baby Jesus, break me out of this ice cube? And now we're thinking, oh, yes, you know, from the yellow Halo ring. That's what's tricky, because so much fucking love went into Zareth Mortis. It's a really beautiful zone. And all that, but it does just make you think, there's a Halo installation in every bit of Warcraft, what are we gonna do? That's how it makes me think anyway, but maybe I'm just, you know, maybe I am just a crusty old bastard. That's always possible. Darakoon, thank you for joining up as a member as well. Oh, hey, look at this. That's a new map icon. There's something there, a dim forge. It actually has a lock icon. I'll have to check out what that is. Anyway, let's kill some of these primalists. Ah, dear, but yeah, it's like the hidden cost of Shadowlands. And here's the crazy thing, and you guys will kind of know where I'm going if you were there for the stream where I busted out Microsoft Paint. And then mislabeled it, and only caught it like 10 minutes in. But, so, Dragonflight started, or what, sorry, was in, not pre-production, but in production when World of Warcraft Shadowlands came out. And that means that pre-production for Dragonflight was happening during Battle for Azeroth. Right? So, it's that weird thing where Afrasiabi, you know, he's the creative director of World of Warcraft at the time. Now, the creative director will be very much doing the macro narrative, the multi-expansion plan. So BFA into Shadowlands was like that's the end of Afrasiabi's legacy. The best the current team could do is try to fucking pick up the bullshit that he made and try to salvage it. Now, they did not salvage it, and that is their failure. It is their failure, and there is a mild mitigating circumstance, but ultimately, there's no excuse for the narrative of Shadowlands being the way that it was. The only thing that fills me with a little bit of hope on that front... Oh, right, so this forge is actually underground. The only thing that gives me a little bit of hope is that 9.2.5 was actually pretty damn great from a narrative perspective. So there's a dim forge here, but I actually can't do anything with it. That's kind of weird. But anyway, point being... point being, we're into a new era now. So this expansion, Dragonflight, its pre-production, its concepting was happening as the team was shipping and then delivering patch content for Shadowlands. Now that does mean that there is significantly more room for the feedback of Shadowlands to be incorporated into the plot. I think a lot of the feedback of Shadowlands could be felt with how they actually did a good job of wrapping up Shadowlands in 9.2.5, which is hilariously different from how they wrapped it up in, 9.2 with the whole Jailer storyline. Was 9.2 lore good, or was everything before it terrible by comparison? I think it was really good. And it felt excellent. Because what came before was so bad. That's the way I'd kind of say that. I mean, it's an awkward situation. So, you know, so far in this zone, the Waking Shores, I'm having fun. I'm enjoying these wee set pieces. This like little fiery zone's quite nice. Now to grab the egg. Sandra. Oh. You know, with music and voice acting, I think that would have worked a lot better. But hey, there we go. So Sandrax's sacrifice means that we have got this egg. And now we need to bring it back. And yeah, Chris saying, Hope, I think Ian's 180 in a few things is maybe proof. Yeah, that's it. There's definitely different vibes coming out of Ian. It felt so much more like, look, you know, during Shadowlands, I think the company line was, look, this is what we plan to do for this expansion. That's that. And evidently that, you know, did not work super well. But, you know, talking to Asmongold, a lot of things he said in recent interviews, they have been significantly more positive than what we've experienced before. So there we go. Dragon Egg recovered. Drummer Eric99 supered saying, just wanted to say thanks for keeping me up to date with WoW news. Always looking forward to a new vid. Oh, shit, thank you, man. We've got many new vids in the works. We're trying to expand plans. Yeah, just trying to expand plans and kind of do things good. Basically, the faster I can essentially get my... I mean, for a TLDR, I mentioned some health stuff earlier. Basically, it's like a chronic pain thing. Like, at one point I was told it was fibromyalgia, but I don't think it's fibromyalgia. I think it's central sensitization playing a role, but I don't think it's fibromyalgia at all. But yeah, that's actually just legit straight up fucked my life. So, I mean, look, if you're on Patreon and there haven't been as many posts and shipping hasn't been as ideal, most of it's been because I've basically been a fucking shade of myself the last 2.5 years. Which, to be honest, really does fuck me off because this is kind of fun. This is like, I guess, dragon riding on rails. It's really fucked me off because most of the people who work at this company have never seen me even approaching 100% of my old capability, because a few months after they joined, my life went to shit. Anyway, I'm on some new pain meds, and we are working on some more solutions. Hopefully within the next month and a bit. Going to get some nerves blocked so that they can stop giving me fucking bother. And anyway, assuming that all goes okay, then, you know, I could actually be useful. And I could then push the company forward and actually achieve the things that I want to achieve with all of this. So here we go. We've met Alex Strasza. This is a really pretty area. Go away, GeForce Experience. What the? Control Z? My UI go away? Well, here's a, I guess, cool little demo. Key bindings. Can I just go for hide UI? No. Where is the UI hiding? Toggle UI? Hello? Miscellaneous? Miscellaneous? Other? Ah, fuck it, I don't wanna hold up the stream for that. So anyway, where are we? We are over here for the Mandate of the Red quest. Is this not so fucking pretty? Oh, Alt-C, which also is... Ah, yeah, right. So if I do Control Alt-C, it doesn't trigger GeForce Experience. Deadly. Man, is this shit not so beautiful. I feel like the art team, like, they always hit it out of the park, but I think they've especially hit it out of the park this time around. Alitan dropped a super saying, "Did you play Galakrond's Awakening? Was it nice?" I assume you mean the Galakrond's Awakening Hearthstone content. Unfortunately, I have not played that. It is on my list. What I can tell you is that people, you know, the Hearthstone people really seem to love that stuff. It's time to learn dragon riding, everyone. This is what I've been waiting for. We are going to get vanilla dragon flying. Vanilla dragon flying. Okay. Some of the younger dragons have expressed intense interest in exploring every corner and secret hiding place in this renewed land. Even those are not readily reached from the ground. They're eager to work with you. Deadly. Time to learn dragon riding. So this is going to feel shitty to me because I am used to the big, mega powered up dragon riding. But we're gonna see how the system feels then. Oh, just me. Thank you for the super sticker. Oh man. Each egg requires careful supervision. Okay. Wait till you see Paladin talents there. Puking emoji. Uh-oh. I think Matt thought Ret was cool. I'm not sure. Are your dragon riding skills account-wide? Cosmetics are. They said they still haven't made a decision on power. Power must be account-wide, Blizzard. Must be account-wide. Please, dudes. Please. Please, please, please make it account-wide. Because when you have, like, uber dragon riding and you feel super powerful and you've gained that mastery over the world, leveling up a new toon is going to feel so good. So good. So they really, I think they should do it like that. Anyway, we've got some characters to have a chat to here. So yeah, just look, the egg pools, I'm fucking staying here out of hope, right? You know, it's like the fucking guards in Gondor. They're guarding the white tree because of hope. Well, that's it. You know, it's been a pretty dire situation for the dragons. You know, their egg problems. Mandate of the Red. Alright, I actually just need to go to an NPC and sell stuff. I was doing a whole bunch of crafting. Earlier. Alright, so let's go talk to this other dude here. Lord Andestraz. And find out. Hopefully we'll actually get to see... I mean, there's like a little skill thingy, is that? Ah, it's tailoring, okay. I want to see where the dragon riding NPC is. Rain or other weather effects you've seen in the Dragon Isles? Well, it's kind of interesting. I think there's a new rain effect in Stormwind, and what's weird is some people found that the view distance was higher in Stormwind when it was raining. I presume because maybe it was the new rain effect? I'm not exactly sure, but it's kind of interesting.
You are welcome.
Oh, look here. Ambassador of the Artisans Consortium. That's the group who run the craft order system, the work order system in this expansion. That's kind of neat. All right, let's learn. Let's see. How do Blizzard teach new players about dragon riding? This is going to be... Oh, great. Here's the dragon riding trainer. And okay, we don't have his UI yet. Okay, so we got dragon riding. We got the renewed Proto Drake. Let's get these guys on our bars and actually get going. Right, this is the thing I've been looking forward to. Okay, glide and land in the targeted area. Sure thing, dude. Well, there's one ring. Very easy. It's kind of like, yeah, Night Stalker. It's just like the soaring training. But this feels like, this doesn't feel like the sort of thing you do in WoW. Do you remember when TBC came out and you did the bombing quest for the first time? And I know those are like super baby now. We're so used to something simple like that. But it was like, whoa, that's different. I haven't done that in Warcraft before. Well, this kind of feels like that, you know? It's a new fantasy being delivered. So that oh! Oh! This is the... Oh, they've changed this. They've changed this. Right, I actually saw one of the patch notes here. One of the patch notes was they added basically stuff to turning to make it more weighty. So glide through the rings, land in the target area. I guess jump down. 1, 2, 3. And I almost missed that one. Okay, so they're getting momentum in more. I wonder what that means for how it's going to feel. Interesting. Well, quest done. And it'll take me back. Is there another quest, or is that it? I cannot wait to see what their talent tree is like. Yeah, again, just dive through more rings, go to the target area, and of course the abilities I've got: Skyward Ascent, which flaps you up, Surge Forward, flaps you forward, Whirling Surge zooms you forward, and then 4 is Bronze Rewind. Rewind your positional timeline to return to when you last left the ground. So if you fuck up, you can use this, and it'll take you back to where you were. It's pretty neat. So I want to see... Wow, look at that momentum and my upward movement, right? Whoa, I have weight now. What the hell? Interesting. I also missed a bunch of those, but that's okay. I have weight. Instead of it just... Because previously, right? You know, if I was going like this, and I moved my camera and then I right-clicked, I would snap. But now there's actually a turning circle. There's actually weight. Just so that we have an appropriately good... Oh, yeah, and there's another thing, too. They said they have a thing where the camera FOV changes to emphasize speed. Now, you can turn that off if you want for motion sickness and accessibility reasons. But that's really interesting. This is the thing they have to get right, or else this system will not feel as good as it did previously. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a big swoop up for number 5. I guess what I want to see is... Oh, wait, I actually have to land at the target area? Yeah, did you see how these swoops feel? Very different? Uh-oh. Oh, my momentum kind of carried weird there. That's probably just an alpha bug. Very interesting. Manuel says, is this better or worse? I don't know just yet. I'll have to get a better feeling of it. The previous iteration felt fantastic. And for Warcraft, I would always say err in the direction of feeling over things being weighty sometimes just because of how WoW feels. Right, so I've got to go to the Skytop Observatory. So let's just see how this is. Go like this. That felt pretty good. Let's see, do my abilities feel any different? I mean, man, look at this. I am going through the world so fast. So fast that I'm, in fact, having bizarre lag issues. Now, will I even be able to make it up here? The answer is no. Thankfully. Where's my dragon riding skills? My dragon riding skill bar is, like, disappeared. Did you see that? That was really bizarre. Okay, anyway, we're up here now. So we're going to get the Rostrum Cipher, which unlocks the ability to... Oh, okay, get the customizations. Fair enough. So now it's time to show you the customization system for these. Yeah, that's it. This is maybe going to feel a bit more clunky, but it'll feel more realistic. It'll feel more weighty. This will definitely add skill cap. Okay, so I do that. Click on this, and now we can customize our Drake. Right, so here's some different... let's go for those. Keep them a bit lighter. The back can be... The lighting's weird here. Body 1, body 2. Doesn't seem to be really a difference. Oh, wow. Oh. Why is my visage form here? That must be a mistake. Okay, so there's a renewed. There's the cliffside one, which is this like little smaller kind of wyverny dude. My Drakthir form. Okay, this is like bringing in things that should not be here. So the lighting's a bit fucked, but hey, we can see the different things. I guess what I'm interested in is, can I actually change the overall color? Not yet. Hopefully that will be possible at some stage. Anyway, not that many customizations available. Hairy dragons, so that's taking on a thing that started in DeviantArt probably about 10-15 years ago, maybe? Anyway, so some basic dragon customizations. We haven't unlocked most of them. Yeah, that's it. Midnight Club dragons. But that's a big system, and all those cosmetic unlocks are account-wide, of course. So, the way that they should be. Now, let's go to this guy, and hopefully we can see the talent tree for this. Okay. Any year now, Mr. Video Game. And okay, they're going to teach me more. So I suppose some more advanced training. Do you know what? Can I turn off those Lua errors? Nah, I don't know if I can turn the pop-ups off. It just seems like this bugs with every single quest. It doesn't matter too much. That's just alpha shit. Oh! Open the skill track. I don't think I'm supposed to see that yet. Look for glyphs like the one behind me to gain more skills at dragon riding. As you okay, so this is like little collectibles in the world. How do I... Maybe this isn't one that I collect. Maybe that's just like a little demo. Okay, so I just look for those glyphs, and currently this thing is broken. Okay. Interesting. We'll see. Yeah, I know there was a command to turn the Lua errors off, but I forget how to actually get it. Yeah, it ain't that. Lua is not going to bring anything up, probably. Bug? If you can remember what that thing's called, let me know. Okay. Is this a race? Do we got to do a race? Dragon races. Hey, this is new. Alright, all around the Isles you may find places perfectly suited to glide in. Only available while conditions are favorable, and can earn extra rewards. Rewards, eh? Sign me up. The Skytop Scramble, this is called, apparently. So far, all it means is I can't move. So, /console script error 0. You're all heroes. Thank you. Whoops. Got a space in there. Oh, I'll do that later. Where am I going? Where am I going? What? What? Where am I? I don't understand where the rest of the race is. The other players went over here, but I don't have, like, a marker? What? I am very, very confused right now. Wow, look at this speed! Oh, is this the camera field of view thing? Yeah, man, look at that! What they do with my FOV to give you the sense of speed. That's awesome. That feels so good. Fortunately, though, I'm actually not able to use Bronze Rewind. Now, how do I get back up here? That's the big question. I am a Drakthir, so, you know. I can soar. Is Evoker fun? It's fun enough in the open world, yeah. The big question I think that we all have is how are they going to feel in a mythic dungeon? Or, you know, a raid setting. And those things I have literally just not done yet. And so look, the idea of a race, that is cool. Unfortunately, I'm kind of just stuck here for a sec. I want to do that race, but it didn't... I mean, okay, maybe I was wrong. I was expecting to see circles to fly through to, like, actually guide the whole race, but that evidently is not what was going on. Yeah, so the flying is fundamentally falling with style, but I think you guys could see with the camera FOV changes they've implemented, depending on your speed, like, that felt really good. Obviously, I completely lost the race. Okay, the race just didn't load in correctly for me, apparently. Well, that's neat, though. So by the time 4 players sign up for that race, everyone just gets to go and do a race. So, I think we should do the race. If I can remember where the damn thing is. Was it over here? That looks a little busted. No, it was not over there. It was, like, over here somewhere. It's like 120 FOV. Yeah, something like that. Oh, whoops. Ah, well, it'll... What are these? What are these bubbles? I don't know what those bubbles are. Well, look, the idea that you can race your friends, that's really cool. All right. Now, because I technically am in the race, I cannot join the race. I'll do that later. Yeah, I'll check if Sora's changed in a little bit. I imagine it has. You know, just so that it has the momentum and everything. Anyway, soon I think we'll get to see the talent tree for this. Oh, yeah, I need to use that script. Now, hopefully this means... Yeah, good. Those are turned off. As you explore, we'll be there to aid you in your dragon riding journey. Hey, awesome! Now, an NPC that is going to give me talents for this. That's what I want to find. Dragon riding trainer. Fantastic. Rodolfo Rodriguez has dropped us a super saying, do you think they will give dragon flying to the old Drake or dragon mounts that we earned in previous X-Packs? Right. Off the face of it, no. Not going to happen right now. But if the feature is actually liked by players, Blizzard have said that, you know, that they'll see and they might actually do it. So unfortunately, this isn't working. I know one of these existed at another place, so perhaps I can return back to this other side of the map and maybe I will be able to actually customize this. Because I think like it's the talents and the progression that will feel good. Now, I suppose then that means with what I'm dealing with right now is base dragon riding, and you could certainly see I had the ability to generate some severe speed there. So I'm just going to wait until I generate full vigor. Yeah, so look, I really want them to put dragon riding into the old expansions. Honestly, guys, when you do this, you can't go back. You cannot go back. It is so much more fun. It's truly great. And also, it's just faster. And, I mean, you get to where you want to go faster. And that does feel good. But it doesn't feel like cheating or anything because you do actually have to fly there. Jake W says, as someone who has spent countless hours just messing about with the wingsuit in Just Cause, falling with style is perfectly fine for me. Yeah. Oh, I remember playing Just Cause 1 way back in the day. That was a fun experience. So here, you know, I'm not getting up any crazy speed. I'm going to have to burn off quite... Oh, yeah, I see that. I'm blue, but I'm... Oh, I know I'm generating vigor. I don't know what's going on with these talent trees. Anyway, back we go to Alex Straza. And our next quest over there. But we have loads of bronze timekeepers here. Those bronze timekeepers are the NPCs who let us do little time trial races. So I'll do some time trial races. I really want to see how those feel now that they've changed up the mechanics on me. So let's go over and do that. And maybe it'd be cool like if the time trial races like gave you maybe talent points or something. Oh, I can't do this because I'm still in this friggin' race. Maybe if I log out and in again, it'll kick me out of that race and I can sign up to other things. Yeah. It's kind of funny, you know, grapple hooks, gliding. There's just so many games are putting those things in because they feel fun. Is the UI pure vanilla, August? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This actually seems really boring. I mean, if you think this is boring, you must think that TBC flying is the most boring thing in the universe then, because it's got literally no gameplay. This actually has gameplay. You feel speed. You know, you feel speed. It's satisfying. I'm still in that damn race, which seems to be locking me out of talking to those NPCs. Basically, the race didn't spawn correctly for me, so it ended up being busted. Now, there is a flight trainer around here, so I'll go talk to them. It's almost like having to interact with the world is entertaining. Yeah. Yeah, they're actually trying to make World of Warcraft have gameplay instead of just be MMO number go up, and I massively commend that decision. I mean, it's just what they've needed to do for quite a long time, in fairness. But they're doing it now, so when they finally start doing it, we've got to praise that. Yeah. Is flight possible for current Drakes? Yeah. Either they add animations or they just do something that... Oh. Either they add animations or they do something, you know, with just like generic spell effects. That, you know, kind of makes sense. So what can I do here? My 2 is a little movement speed flap. My 3... What's my 3 do? Calls insects? Oh, friendly insects. This, you know what, actually, this one, just because it has a little bit more freedom than most vehicle quests, this reminds me of, you know, the Spyro levels? Right, in Spyro, where you'd get those little, you know, the little mini-games in Spyro? That was always fun. That said, I am an EU, and these are NA servers, so maybe I should stick to the more simple targets. Yeah, but it's gonna be interesting to check out what's up with the various different classes after this. I want to know what's got the mages unhappy. I guess it's fundamentally the problem, like, because they're not adding a massive amount of things, the best they can do is give you back what you already had, but then give you a few interesting options. And maybe there's just a few cases where they're having to put in a little bit of filler into the trees, and people are feeling that. Because certainly designing talent trees in this style is a entirely different design challenge to the, you know, the mob style talents where they're, I mean, it's just, you know, 1 of 3 options, right? Us mages are never truly happy. I mean, my other main was a hunter. We definitely were never truly happy. Hey, Alexander, thank you for the $10 super, man. I don't think I need to do that game. Man, it still has me in this damn race. Whoa! That, like, knocked me backwards. That was odd. Interesting. I need to find a vendor. I think Hunter is so... Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Hunter these days. But they have been putting iteration in. So, you know, there is some hope. It was interesting. Like, it's on the Clips channel now from one of our... Where we go? One of our last streams. It was fun making a Hunter that doesn't use... at all... any hard cast aim shots. I mean, I can't imagine it's viable. But... it was kind of fun to put together. Now, is there anywhere in this godforsaken place where I could find a flight trainer? I believe the flight trainer is over here. No, I must believe incorrectly. Yeah, the zones are, like, so cool. And that's a nice thing about the dragon riding. Evidently, the dragon riding has left Blizzard significantly more, just, like, feeling okay making the place large. And that feels great. It feels so much more like a world. And I think scale, I mean, scale really does help with a fantasy world. Oh. Yeah, I'd take Legion MM over the current. Right, so Storms came in. Hey, look there, some custom animations happening. This is the first raid boss of this expansion. One of the primal incarnates. Storm one. But isn't it nice that those in-game cinematics kind of like actual like custom animations in the characters? They're not flapping around doing emotes, looking daft. It's a pretty damn big improvement. Hop on a dragon riding mount and report to this character. Oh yeah, down here. Even just stuff like this. I mean, compare the time getting from there to down here on a TBC style mount. Oh, dragon riding is so much faster. Like I think you can go you know, you can go down faster than you can fall. Pretty much. Enraged and then even in a situation like this, what if I don't want to go through some okay, that's fine. I can just do that. You know, you can still go really fast. This Enraged Cliff has got quite a lot of health, as it turns out. Oh, it's gone. Oh, it's turned into little dudes. Interesting. Yeah, so rapid fire's fun in UMM, but you know, there was something about marking all of your targets and then just unleashing this friggin', you know, crazy storm of, you know, it's like you mark the vulnerable target and then you hit whatever the button was, and, you know, you just like, you know, you'd fire off so many different, you know, attacks to the enemy. That felt so good in the old system from Legion, and that's obviously, you know, not possible in the new one, so. Oh, I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. That's stupid. Now, eventually, you will be able to do a landing that stuns or slows enemies. So I think that's pretty key. Because, like, there's like dismount animations in Guild Wars 2. That's pretty good there. Oh, time for life, I think? And of course, with Eternity Surge, I can just delete targets like that, which does feel pretty good. Yeah, it's kind of weird, the not anger. You know, I think some of it's dissipating with Dragon Riding now that just about everyone is saying that it's fun. Just there's a lot of suspicion initially. But it's, look, it's that thing. World of Warcraft has needed its fundamentals. Like, you know, it's needed those to be invested in for such a long time so that it feels like a modern game. And they had not done that in such a long time. And Dragon Riding is like one of the first times we've actually seen Blizzard try to implement something that feels modern, that is fun in terms of just feel, that is fun as a toy. And wow, I went really far up there. And that's something that WoW just does not tend to get. So, you know, it is good that it's done like that. Okay, I need to find a vendor that I can talk to. Oh, is this, Nathal? What dungeon's this? Oh, this is the Life Pools dungeon. Why can't I find updates for Windwalker Monk? Is it the same? They just haven't been implemented yet. Oh, the Ruby Life Pools dungeon. One of the things that is good about this expansion is they are slowly rolling out the class changes in progressive alpha pins. Thondir, hey, what's up, man? I'm the owner of all pin manufacturing factories in the world. All of them? Interested in a pin manufacturing collab? Yes. Totally, I'm always open to collabs. And pins, I mean, fuck, dude, I'm sure you know pins are hard to do right. Do you always click spells? Fuck no. Fuck no, that is how to... Wow, that's a spell that's a weather effect. Interesting. Alright, rescue some dudes. Oh, I need to clear out my bags so badly. We've got a harpoon, a big proto-drake. Well, that was more spell effect than I'm used to seeing in this game, that's for sure. Okay. Alright, we're going... What, like way up here? Oh, that's great. Right, I can like almost move myself like backward a little bit using that. Oh, would you look at that? John on our team owns all the NVIDIA 3080s in the world. Factual. Man, this is a pretty cool area. So this is the shit that fuck, is that it? Are the Primal Elementalists just like Team Magma and basically the Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire antagonists? Is that what they are? Just the two of them like merged in together. Man, Ruby and Sapphire, those were good games. I think they're still my favorite Pokemons. Though, fair play to the Pokemon team. As much as Arceus looks fucking bonkers, it looks insane. I mean, from a visual standpoint, it's like, how the hell do they ship that? But as a video game, they're actually innovating in Pokemon. That's a crazy thing to say. Big arcane reverbs. So that's one of the ways I can do loads of damage, right? Charge Burst has a chance to reset its own cooldown. It'll still cost resources, but yeah, when you do that within the 4-second window after casting 2 Azure Strikes, it does a fuckload of damage. So you can basically get like a big single target blast with that. It would be cool if the Dragon Riding had a few more, like... Oh, I totally fucked that up. A few more just combat effects. I really like them to see, just to see them expand that slightly more. I think that would be fun. That elite mob did not feel like an elite mob. Yeah, they seem to be using that marker to denote it being a quest mob. Or something like that. But I mean, look at this Dragon Riding. I mean, I can just... Oh yeah, Arceus, like, it isn't polished, but I mean... From the bits that I played, it felt refreshing anyway, and that's, you know, typically not what you feel. Oh, can I have some health, please? But I still enjoyed Arceus. It was good to see them move things. Okay. So we're almost the maximum level for this build. Oh, I lost all my momentum there. Maximum level is 72. 62? Yeah, 62. So here I can use Pyre, which you just throw a little ball, it explodes. With some of your talents, you can have a 30% chance of bouncing again. So imagine a situation, you have a whole bunch of the does it Essence Burst or whatever. You have a few of those, you have a bunch of Essence, and you just unleash like a friggin', I don't know, 6 Pyres in the enemy at once, and you know, 2 of them bounce again, and your whole screen will be yellow, essentially. Right, let's kill some Proto Drakes. Is gear hidden in the U-Race? Yep. They do have gear that you choose in the barbershop, but yeah. The reason why is just it would be way too hard to make the regular tier actually fit. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible, but evidently it's just not something that's within budget. No doubt they will, you know, they would have wanted to do that if they could. So if you think about why they didn't, is it because they didn't have the idea to do that? No, it's clearly because of time and budget. And you might think, time and budget, your World of Warcraft? Well, yeah, but even with 500 to 600 people working in the game, there's still only so much they can do within the allotted development time of a WoW expansion, unfortunately. I hope players realize flying is just a small percentage of a player's game time. If dragon flying is the most it has to offer, it'll flop in a few months. Don't think about it like that. I think that's a very, you know, singular way of thinking about things. What dragon riding is locomotion. And to anyone who does world content, locomotion is a core part of the game experience. So it's not like people are just going to be getting dragon riding and then riding around in circles, and that's the feature. No, the feature is that when you're doing things for a rep, when you are doing a world quest, when you are doing anything out in the world, going to a world boss, the point is that that's more fun. That the very basic movement in World of Warcraft is more fun. In the same way that movement in, I mean not the same way, but like movement in the new Doom is really fun. Movement in the new Halo is really fun. Like, movement mechanics just are core to a game feeling great. So, it's not just like a little flash in the pan thing. It's a fundamental change for the game. So, it will allow everything else around it to be significantly more enjoyable. In the same way that, like, you know, BFA, its world quests weren't fun, and the movement between them wasn't fun. Well, what happens if you at least make the movement between them fun, and then you make the world quest, you know, you tune them to be a little faster, right? You know, then you end up in a position where players have a significantly more fun version of the Legion era map clearing that evidently people liked. So, you know, for me, it's just thinking about things as overall, what do they mean for the game? And gameplay is not just, it's not just pieces, it's how the pieces come together. So dragon riding is very important for how the pieces come together, especially because it opens up more, world design possibilities and things like that. So it's, yeah. Oh, there, Chris. Further to the pin thing, true facts, I own Disney, that's why I can afford the sub. Well, there you go. If you've got problems with any of your favorite Disney content, take up Chris. But who knows? I mean, maybe they do own a few pin factories. I mean, someone actually emailed me a while ago who did, and it's terrible. I never got back to the email, and it was stupid of me. I really should. And I've lost the email now, which is triply annoying. But I believe their mother actually does the pins for Disney. And if you're not aware, Disney do a pretty damn good job at pins. Alright. And on we go. There we go. Super from Gear Guts Mech Shop, who said, something to think about with that Dragon... the Dragonflight Underground map, with Dragonflight being a key feature. Could we be flying around underground caverns? Yeah. I mean, could you imagine, they do underground Azeroth, but you are flying through, like, big sort of Tolkien-style, underground caverns, right? Like, say in the movies anyway, like the Gandalf Balrog fight. Could be some pretty cool shit. So, yeah, I think dragon riding just opens up more ways of creating vistas, more ways of just doing cool shit. And that's why I'm excited about it. It's another tool that the designers have. And that means that, if they have the chops, they can make good use of whatever the new potential that they have is. This is actually kind of cool, questing with Rathian and Alex Straza. It's not every day that goes on. Oh my god, now I'm hyped for 10.1, Lamau. yeah, a bit like that. Okay, so the eggs represent a new generation of dragonkind. They must be protected and fostered. Yet, my heart aches, I worry for Rathian. I fear his stubborn determination will lead to folly. You have been a trusted friend over the years. Perhaps you could go in my place and help him. Alex Straza is talking to me as if I know her better than Jaina. You know the way Jaina talks to you like she's never fucking seen you before? So, I mean, this is actually appreciated in terms of how that's being written. I'm sure Jaina has quest text that's like that too. It's just, the whole Walker thing. That was pretty lame. But okay, time to go meet Rathian. Very keen to see what Rathian's story is going to be like. Because there's the whole thing of it's either him or Sibelian get to lead the Black Flight. And you could argue that Sibelian's got more of a birthright than Rathian does to that, which is kind of interesting. I've got a profound feeling I've went the wrong way. Who knows? Not that bad. And certainly, I've ran out of momentum. I saved there more. Why does Jaina hate me? I just wish that they were able to pay off, the relationship that you actually have with characters. Jake W, speaking of flying around in circles for hours, it's no accident that the race with wings also has a gathering racial bonus. Oh, yeah, no, the gathering racial, I assume it hasn't changed. Discerning Eye. Yeah, it's not implemented, but it increases your perception. Perception is one of the statistics that's a part of the new crafting system. In this case, gathering. So it increases the radius of tracking mining and herbalism nodes, but also the chances of you finding a rare material whenever you gather from one of them. So that's kind of cool. But just adding more to all this shit. Anyway, Rathian, right. Is he losing himself? What's going on?
Speak your mind.
With you now here, my plan will certainly succeed. For years, I have fostered the Black Talon, teaching and encouraging them to pursue the same heights you have reached. Of course, you'll remember the Black Talons from Mists of Pandaria, his bodyguards. They're still here. Are you still using pure default UI? Yep, this is all default, but not yet finished from the UI revamp. They may not have achieved the same lofty goals as yourself, but they are accomplished in their own right. They make me proud. Each would be honored if you test their skills. Cool, time to fight to fight his boys. A super here from Cram, who said, as someone who made potholes going in circles and chat with Dalaran, etc., locomotion was vital, keeping me from logging out. That's it. That's it. It's like you make the basics of the game fun and everything else can kind of flow from that. Ross H dropped a super. Now that we're going back to Azeroth, what is an unfinished plot, quest, story you'd like to see them... Oh, do, okay. To be honest, it's Lordaeron. I just want to see more of what happens. Let's review their battle plans. More of Lordaeron. Honestly, it's all the little things. Regions. I want regions to be updated. I want to know what's going on in the Plague Lands now. I want to know what's going on with Booty Bay. What are they doing? What's up with the pirates? How have those things changed? Obviously, Teldrassil is a storyline. Gilneas. You know, Gen got some good news about Gilneas in patch 9.2.5, but I want to see what that actually means. You know? So I think that's really what my answer to that question is. And if there was ever a WoW patch that just said, World of Warcraft, comma, the other shit that went down that isn't in the main expansion. That would be like the most exciting patch to me. Basically. So, yeah, something along those lines. I suspect the Jardine have instead used their elemental magic to crack the earth beneath the citadel, entering from within Nethalaris, the Obsidian Fortress. Yes, Nethalaris is one of the dungeons that was tested in the last build. If the walls of the citadel are built to withstand the Jardine, they will surely prove a challenge to us as well. Alright. World of Warcraft, some shit to do coming March. Yeah! Yeah, that's what I want. It's like the promise of a world revamp. It's probably what made Cataclysm like pop so much at its start. It was just like the fundamentally people are just excited about that idea. So let's go fight some of Rathian's assassins. But I'm lazy, and I want to get the quest done quickly. So let's just fight a few of them. And do that. And, oh shit, I have actually... Oh! I didn't know they would do a charge stun. And also, Landslide. I want a different, yeah. If I had used Landslide, that would have been fine. Landslide is so powerful. It just roots everyone. And then with this talent here... yeah. 200% more damage before breaking. Assassinated indeed! Yeah, they really, pretty much deleted me, didn't they? I bit off a bit more than I can chew. That's one of the fun things about Drakthir Evoker, actually. You can kind of do big old gigapools pretty good. I mean, as long as you play reasonably, of course. But then times when you're just pumping a few disintegrates in, like, doesn't feel as sort of fast and fun. Now this. Yeah, Arcane Reverberation, that does so much damage. But I still don't have a sense of how this is going to feel in a raid, and that is the thing that concerns me. Because there's just times where different bits of the talent tree, they feel like they're fighting each other a little bit. Oh! 2 of them. Bye! So with that, I mean, look at that route. Is that not pretty crazy? So, you know, from there I can just kind of do what I want. And goodbye to them. Yeah. Sean, morning. Also a poll for everyone whose mind went straight to How to Train Your Dragon when... Oh, hang on. What is going on here? Utter hijinks. Oh, this is actually bad news. This is bad news. Wait, it's not bad news. I can just do an instacast Essence Burst. And then because I can cast while moving, and we'll use that to increase my armor by 200%, which was not enough. Yeah, I think another player was fighting those while I was looking at chat, and then they all just kind of went on me. Those boys do plenty of damage. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of thoughts going to How to Train Your Dragon in this one, I guess. I've only seen the first movie, though. I hear the second one's good, and then the third one is very controversial. I know it was really enjoyed in the US, but a lot of my friends thought that it had a very America-centric very America-centric, like, oh, you can't have the good thing because society's shit. You know, that kind of storyline. I think it's just that thing, you know, obviously. It's like after 2016, the tone of some things just seemed to change. Or some shit like that. That's kind of like the vibe that I got from my friends talking about the third How to Train Your Dragon.
The universe is full of mystery.
But I don't really know if any of that's true, to be completely honest. When you have the chance, can Soar be cast while hovering? I'm curious if Hover then Soar is an option if you get dismounted, knocked off a cliff, etc. You cannot use Soar in combat. So unfortunately, that is a no, just because of that. So how the books go, lol. Yeah, I mean, like, as I said, I don't know, but yeah, no, a lot of people I know just didn't really. They did not like how it went.
You stand before the Black Prince. Never let your guard down.
And I think now the rest of that is all in those like the TV shows where you can clearly tell there's a lower budget. And it's weird because like the backgrounds are beautiful, but the animation is so much more cheap, and it has to be, of course. Alright, what's up with Rathian? We also have myself. I am an incalculable advantage. Alright, Rathian. Alright. He's always been a bit like that, hasn't he? Bit of an arrogant dickhead. Okay, so from what he's observed, Jaradine's society is built on strength. Among forces below are 3 examples of the mightiest, so I need to kill him. And take out their defenses. Alright. There was a thing there about streaming a sore throat. Yeah, streaming's definitely sore in your throat. Like, you can actually feel it in, you know, the, like, 2 little flaps of your vocal cords. It definitely feels weird. So I need to work out, like, how it's actually even possible to do streaming long-term without doing damage. Okay, so if I use this, the Black Talon Assassins will apparently come in. Oh, yeah, just like some little dudes I can summon in. Fair enough. Always standing in the fire for one more cast. Once a WoW player, always a WoW player. Oh, fuck you. That's just our fate. Ow. Big ow, actually. That's nice. I do feel a bit more squishy than previous. This is probably a good thing, to be honest. God, man, that's the thing with streaming. You're always sitting there looking at chat, and then your character's dead. Okay, anyway, here's one of the powerful dudes killed. Yeah, oh yeah, see that mammoth? You can ride that. Don't know how you get it, but that is a rideable, like that model is present in the mount pool. A few of them are, actually. So this is, I think, very much some of the aesthetic of our first raid, perhaps? I'm not sure where the first raid is. I thought it was around here, but now we're just here in the starting zone. So no, that's like where the Jaradine are. Maybe that's not the first raid. Anyway, right, where's the next NPC? We got a named NPC we have to kill. Ah, up this tower. Good thing we have dragon riding. So we'll root him in place. Use that ability, and this just gets me loads of essence bursts. Honestly, kind of more essence bursts that I can really pump into disintegrates, which does feel like a bit odd. Just one of those times where this spec can kind of feel weird. Oh! I didn't see the stun coming. Alright, well. I suppose that's the problem when your whole game plan is to wait till you're low and then heal yourself up with Living Flame. You are just going to get fucking, yeah, obliterated. But hey! That's actually a good thing. That is a good thing. We should have We should have mobs kill you in the open world, goddammit. You know, have those mechanics matter. That's... Do you remember the Timeless Isle? That's when that was some of my favorite in there. Just because, you know, in the Timeless Isle, I mean, shit was actually danger. Really, so many lessons of the Timeless Isle that I kind of wish they could kind of carry over. There was something about the flow of slowly moving your way up the Timeless Isle as you sort of dealt with those like more and more troublesome mobs, where they had very simple but very clear and punishing mechanics. It was just like a real winning formula, wasn't it? So it'd be cool if they just were able to succeed at that again. Okay, well, let's get our Black Talon dudes in. Actually, you know what? Let's just see how much damage they have. See how well Rathian's trained his boys. Oh, hey! Oh my god, $500 Mexican from Thondir. Holy shit. Says, love your content, love your chat, except people who don't get a joke and say it's the internet. Cringe be a word. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all you do. Can't wait for the Pale Beyond. Me too. It's coming soon. I can't tell you. I can't tell you. I really wish I could. We have our... oh, hang on. Let's not literally die to every fucking enemy. How about that? Let's use abilities right. How about that? Okay, Obsidian Scales time. Yes, time to just kill dudes. Oh my god. Hey, there's like a lot of damage comes out from these guys. I can barely even self-heal. Oh, that was Hover, not Wing Buffet. Whoops. Now, my real issue here is, of course, mana. I think my only gambit is to kind of... Is that like two named mobs I'm basically fighting? Fuck me sideways. Fuck me sideways. Too much focusing on chat. I don't know how people are able to look at chat and play like Valorant at the same time. I should play Valorant. Oh, that would be so embarrassing. That would be so embarrassing. But Valorant does look really fun, doesn't it? Yes. How about I fucking deal with these enemies in the right order, like not like a fucking gype. Ugh. Okay. And they changed the UI in the HUD. Yeah, I looked over that at the start of the stream. It's pretty minor. Basically, there's a grid now, and you can move the, you know, like the player frames and that shit. So it's, look, progress is slow, unfortunately, but they're getting there. How's the storyline turning out? Look, stuff seems solid. I'm kind of, I don't want to say I'm purposefully not paying attention. Because it's not that I'm not paying attention. It's that it kind of is that. I don't want to pay full attention in a time where, like, they clearly haven't implemented, you know, the voice acting, and I'm even doing my attorney search like that. Like, they haven't implemented the voice acting or, you know, any of the real good shit. So, I feel like I want to pay attention to the narrative when they're actually kind of, you know, firing on all cylinders with it, instead of just, you know, you're doing it like this and you don't really get any of the craft of it because the VO isn't there, because, you know, the cinematics aren't all there. It's, yeah, just not really the time to go fully big in story. Yeah, like, there is a new dungeon. I wonder, maybe if time works out okay, I'll actually be able to run the new dungeon. It would be kind of cool to do it in this character and see how it feels. Because Drakthir it's certainly very different. How can I be excited for a game that isn't properly supported? I mean, what do you mean by that? They've said there's going to be more patches. That's their plan. More patches than last time. Right? And I mean, they evidently do support it. Like, it was still a supported game during during Shadowlands. Wasn't exactly the game we wanted. But no, WoW, I mean, to say, like, you know, oh, WoW's in maintenance mode, like, that's a bit silly. They just purchased, or they just acquired an entire company, the Proletariat, with 100 developers to work specifically on World of Warcraft to increase the team size, so it's getting more and more supported, if anything. I mean, it was not supported enough recently, that's definitely true. Supported like Path of Exile. Yeah, I mean, PoE does get a lot of content and things, but also a game like PoE, I mean, maybe it's just easier to develop or something. I don't mean easier, like, obviously it does have its challenges, but, you know, it's just the way that it's being made. They really have to show they will add more content than Shadowlands. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's definitely true. It's where the people think it's cool to hate WoW. If you don't like it, don't play it. Ah, like, I'm mixed on that. It's like, if you don't like it, but you did in the past, then it's absolutely fair to, you know, voice being frustrated at, you know, where it's ended up. Although, I guess there's definitely a point where it's like, alright, for the good of your health, maybe it's just worth playing another game, because clearly, with WoW, you're barking up the wrong tree. And to be honest, I got pretty fucking close to that a lot of times. It's just, I kind of enjoyed making war videos, I enjoyed the craft of it, so that's honestly what kept me there when otherwise I'd be out. But with this expansion, things are shaping up better, so... I need to get my hotkeys done better. They are currently very silly. Will LVUI be needed after these changes? Depends on the kind of player you are. A lot of people are going to think so, for sure, and in many cases they'd be right. Many cases they would be right. But this is a lot better. You'll certainly be able to play with minimal add-ons. I don't think you won't need Elf. You won't need Elf. But maybe if you want to run, you know, a 20 keystone or something, maybe you will feel like you need Elf, just to have the sorts of customizations that you want. Like, you can do WoW without the big add-ons, but, you know, they are so much nicer with the add-ons. Just got in. How's the alpha looking? Pretty good. Yeah, like, so far, this is one of the best alphas they've ran, straight up. I know a lot of people don't want to believe that, but no, it is. It is the way they're rolling out the weekly builds. Their communications have been an absolute cut above anything they've ever done before for a test period. We still have to see if that translates to a game that's got a really good endgame, obviously. So, you know, that's absolutely not a sure thing. But the base conditions for something to be very successful are more present here than they have been in the past, I would say.
Speak your mind.
Okay, so quest's done.
Azeroth faces many threats.
Should probably unlock some... no, I need to go to the rostrum to unlock those, things.
We meet again, champion.
Gain control of the Obsidian Citadel. Well, this seems like a big quest. Alright, ready to begin the assault? What does that look like? I always want to see what kind of set piece can Blizzard achieve in the game. I'm always interested in that. Oh no! Don't take me here! It's just the old... Okay, right. Captain Exposition, my man. What have I missed? Oh. Wait, Sibelian's return? Yeah. Wow, this is Sibelian's Brood of Black Dragons return from Outland. Shit, I guess they fucked shit up then. Neat. Oh, Austin Swift. Do you think they will ever add ways to change languages in-game? It would be cool to play in my target language and then switch back without quitting. That is certainly a possible thing. I mean, I don't know. It's definitely possible, though. There's no reason why they couldn't. other than opportunity cost, as always. Because when there's no firm reason not to do something, then the reason almost always is that of opportunity cost. That's kind of weird. I'm in combat with this guy, but it did not target him. Let's see, going downstairs. Ah, this ability still does work. It's just been buggy a few times for whatever reason. And again, I'm so over Captain Essence. It's weird. I don't know about this Essence resource. It does not feel powerful. But I think that's because most of the ideal uses of it are like a little bit more like setting up a kind of advanced perfect situation. Or, you know, like it's kind of satisfying when you get all those arcane reverberations, but that's very RNG dependent. Did I hear Asmongold cleaned his room? I did. Yeah, it's looking well. Good on him. I mean, I don't know anything more than you guys do, but it seems like he's had a tough old time on the old, you know, internal front. I certainly know what that's like recently, so wish him the best. So, is Sibelian here then? So that seems to be what Captain Exposition. Does the Pale Beyond have Spanish? I'm afraid not. Only English. And look, the reason for that is budget. To do it in other languages, well, you know, you are talking many thousands. I don't know, like maybe it would cost the game's whole production budget again to get it translated into as many languages as we would ideally want. Because it's not just getting the translation. Because it's not like you just take a book and then you translate the language and there you go. The book is there and it's, you know, in its perfectly translated form. No, it needs, you know, it needs to be translated with a great deal of care. If it's not, then things just won't carry through. You know, the actual craft of the writing. So, you know, it can't just be translated by somebody who can speak both languages. It needs to be translated by somebody who does that and also themselves basically is a writer who really understands each of the characters. And that's really the challenge. We'll allow for unofficial translation mods. We have no mod support. Again, doesn't fit the budget. This is what it's like in indie development. I mean, could we do mod support? It's like, yeah, sure, I don't know, give me 50 grand and maybe we could do it. But shit legitimately just costs. And that's always what it is. So if there's a feature where you think, oh, it'd be cool to have that, we almost certainly have had that same thought ourselves. But we cannot afford it within budget, within the time frame of development. And that's it. Games are really expensive to make. I think a lot of those Kickstarters that had very, you know, it's like, oh, we'll make a game. Here's 150 grand Kickstarter. And people are like, what? It's... Yeah, so shit's expensive. That essentially is the TLDR of it. Oh, do I get to ride Rathian, or is he just going to take me somewhere else? I mean, this is kind of neat being, you know, taken around the different little bits by Rathian, getting stuff done. Do you think crafting could turn world content into a new endgame pillar? World content, I don't know, but crafting itself, they actually do intend for that to be a full endgame pillar. Oh, having that route is just so nice. Expensive, why just not learn to code yourself? I mean, I already can, but I have other things to do. I can earn more money streaming. Well, actually, no, not streaming. Streaming earns significantly less than anything we do. I am more financially efficient in terms of, like, you know, my job in the company if I am kind of like more leading things, getting videos done, like kind of doing the more sort of director jobs. It's all the concept of opportunity cost. And I think whenever people talk about game budgets, they just don't fucking understand opportunity cost. Because the opportunity cost of me coding those things means I'm not here doing this video. I'm not recording the video I'm recording later today. I'm not recording the, the other shit. I mean, if you're saying that's excuse is not a good mindset, like, I'm sorry, but you might actually just be stupid. Sorry, that's how it is. You're dumb. You don't get it. I mean, if you can't grip opportunity cost, you've got no fucking hope in hell of ever being successful in, in the business world. And it's like, I say the business world because, you do have very real responsibilities. People's wages, people's livelihood, people's mortgages. Do they feel stable enough to have a kid if they want a kid? Like, those are the things that you're responsible for. And that's why you do need to focus in on, on the bottom line and run a business responsibly, because it does mean that to all those people. Work harder? Well, no. That's I mean, your effectiveness is so much more important. I mean, hard work's easy. I'm not saying that doing a 100-hour work week is the thing that you should do, but I mean, to me, that's always been relatively easy. It's more that games take many thousands of man-hours across a pretty damn long period of time. And it is rather impossible otherwise. Oh, don't worry, I know. I know it's trolling, but you would be surprised how many people, like, honestly, you see this like a lot on Twitter, you see this a lot in comment sections and stuff, and it's like, you just kind of think, what is it like in your brain? Like, do you, like, can you pour yourself cereal in the morning? How could you have that opinion? Like, that's the terrifying thing. When you actually realize that sometimes people may actually believe the shit that they say in the internet, that is fucking spooky. But yeah, now within game dev, like, there are so many fucking entitled morons who they just don't understand how things are actually built. Which is then kind of... Oh yeah, and then those people can even vote. I know, isn't that the terrifying thing? Oh dear. Yeah, you're for the vote till you walk outside and you realize what that means. But yeah, like, to be honest, I think it's more of an interesting jumping off point to, like, kind of highlight to people what the realities of development are. It's very much unlike... Because, opportunity cost, it impacts Blizzard, but... People, yeah, like, in indie, it's very... very different. Everything's at the cost of something else.
We meet again, champion.
You got 15 years experience? I mean, that's cute. So does our engineer. Come back to me when you have something fucking special to say. But yeah, that's just what it's like with games. Plus, I mean, there's also when you hit the point of diminishing returns on shit too, where, it makes sense to do something else. So, I mean, in terms of, like, the translation side, I'm pretty sure looking at the numbers, the German makes sense. Like, if we were to do one, it would be German. There's a large German audience that play games localized in German. And that's, like, pretty common industry knowledge. The problem for us, though, is we could be, like, 250, 350,000 words, like, in between that bracket. So... To get that translated, but for, like, characters to actually retain their voice, so to speak, that's the bit that's significantly hard. Because, I mean... Well, yeah, you know what happens to the translation ain't good, then the whole thing's fucked, right? Have you heard of the Theorycraft podcast with Chris Kalecki, Candace Thomas, Luca, etc.? Yeah, no, I listen to that podcast fairly regularly. It's always good to hear from them. You know, just to hear for what it's like from devs who are working in the AAA side of things. Which is always interesting because, like, man, the fucking budgets they work at is insane to me. It's insane. You know, you hear that, and you're like, okay, cool. We can make our game, like, fucking 15 times, 20 times over with, you know... yeah, just that whole, like, land of, you know, it's not just a startup that's, like, out of, you know, straight out of university or something. It's, like, serious fucking tenured devs with loads of skill who can just be like, yo, VCs... let's do this, and then they do this. It's pretty sweet. And Nern93, thank you for joining up as a member. So here we are. We're underneath this big citadel area, which actually is where I thought the first raid was. Perhaps that's not the case. Big Jaredine place. They're like the big elemental, like big giant dudes. All pretty neat. A few people have asked me how the writing is so far. It's kind of like what I said earlier. I haven't been paying a massive amount of attention because I would prefer to do all of that whenever, like, more of their actual creative vision is in. Because all of this stuff, you know, there's the cinematics, there's the music, those things all come together. You know, those things all have got to come together. Well, I'm gonna call them Big Jim, all of them. Well, that, yeah. Yeah, no, we would always have, like, very stupid anglicized names for all of for all of Blizzard's bosses in my old guild. Like, do you remember back in the era where, like, every fucking boss was some apostrophe nightmare in their naming? These guys are elites with quite a lot of health. I stick to simpler things like web programming, which I'm doing now. Man, web programming some serious shit. I remember looking around Webflow and a few things for our site and kind of learning, like, some of the basics there. To be honest, it's so completely out of my wheelhouse because what I was actually trained in as a coder was more like game engine, C++ stuff. So, I mean, like, for my final project, it was making a renderer, which was really fun. That was in C++ and GLSL. Again, I used tessellation, like, you know, doing the little tessellation shader stuff. Man, shader coding, I really enjoyed. I fucking loved shader coding. But again, it's like, it's the sort of thing, right? I definitely benefit from having the education in that, even though I don't really do as much of that anymore these days, because, I mean, it just makes a hell of a lot more sense to delegate to specialists. But what is important is to be, like, well-rounded and well-read. So, you know, you want to at least understand the basics of everything, because you can't really lead people if you don't know what it's like to do parts of their job. I mean, you can lead people, but my personal philosophy anyway is that, you know, if you're in a leadership position, you have got to have really good insight into everything that your team is doing. Not in a micromanaging way, I mean you yourself. Because, like, how many times, you know, does somebody set a deadline for somebody and it's very clear that they've never done that person's job? Maybe their deadline is, like, not realistic or whatever. Far better. I mean, that's, like, even some general life advice. You know, have your, you know, one thing that you're really good at, but also have another thing. I mean, if you're an artist, it's like, okay, great, art, fantastic. If you're an considering that I got instantly killed, perhaps I should read what to do there. But, like, if you're an artist and also you can, you know, do shader code, and eventually you could end up being, you know, a technical artist, well, then you've combined two fields together, and that gives you a, you know, that gives you a superpower. You know, you want those kind of cool, unique combos. Now I have the bloody problem of working out where my corpse was because I was talking to chat and not really paying attention. Any advice for someone going to get a BS, like a bachelor degree, you mean, in games art? Honestly, my main thing would be the portfolio that you get from university will certainly be important, but when I look at portfolios, when kind of I get together with the leadership team, when it's time to look at portfolios, most of the people who are the most successful are the people who have got hobbies and passions outside of their university project, and therefore they have a more well-rounded, more developed portfolio that stands apart from other people more. And it's the kind of thing that just tells you, like, okay, well, if they just go to uni, do their basic shit, clock in, clock out, then, that's okay. But the person who goes to uni, does really well at uni, or maybe just does okay, but also, oh, look, they've done their own animated shorts, they've, created their own thing. Like, that's always a really big signal. So really, it's just always be fucking making shit. The other things I'd say, like, ensure that your portfolio is tailored to the job you're applying to. There's so many times, like, we get portfolios, and it's like, this portfolio is nothing relevant to the job role. Why have you done this? You've just sabotaged your chances. Why? Why? Or even, you get portfolios and they don't have, excellent spelling, punctuation, grammar. Which, if somebody's, English is their second language, obviously, we see past that a bit. But, that side of things. Oh, hey, Gramovar, thank you for joining as a member. Anyway, how the hell do I get back into where this quest is? I'm losing my mind. Do the Drakthir have in-game voices yet? No. I don't think so, anyway. Now, where on earth am I going? I know it's inside here, but I don't know where the thing is. Ainsley, I'm going to school for bachelor coding. Very bad at learning by reading. Well, but everyone that talked about coding said it's learning by doing. How do you see this? Yeah, it's all learning by doing. So the way I put it is... the best part of my university course is wherever I was given a hard problem and accountability, and I had to sort it out myself by learning myself. And sometimes people kind of bitch and moan, being like, "Oh, going to university and I haven't been taught how to do this. I've just been set this challenge." And it's like, well, no, that's the point. That's actually the point. Just beware, so many unis, right? They are terrified to kick people out. And I'm going to be I'll be fucking clear with you. Unis do people such a fucking disservice whenever they don't kick you out for not doing good enough. I saw numerous cases where people should have been failed. They should have been fucking failed. And Queens just refused to fail people, evidently because they just wanted to get another year of, money out of them. But that's unfair because, you're just cajoling someone along with a weird fake degree that, they didn't really earn. So, they're being led into a career where they're just it's not their thing. So, certainly, yeah, shit should be hard. Like, it was funny, we had a round table of industry leaders in Northern Ireland yesterday. Big round table with just some local organizations, local government stuff, kind of discussing the problems the industry faces, what sort of support we need. And the one thing so many of us were talking about was, like, strong low-level programmers. Where the fuck are they? And I think back to my uni stuff, and it's like, yeah, you didn't need to know the low-level shit. You didn't really need to know that. You could slip by without. So I guess be careful for basically for-profit universities totally pussying out. Totally fucking pussying out, just wanting to get some more money from the students, and not holding people to account, and therefore basically sabotaging the value of the degrees they pump out. Is it in here that we need to go? Yes, it is. So with uni, like, you need a target at first. You need a target at first. And you need to fucking grind and fucking work. But for the most part, focus on projects. Focus on, just the shit that gets you real experience. And if you don't feel like your university is providing that for you, then you have to do it yourself outside of university. Okay. So Rathian, where turn in quest? Hello? Oh, I've well and truly fucked this now. That's fine, I don't give a shit if I die, I'm just trying to get through here. But yeah, it's like, look man, if you want to get into games, do you know what the the best thing to do is? Make games. And you can just literally just go and do that. Just download Unity, it's free. And yeah, you can just make games. Make some shit games. In fact, I would say making shit games is the thing that you need to do the most. You know? Don't be so much of a perfectionist about stuff. Just make a load of shit. It's like, you know, what I'd say to any people who are writers. And, you know, they're all like, oh, I'm a writer, but I've got writer's block. I've got writer's block. No, you don't have writer's block. You've got ego-driven perfectionism. Be comfortable with writing shit. Do some shit writing. And that will loosen you up to do good writing. That's just kind of like the way that it works. And it's like, maybe it's not writer's block. Maybe you're depressed. Maybe you're burnt out, you know? It could be another reason too. So, my dudes, how about I drop this quest and do it again? Good writers are prolific readers, says Ken. Yes, that's why I fucking love the comedy Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. Well, the best quotes from that is, I'm one of the only writers who's read more books than who's wrote more books than he's read. Everyone, yeah, go check out Garth Marenghi. Be aware, though, if you aren't working for yourself, the game industry is way more toxic and lower paid than other sectors of software development. Yep. True. Can be extremely true, that, unfortunately. Games is not money. Go into fintech. I mean, that's the problem, right? So many people that could be making the next great, you know, system in the very, you know, lowest levels of a game engine, they're just going to end up working for Rapid7. Just gonna work for Rapid7 and, you know, be fucking functional alcoholics at work, because that's the Rapid7. At least when I was there, that's what everyone said about Rapid7, basically. It's like, yeah, you work there, and, you know, as long as there's not clients coming into the office, just have a thing of whiskey in your fucking in your fucking desk. But, you know, the fintech side, actually, there's people saying yesterday in the little roundtable we were at, this is not surprising at all, but some of their best, like, game engineer hires were from fintech. And it's like, yeah, of course, that's where the money is. So that's where the best talent goes. Which is all kind of interesting. But yeah, jobs and shit. Jobs and shit. Is it true VFX artists are in fairly high demand? Technical artists, yeah. Yeah. I think technical artists are generally in pretty high demand. And I mean, yeah, technical artists, that is an example of what I was saying earlier. You mix the disciplines, and when you mix the disciplines, you're stronger. Here's a great example. Like, a lot of the writing that we do for The Pale Beyond is written in Inkle. Oh, it's Inky is the language, Inkle is like the tool for that. But it basically is, you know, Inkle is really merging in a lot of codes, a lot of programming concepts into something that is designed for writing narrative content. And then that means, because of course, well, previously, you know, before Eric was in the team as well, like, you know, Thomas and me, we were both, you know, game engine programmers, basically, but he also wrote for theater. And that's a really good example. Him writing for theater, like, he cuts his teeth as a writer. Then when we get into doing games together, and he's writing games content, he's doing it in Inkle, where he can basically make use of being able to think like a programmer and also think like a writer. So he's able to combine multiple fields in a novel way, and that's where the good shit happens. Now, obviously, you could have some, times where your company, you just have to have a rockstar specialist because you are there trying to solve an extremely challenging problem. And that's definitely one way to go. But yeah, I'm a big fan of, jack of all trades, master of one. That's the way that I would put it. Anyway, hopefully, can we talk about the new X-Pack, please? I mean, you'll live. It's fine. There's also not that much to talk about here. We're just in a cave. Big deeps. Am I going to get the stun? Yes, I got the stun enough to block their heal. Very good. We could write a game like Power Washing. Yeah, man, Power Wash Simulator. Well, the thing with Power Wash Simulator, it's people should think about the sorts of things that just take off, like, super viral. I remember there was there's a YouTube channel, I think it's still going. It was basically just, I think it was a guy and his dad. They had a cleaning business. They'd go around, doing deep cleaning services. And the videos were just so satisfying because you'd see the before after of like some horrible fucking literally piss-ridden carpet. And by the end, it's like it looks fucking brand new. And that's like fundamentally satisfying. And that's tapping in that fundamental virality. That's why a game like Power Washing Sim will do just so very well in the market. So I have a feeling, does the quest chain just end here? Because I mean, this is the second time I've done this thing, and after doing this quest, nothing happened. Is this the new UI? Yes, it is. Not finished yet, though. So I've not been able to move basically most of the elements in here. Unfortunately. That's just not in yet. But they're getting there. Dude, one of my favorite videos to watch is a landscaping guy cleaning up yards that have been left alone neglected for months. Yeah. Yeah. Another big successful game that came out was the house flipping sim game. Where, Haunting of Hill House without the spooks. But yeah, that's the game. Clean up a house, flip it, make some cash. That's satisfying. I wonder, did these characters like despawn on me last time and maybe that's why I couldn't finish? Oh, see it. Yeah, that's why I couldn't finish the quest. Who knows? Goddamn, like having a 2-second stun on that is just so strong. What's new? A lot of things. So we've got 2 Paladin spec talents are in. Mages are in. What about this quest, though? Wait, do I have to click in the stones? Or something? Ready to... No, it's ready to turn in. I think this is maybe busted? Yeah, no, this is my only quest. And look at that, I'm 6 out of 7 chapters. Oh, yeah, that's the Drakthir campaign. What am I on about? No, for Awakening Shores, I'm 2 out of 4 chapters. I mean, I could try going back to where I picked... Hang on. Oh, that's just a regular, like, ground interaction item. Yeah, I can try going back. Otherwise, I'll just report that as a bug. Thing is, I don't know if that's intentional, because I am level 62 now, which is the intended max level for this build. Oh, I should be able to turn the quest into Rathian and some forge. And Preach did it today. Right, so there's a forge and Rathian's at it. Does anyone know where that forge is? Because otherwise it would be kind of frustrating to just have this character be borked. Maybe it just is back here, but they don't have the marker? Oh, yeah. Right. No, the... excuse me? Yeah, the marker was just busted. Alright. I need to find an NPC to get rid of all the shite in my bags. Prepare the Earth Warder's Forge. Is it normal for the alpha to not test max level talents? Nope. It's not. And they are going to. It's just... It's early. They're testing level up content at this stage. Now... What was the name of that quest to report the bug? A Shattered Past. Map marker not present upon objective completion. There we go. Hey, Tommy! Thanks for joining up as a member. Alright, so, a forge. Hang on a second. Does this mean it's a forge quest? You know forge quests. Are we going to have multiple items around the forge? Ah! I think we've done this one before. Oh, no, this one has combat. I see. What? Oh, right, I just have to kill a bunch of dudes. Yeah, stuff's a bit more sleepy now, but it'll be more exciting when we... Well, first of all, I need to find out what the crack is with the dragon riding talents. And apparently the things that I can pick up for that. Clean your bags, lol. Well, no, I mean, I don't have a vendor mount in this character because it's not one of my characters. It's, Tis alpha. They do not give you all the bells and whistles. How do I feel about the 25-yard range? Honestly, I feel ambivalent about it at this stage. Basically, I've not experienced the 25-yard range as an issue because of the types of content that I'm doing. So, yeah. I imagine, though, when I actually get into... Oh, wait, do I have the yak mount? Fuck, I just assumed. Never mind. Fuck me. Yak? Hey, okay, never mind. I'm a dickhead. Alright, let's get this bag cleaned. Headphones, these are the... Hang on. These are the HD6XXs? I believe. I main DH because of mobility, will be maining Evoker now. Feels very different to DH, so... Not necessarily. Very mobile, but... I mean, just different, right? There's certainly two of the more mobile things in the game. I mean, the comparisons are kind of interesting. Because, like... I'm just trying to compare movement. I mean, can anyone best what a monk can do? Right? Just a monk going in a straight line? No. Roaring Dragon Kick, 2 rolls. Like, I think monks, they still have it when it comes to just going in a straight line. Okay, there's enough bag space cleaned up. Is it hot in your country today? No, not at all. Yeah, so Chris, like, that'll depend on the dungeon. Some people are not thrilled about a few of the dungeons because, like, they're indoors and your camera's very hemmed in. That's always a tricky thing. What's that? He covers the games... Oh, is that the... Someone angry. Oh, you didn't like the game at one point. Now you're playing it. Obviously, you're a shill. Alright, cool. You're not capable of thought. Cool. Could it imply that something changed? No. Thinking is too hard. Alright. So, their Oathstone repaired. Imagine something changing. Incredible. I know, right? Hey, it's the internet. Well, that's not how it works. WoW is his main revenue stream. If he stops, his life would stop. Nope. WoW is not my main revenue stream, personally at least. I was doing things called savings and investing when I was younger. So, WoW stuff I could kind of stop at any time if I wanted to, really. But I don't, because it's fun. And it turns out life's about doing things that are meaningful, which is why I'm here. Yeah, we all love WoW, it's just an abusive relationship. Well, that's the thing. I mean, to be honest, the reason why I'm back here with a good bit more vigor is because shit genuinely seems way better this time. Like, the things are genuinely more fun. So Rathian and Sibelian, restore the stone. Cool. Yeah, like, things are just genuinely better feeling. You know, the talents, right? Like, seeing them actually finally invest in the fundamentals of the game. I mean, fucking hell, took a while. GME to the moon. Don't worry, I do not do meme stocks. I do not do any of that bullshit. Okay, I'll put it this way. The best way, if you want to have enough, you know, money to be secure and stuff, if it's a get-rich-quick scheme, don't do it. If it's a get-rich-slow scheme, chances are it's a bit more reasonable. You know? Instead of all this fucking insane YOLO shit where people are like, oh my god, look at the Elon Gate, crypto, bing bing, wahoo! Oh, I've made $5 million bucks, now I've lost 8 million, oh Jesus, and all that fucking insane, you know. Ugh. How many people got hurt? You know? Got so gutted by Wall Street Bets memes, you know? Sibelian. It's cool to see him back. Like, how many people had their lives, like, genuinely fucked up by that stuff? You know? And instead it's like, no. Just put something in the S&P 500. Vanguard, or the Vanguard All-World, you know? Just a stable, safe index fund. Because guess what? You're probably not a good investor. Most people aren't. Or the gambling stuff, yeah, oh god, and then you go onto Twitch and there's all the fucking gambling content, oh my god. I bought a new driveway because of GME. I mean, that's the thing. more fucking power to you. I think it's just, you know, sometimes people be riding a hype wave with that stuff and they wouldn't know when the appropriate time to exit is. And then they do something very silly. What can you tell me about Sibelian? Oh. VO.
Not only saving us from death, but from the corruption that befell our kin. All the rest, the other flights, glory-starved mortals, even that pretentious prince, chose to murder the afflicted rather than aid us.
And this is where I'm kind of looking forward to the, this is where I'm looking forward to things with the Black Dragons. Seems like some genuine conflict. I bet your company's ROI equals less than 10 perks. Stop losing money, fool. What? I mean, my average yearly rate of return is like 30 to 40%, if that's what you mean, on investment, so get fucked. Hello, Sibelian. So this is what's going to be fun, right? So number one, there's 2 Rathians. So that's very interesting. Yeah, return on investment. Return on what investment? So we got 2 Rathians. That's kind of interesting. But this one's big. This one's small. They're vying for leadership. Sibelian's way older, right? Sibelian's way older. And suffice to say, big dick energy and try-hard energy with Rathian. So it's going to be interesting to see these guys go. And what's fun is they essentially have 2 rep bars. So there's a rep bar for Sibelian, a rep bar for Rathian. I don't know if you choose or you can do both. If your company doesn't invest, it will die. What are you talking about? Been running a company for years now. I know what to do. It's pretty easy, actually.
Trust me.
This is fun. We get to choose. We get to choose between them. Now that will be interesting. How do Blizzard manage to make this player choice matter? Because it literally is represented in a rep bar. What does that mean in game? It's like Aldor Scryers, or, you know. What way does it work? Anyway, we've got to escort the eggs to the life pool. Also, Captain Exposition's found himself a nice place to sit. It's cool having all these characters back. You know? They can fight between one another like kids while Abyssian eventually leads. Yeah, there we go. Abyssian's seen enough bullshit. To be honest, though, it seems like I'm faster at flying than the Black Dragons are. Rathian is plus 20% DPS for your specs. Supers, Austin. That's it. Good old Blizzard strikes again. Oh dear. Hopefully they are over those fucking rancid days of just player power driving all of the bullshit. Oh hey, look at this. Bronze Timekeeper. Now that I'm no longer stuck in that like weird bullshit race thing, maybe I can actually do it. Alright, let's do the advanced course. So this is going to be neat because we're doing this for the first time with the new momentum system being added to the game. Well, that was definitely the wrong fucking ability to use. Hang on, let me restart that. I think if I land, it automatically ports me back. There we go. So yes, do not immediately flap over. Maybe I shouldn't do the advanced course. Nah, fuck, I'm doing the advanced course. Yeah, it's just going to be so interesting to see how this momentum system is received. It's very... it is very different. It still feels pretty good, though, I will say. Oh, actually, I tell you what, that turn felt good. Hello? Oh, well, that turn felt less good. Can you please take me back? But I wonder with the momentum system, will we be able to achieve higher maximum speeds? But yeah, the turns actually, they do look quite good. Okay, let's properly do this one. First of all, let's actually work some damn speed up. Because I can use my vigor very liberally, considering, like, just figured there's vigor everywhere in this course. Oh, look at that. So there's actually, they're placing vigor nodes as like little grabbables. That's neat. Also, oh, dude. Dude. Oh, Jesus. I don't think I have the speed for this. That was weird. It's like I clipped a hitbox for something. That's kind of unfortunate. This is going to be an awful time. I mean, basically what I need to do is just actually generate some speed. But then you get the problem that, like, if you don't have enough speed to actually be generating, vigor, then you're going to be going so slow you can't do anything. Well, hey, that one was kind of fun. I'll do it once more. But I really want to see what these races with other players. Oh, I hit the lava. Oh, I guess the lava sprout must actually be geometry for this. Okay, so I can just immediately use... Maybe I've actually just been way too conservative. with my usage of some of these resources. Well, oh, okay, now it's a race. It's a race against that guy. Right, let's beat that guy. Let's not hit the thing. There we go. Didn't hit the thing. That said, I have ran out of speed rather significantly. Oh, fuck. Yeah, you can hit the lava spouts. Okay, well, that's actually really good. I just, like, assumed that those lava spouts would not actually be playable geometry. But that's really good. That's actually adding more to this. So let's go. And I guess I want to see what happens when people actually get good at this, you know? When people spent ages doing this system, they're actually zooming mega fast. Look at, like, just the little camera FOV effects that they do. Oh, it feels... Like this here with the momentum, guys, this feels fast. Let's grab that. Oh, I'm like ducking and weaving. Let's not hit the bad lava, please. Tree! Tree! You bastard! You... Oh! Well, there we go. The hitboxes are definitely a little bit funny on those lava things. I've got a little bit of speed back, but it's certainly not enough for this to be a decent time. Yeah, it's amazing what, like, just even those subtle little changes, like what they've done with the FOV. They really help that. Oh, that feels good. This is really fun. Hey, Lego Lich, thank you for rejoining. Ah, you've now got a gold badge, eh? Alright, so, the gold time is 55 seconds. I'm going to fucking get that. I'm not leaving till I win. If it was easy, it wouldn't be fun. That's exactly it. Yeah, I want this to be hard shit. I mean, I doubt we're going to have fucking Trackmania Dragon Riding Edition, but, you know, the closer we get to it, the more bounce that there will indeed be, right? So I guess it's just how much momentum can I grab and then maintain so that I am always generating vigor even through it. So it's this bit. This is the bit where it's... You! That fucking... Someone in Irvine has placed that goddamn twig. They have placed that goddamn twig to fuck us all over. Fuck you, but you're great. Alright, zoom. 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 We have got our speeds. We have got more speeds. Oh man, this feels really good though, doesn't it? Definitely, I can say this, right? Pulling off moves when you're flying feels... Wait, let's not get totally fucked. Ah, my phone just went off. Hopefully that's not for anything that's important. Tell you what, actually. I should check my phone just to double check that's not an important thing. Ah, it's not. I'm grand. Good. Imagine thinking dragon riding is good content. I know. I know. Imagine thinking that playing a game with gameplay within a video game is content. I mean, what a fucking boner you'd have to be to think that, right? Yeah, just get a flight stick. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Put this into the fucking full HOTAS setup. Or be one of those fucking mad lads that does HOTAS with, or no, that they use, you know, the dual flight sticks. I've seen people do that in Star Citizen, and holy fuck, the sense of speed looks immense. That's the thing with Star Citizen. Honestly, as a toy, Star Citizen is super fucking fun. Aw, sad. Can you race as a Drakthir? Nah. Nah, you cannot. Also, Seraphe, thank you, number one, for being a member for a whole year, and also, RIP Branch 2022. Yes, I know. I should really... If we wanted to play a racing game, we would. This is WoW, and WoW shit needs to be great. But this isn't at the expense of WoW shit. This is, like, the point of this is that, like, this time trial thing, this isn't the full game. This isn't the meat and potatoes. Blizzard knows that. It's kind of disingenuous to assume that Blizzard thinks that this is the meat and potatoes of the expansion. No, Blizzard's intent with this is that when you're doing other forms of content within World of Warcraft, that basic player locomotion will feel more fun. And that because of that, you know, you want to go and do some world quests, well, you're not going to feel completely, like, just bored out of your fucking teeth. Like, why is it the world quests are significantly less painful to do once you can, you know, actually have a flying mount? Oh, it's because of the locomotion problem. The travel time is better. So, you know, like, that's what it's like. You know, it's the very basic game mechanics. And that's what I think a lot of the time people don't think about, because they've been trained to think of World of Warcraft as Destiny, right? As just a bunch of instance content to do, you know? A very limited, I think, view on what an MMORPG can actually achieve. And what we find in reality, though, is that the more things you can do within the World of Warcraft, the more the World of Warcraft feels like the world. And that means it's more immersive. That means there's more shit you think you can do. Like, a good example. There's some light mechanics, data mined anyway. Oh! Wow, momentum. That tie in dragon riding to world PvP. So that's just the idea that you'll be able to dragon ride into somebody else who's dragon riding, knock them off their mount, and then beat them to smithereens. Like, that's fun. That's another thing you can do. It expands your options within the... You know, it just expands what's possible within the game. So if they're good game designers, then they can leverage that to do cool shit. And, like, that's the point, you know? It gives them more tools in their box, more possibilities. Because the problem is, right, if WoW just ends up only being a very small number of things, and they sort of tunnel vision themselves as developers, that really caps what World of Warcraft can be. And perhaps what they're realizing is, you know, that maybe the positive things that people felt they got from older WoW in terms of, like, the world, well, it's a different era now. So they have to, you know, they want to achieve that same feeling of the world being big and open and full of possibilities. But in order to achieve that feeling, they're realizing, oh, we need to use new tools. The design tools that we used to achieve that back in the day, they're no longer applicable. They will not work as well. Therefore, we need new things. So with this, they're evidently thinking about locomotion. And imagine, you know, if they were to keep on doing similar experiments as the expansions roll on. And suddenly WoW just has more... Ah, there we go. I've got gold time by 0.2 something of a second. Good shit. Ah, Vampire Bat dropped a super. Do you remember when they had you choose if you wanted to side with the Lions or the Griffins in Bastion? Do you think they intended for Shadowlands to be more focused on player choice? That's an interesting one. I don't think so, really. I mean, unless they had some sort of initial Covenant storyline that was different, where the Covenants actually wanted to fight each other. Ah, time to spend some time with Sibelian. Neat. With his inconspicuous wagon. Oh. It's a cool little rabbit. Bye. Yeah, so I don't really know what they meant for player choice there, because, like, obviously they did the whole Gift of N'Zoth thing, and they never paid that off. Yeah, they never paid that off. They didn't do a great job of paying off the whole Sylvanas Loyalist thing. Oh, there you go, Robble. 90% of my favorite games have great movement. Coincidence? Indeed, sir. Absolutely no coincidence. And that's very much the point. Oh, the Gift of N'Zoth was cool. I agree with you, but it wasn't paid off much. So who knows? I mean, I've heard things that... I mean, I've heard all sorts of things about Shadowlands. At one point, I heard that the Archon, she was actually the antagonist, and Zovaal was a puppet, so that's crazy. I've heard other things like, you know, the Zovaal and the Primus. Like, basically, they swapped around the identities of those characters because they were like big tier cutting things down, which I thought was interesting. So they evidently had very different plans for World of Warcraft Shadowlands, but who the hell knows what happened. They could have just realized it was all a bit up shit creek and decided to just do a very simple cut down version of it, which is maybe why so much of the storytelling was so clunky. How many more random encounters must we suffer before... yes. Yeah, even like Spider-Man. Take Spider-Man. Like, yeah, it has a good combat system and all of that, but fuck, if the traversal wasn't good, then it wouldn't feel good at all. God, Attorney Surge does just feel very powerful. But yeah, you know, I think untraining people for playing games for the intrinsic reasons of why a game can be fun and fantastical, like, that's the danger of turning your game into a big loot treadmill. And I think Blizzard probably have noticed they've done that a bit, and maybe it spooked them. Jake W., imagine the Argent tournament, but you're on a dragon. How amazing would that would be? Yeah. Exactly. Let's... Oh, hey, that... Look at that peafowl. That's a really, really nice model. Yeah. 100%. Like, they can just do more stuff with dragon riding, and it does not need to appeal to Ow. It doesn't need to appeal to literally everyone, too. Sounds boring? I mean, then what's exciting to you? Is it just doing the same dungeon for the 30th time with different affixes? Up to the life pools, which, funny enough, is... Oh, hang on. It's okay. I'm a Drakthir. I can just soar. Such is the benefit of having stupid tier movement. We can test, though, if the Drakthir have the more, the momentum stuff. Oh yeah, they have a turning circle, for sure. How's Matt's well-being? Good! Yeah, Matt absolutely obliterated COVID, and he's, right back into full health. Why don't you explain how your ridiculous plan destroyed the future of an entire flight? Apologize, Lifebinder, if any report of our extinction is premature. The eggs are never in danger. The cart and my presence were merely to draw the attention of our foes and allow my flight to move unobserved. And here they are. You spent near millennia rebuilding the flight. As Neltharian's heir, I pledge it and myself to you. So there you go. Uncorrupted black dragons. You are part in your father's twisted legacy. Yeah. So basically, she thinks that the leader of the Black Dragonflight, that's an internal matter, ain't got shit to do with her. Sibelian and Rathian have to work it out amongst themselves. So, honestly, good shit from a plot perspective, right? There's a lot of potential for that to actually be pretty damn engaging. And over here we go. And really, with this, there you go. A bunch of black dragon eggs. The flight is back. Though, with those two blowhards squabbling like children for the Lifebinder's favor, you can't bet they haven't spared a thought for us. Or you can bet they haven't spared a thought for us. You, though, wouldn't leave an old egg tender all alone, would you? So time to restore the area and clean it up. Is Demon Hunter available on Alpha? It is, but it's the old DH. So, nothing new. I think it's fun with the black dragons. Like, there's room for them to just have some teeth, for things to be a bit more spicy. Should be fun. Look at all the WoW creators who tried out FF14, were hooked, all the little things, like the gold saucer, fun, optional content's good for the health of the game. Yeah, absolutely. Variety is the spice of life, and that very much applies to games too. It's like the problem of all these games that end up being big live services. I know it's funny I'm saying that, we're playing an MMO. But where, you know, the intent is just play our game forever. And then people get no variety. And, you know, then people wonder, like, oh, I'm compulsively grinding numbers in a game, and I've been grinding these numbers for, like, 2 years. Why am I suddenly feeling empty and sad? That might be something to do with it.
From pain we draw strength.
Okay, the red Dragonflight is charged with the preservation and nurturing of all true dragons, even those who may tire, or we may tire of at times. With the return of the black Dragonflight's eggs, dragonkind is united, as it has not been in 10,000 years. I believe this is what will light the ruby oathstone. Speak to me when you are ready to bring them to the life pool. Alright. She does have some choice dialogue for DKs, by the way, who kill a whole bunch of red dragons in Legion. Agranar, Super'd saying, not gonna lie, I kind of want an expansion where you lose at the end. Yeah. Yeah, it would kind of be fun, wouldn't it? It would be a bit different. Because it always is just, oh, we found the big bad guy and we won. Like if N'Zoth won, that would have been different. Because normally the big villain doesn't win. They come very close to it, but they never do. So that would actually be some change. Oh, Kamikaze, thank you for the €26 super. Stream more, greetings from Cork. Ah, Cork, I've not been to Cork in a very long time. Way too long, actually. I remember going to the market, though. The market was really nice. And there we go, we've done the zone. So let's see. From him. With the return of the Black Dragon eggs, the Ruby Oathstone was renewed. Very good, Captain Exposition. Very good. I have a feeling that the celebrating monkeys are perhaps not part of their intent. Okay, what I want to do is perhaps learn some abilities. Okay, there's the no, that's the Timekeeper NPC. Oh, see, I know isn't it over there at that temple? Let's try the course here. But I want to see what these talents are. And they're probably just the data mined ones. Oh, this is new. Oh, it's so right, those are like little danger zones to avoid. If Morazon wins, he might erase Shadowlands from the canon. Oh, dude, that'd be the funniest shit, wouldn't it? God, that'd be hilarious. Am I impressed so far? I'm impressed with how they put a lot more life into this shit, yeah. I'm impressed with how they're actually conducting the test period. So, you know, I'll give it all that. Oh! Where am I going? But I still, you know, I always have got to put the disclaimer in. How the endgame flow is so important to anything that I say. And, balls. we just don't know that yet. That's the thing. We just don't know. Like, how's Gearing going to feel? Because obviously in Shadowlands, they had a funny situation raised at the start where they took away Titan Forging, and they thought the Vault would have them covered, but it ended up just feeling very slow compared to other things that didn't feel satisfying. So, you know, is loot going to feel rewarding to players? There's just so many questions that I have about the end game of this expansion. You know, they say that they're not going to fall into the pitfalls they've fallen into in the past, you know, regarding player power and all of that and the outdoor content. So it's like they're saying lots of good things, and with that it's like, okay, you have genuinely captured my interest with all these good things that you've said. But now I want to see how that's translated into game. Oh man, yeah, so this is definitely not a race to use your vigors liberally on. Oh, that is a really tight turn. I think I'll just let this one reset. Well, no, DHs are not going to get Drakthir like flying. I mean, I don't expect that they will. Blizzard haven't commented on it. I mean, I know why people would think that, though. Illidan, of course. Pretty agile dude. But no. Okay, so I need to get myself Shimmering Blue, and then somehow I basically need to maintain that. So I have it now, and I want to maintain this until I can pick up. Okay, good. I have another Vigor, so I do have enough to play with here. Now down here is a very tight turn. Yeah, that is a turn that is a lot more tricky to do with the new movement system as compared to the old one. That's interesting. There's a little bit of lag between it actually granting you the vigor from those. Oh shit. That's a really cool race. I did not do well. Like bronze tier, but that was actually pretty fun. Alright, so what I need to do is work out how the bloody hell I can get these talents going. Yeah, I was also dropping frames there. I mean, it doesn't help that this PC's also streaming. I'm just trying to think. What could I drop here that will basically mean no difference to you? Advanced settings. I mean, maybe I will just drop a few of these things down. I'll keep you dynamic. Yeah, we do have a dual PC setup. We just had a little bit of lag going on with our audio, which was honestly, it was like a pretty confusing situation. Why we were getting those audio issues. Who the hell knows? Suffice to say, it made me and Matt very frustrated. Frustrated and bamboozled. Anyway. I think... Oh, wait, no, it's over here is the, like, temple I need to get into. Seems like a bunch of people are having optimization issues. Interesting. I mean, some of it could just be that as well. What should they do for World Quest to make them more interesting? Well, number one, they need to do more things and make people just feel like really powerful and have mastery over the world. So dragon riding is a foundational part of making the World Quest experience of the game better. So that will absolutely help. You know, just in the way that, like, going from... Oh, balls. You know, going from World Quests with a flying mount to without a flying mount is quite the difference in game feel, isn't it? So that'll be important. Then it's just like, how are they spawned in? It's just a lot of that shit, really. Like, how are they spawned in? What's the design of them like? How varied is that content? Is there story for the factions so that, like, at least while you're doing the world quests, you know you're working towards some stuff? Oh, man, this... I'm so sad. This, like, just straight up is not working for me. I think making world quests that feel more like, yeah, actually it was mentioned there in chat, that feel a little bit more like the events in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, absolutely. They basically just need to start making zones feel more unique. It's why when Ian says 4 Zareth Mortises, in a sort of loose fashion to describe the zones in this game, like, that sounded good to me. I want 4 Zareth Mortises. Like, at least, you know, sort of nested within that is the idea that there'll be a decent amount of variation. Alright, so unfortunately it seems that we're just shit out of luck. The talent tree ain't working for me. I could try to sign up to this race, though, and hopefully it will actually... Oh, I'm signed up, and I just need to stay around here until enough other players arrive, and then we can do the race. Hopefully I will not drop all the frames. Ah, everyone else is leaving. Can I test Fury Warrior? No point. Fury talents are not in yet, so it will be the exact same as Shadowlands. I'll be doing Paladin soon. 'Tis the plan. I hear ducks. Well, yeah, this is the zone that has the ducks. The first ducks WoW has ever had. There you go, everyone. Game is saved. Alright, so maybe there's some other things for us to do today. So, we've checked out the new HUD elements, which basically just means grids. And change the grid size. I assume the talents then are just the things that we've seen before. We got Mage, we've done the new zone, there's leatherworking, jewel crafting, Rat Paladin I want to try. Base dragon riding, we've done dragon riding talents. I don't think we can really do. Unless, let me check Wowhead. Maybe they have them up. I mean, I imagine they would. They do tend to have everything up there. No. I don't think they do. I imagine it's the stuff that we've seen before. Have we heard any word? And if there's a weekly vault, there is a weekly vault. Oh yes. Weird. Right. Real shame that didn't work. But anyway, I think we can leave this character behind for a little bit and maybe check out some of the new specs. Very keen to see what a Frost Mage feels like and how that's different. I've already got the character ready to go, so we can jump straight into it. Talents worked for Preach earlier. I mean, maybe if I log in and log out, it's like sometimes, you know, it'll work for one person or one character. It won't work for others. I mean, this character, I made it before this build. Maybe Preach's character was made today on the new build, and maybe that means it will work. Opinions in pre-ordering? I mean, don't. Unless, like, it's a physical collector's edition and there's a genuine worry of, like, stock availability and it's something you really want. But other than that, don't. I mean, there's not really much reason to, is there? It's like you feel like you can actualize your desire to play a game, but in a way where you still don't get to play the game till launch day anyway. So, I would not say there is too much point in doing that. I saw a few streamers trying Frostmage last night. They said it felt pretty bad. Oh, jeez. Oh, no. Any new alpha invite wave? Yeah, there was one today. I think there's broadly an invite wave with every single new build, and those new builds are happening weekly. So, test mage time. Let's see how things are going. Bit worried, given what the mages have seen. Joe, what new class things are in? Mage and Paladin, but not Prot. Of course, there is one big problem here. I'm not max level, so I can't properly test this, which is kind of annoying. Now, are there going to be just an absolute throng of people here? Not really. Yeah, sorry, not Holy. Whoops, yeah, Prot is in. Interesting. Seeing a lot of people, they don't want Holy Power. So I will go to the spec that I've most recently played first. What age am I and what zodiac sign? I believe that is June, or yeah, well, June, so Gemini, I think. And 28. 28. Alright, let's get some shit in our bars. Conjure Refreshment. New spell effect. Has lightning. So that's kind of neat. Fire Blast. I have a feeling I won't be using you too much. Alright, that's basically everything. Okay, let's get building. So. Okay, well, there's a change to Flurry that Matt likes. Yeah, heard about that. So first thing, Ice Lance is our first talent. There we go. We've now got Frostbolt and Ice Lance. Incredible. So next we get Frozen Orb, Blizzard, and Fingers. Well, that's all the fucking usual suspects. I do not have buttons set up at all. Oh, whatever. I'll just put them in Q and Shift Q, I guess. Flurry. Now, Flurry's different. Let's go for Winter's Chill. Frostbolt having a chance to reset the remaining cooldown of Flurry and cause the next one to do more damage. Cold Snap will get you. Oh, Shatter Rank 2 is not implemented. Well, okay, hang on. We should probably take a look at our end caps. So, Flurry is different. Look at this. It's instant. And a 40-second cooldown. Yikes. But then what happens is Frostbolt can reset it. So they've just changed up Flurry. It's now instant by default. So, can I get a proc, please? There we go. Be not ideal because I just showing you ice lance. Anyway. Right, where are we building towards? Cold Front. Casting 30 Frost Bolts or Flurries calls down a frozen orb towards your target. Hitting an enemy player counts as double. Alright. We've got either Freezing Wind. Frozen Orb is active. You gain fingers every 2 seconds. Or Slick Ice, which is just the legendary effect. Here we've got Thermal Void. Icy Veins duration increased by 10 seconds. Ice Lance against frozen targets extend Icy Veins. So yeah, just that. And then Glacial Spike. We were to build towards the left. Let's see what happens. Ebon Bolt, if we want that. Freezing Touch. Well, let's just go with Freezing Touch so we get more procs to fuck about with for now. 2 charges of Flurry. Flurry is a 15% chance each strike to call down an Icy Comet. I mean, sure, that makes sense. Well, this is just filler, so... Get 2 Glacial Assaults. So we need to spend 7 more to get down to Comet Storm. So, Lonely Winter. I think Wintertide. Frostbolt damage. Fingers of Frost. Oh, yeah, this is more damage. We need that. 3! Ooh. Oh, we're dumping a lot in Wintertide. Icy Veins. I think we might need Icy Veins. I see what people mean. I'm sort of putting a lot of filler stuff in. Oh, whoops, I just used Icy Veins. Okay, we need to spend 2 more before we get further down. So we got Frostbite. We've got Arctic Piercing. Frostbolt crits empower Ice Lance. We've got Improved Blizzard or Focused Frost. Frozen Orb does 100% down, only hitting 1 target. Percent goes into Snowstorm. It's just like the more AoE side. That would take me... Okay, Bone Chilling. Okay, well now we've got the rest of these up. So Comet Storm, sure, whatever, I'll take... Well, let's see what we got. Ray of Frost, which will be, of course, moving me towards getting Hailstones. And then into Glacial Spike for that playstyle. Which I guess I actually can reach that end cap now. Icy Propulsion, which then takes me towards these. But, oh, 2 into Icy Propulsion. Proved Icy Veins. Into either Freezing Winds or Slick Ice. Actually, you know what? Let's take a look at the class side first, just to see if there's anything in there. Ice Block, may need you. Cone of Cold, may need you. Oh, Shatter's in here. Alright, well, need you. Sure, whatever. I'll just take these. Mirror Image, sure. Cryo Freeze when I'm Ice Block Heal. Yeah, that's always handy to have. Sure, I'll do Reabsorption. Crit Chance, sure. Unfortunately, Thermal Void plus Propulsion is probably still going to outclass the rest, yeah. Let's see what else is in here. So that takes me to Spell Steal. What do we got here? Actually, do you know what? Let's take a look at Blizzard's release notes, because I think they actually talked about... Hey, Loda. I think they dropped some of their intent in the development notes. Let's get those. What does Blizzard think about all of this? Oh, did I just hit a bad button? Well, I've hit the display capture button, and am I? Oh yeah, I am a display capture. Cool. Alright, Mage. Mage trees are focused on offering new talents to explore, supporting underrepresented archetypes and builds, and allowing for cross-spec abilities. Want mages to feel like they're not limited to their primary skill of magic, and with enough commitment, they are capable of harnessing powerful abilities from a variety of different magic sources at once. Specialization trees are built to maintain the core fantasies of each spec, while tidying up existing gameplay through talents such as a reworked Alexstras's Fury for Fire Mages, Wintertide for Frost Mages, and introducing a major new cooldown, Arcane Surge for Arcane Mages. In addition, they're making baseline changes such as Ignite spreading via Fire Blast instead of Phoenix Flames, and Fury being a default insta-cast charge-based design. We're hoping these allow for you to customize your character in new and exciting ways, and they're looking forward to our feedback. Interesting. Well, let's see what going into like a glacial spike is going to feel like. To be honest, though, I'm very sleepy today. Very, very sleepy. So All gameplay will be shit, to be honest. Sure, I'll take Invis. Take the Invis movement. What are my end caps here? So time anomaly. Yep, at any moment, you have a chance to gain Icy Veins for 8 seconds, Fingers of Frost or Time Warp for 6 seconds. Shifting Power. Drawn power from the Night Fae. From the Night Fae? Dealing... yeah. I mean, maybe it's good, but I just don't really want to do Night Fae stuff, to be honest. I'm feeling uninspired. But that's not really fair. That's just because I'm kind of having a slow day, to be honest. You know, I'm going to do Encounter Slow for now. I feel like, of course, Rune of Power is going to be the one that you'll go with. Fuck it, whatever. I'll just make sure I'm not missing anything important. No. No, I am not. I should probably read what the more experienced, like Preheat. What does Preheat think about this? You know? Yeah. It's kind of weird that, like, that's still Night Fae themed. You know? That's odd. I feel like a lot of players wouldn't have necessarily expected that. Yeah, I don't know. Is there anything you want me to build in general with this guy? I'll see what this, like, charge-based flurry feels like. I mean, that's certainly different, isn't it? Just kind of being like that by default. I suppose they're trying to clean up the design or something like that. Oh, yeah. Glacial Spike. It is just a cool ability, isn't it? Well, maybe it's kind of not as much there for the game feel. I don't know. I've not played with that thing since Legion. Like, there, Ray of Frost. Fucking hell, that is an ability I have not pressed in essentially literal years. Oh, you can shadow that. Yeah. I don't know. What do you guys think of Mage? Kind of realizing that maybe, I don't know, maybe Glacial Spike's not the most fun thing. I guess I haven't immediately seen the new, and so like I did look at a little bit of player feedback earlier, and a lot of the player feedback just came down to like a lot of the important shit's pretty late on, and they just, you know, maybe not feeling like the just the level of fun is, you know, there really. So I guess I can boom. Yeah, who knows. So there's a Vampire Brat drop a super. What I hate about Shadowlands World Quests was the spawn timer was so high per zone. Would you be okay with them doing some allotment of you can do this many per day, this many per week, and having them spawn more frequently? I don't know. I feel like when you start getting that prescriptive, it just feels a bit shitty, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm gonna go away from Glacial Spike. Try something else. Yeah, I don't know. I think they should try to keep it nice and brisk with the world quests and just let people do as much as they want. And there'll be a lot less of an issue around that if the world quests are not tied to player power in the ways that they have been in the past. Now they'll be tied to things like perhaps reputations. You know, could be like that. And you know, those reps then of course maybe have some crafting recipes or some gear that you can get, but certainly for what like the mega endgame players are going to care about, probably not that much. Oh yeah, I believe it's you asked about the Raycons. Yes, it's Raycon, I think, /Bellular? Buyraycon.com/Bellular? I think that was the promo code they gave me. Yeah. Anyway, right. So we're thinking Icy Propulsion. I mean, yeah, it's probably just going to be that build, right? Your fucking Giga Icy Veins that last literally forever. That into Slick Ice, perhaps? Right? That's probably going to be the deal this time round. It's kind of funny, really, running around Sepulchre of the First Ones with, you know, infinite stuff. But I guess, like, I need, you know, I need more talents. I'll get 10 more. 10 more I can go into all of the things that I want. I mean, I don't know, to be honest, right? Maybe I am just too sleepy today to be angry at Mage. That could just be it. Do you think they'll make old raids playable in endgame? Nah. I mean, they're going to add more to time walking. They have said that. So, I mean, that could be fun. But they need a way to make it worth doing. Right? To make it a bit more fun, I think. You know what, let's just go to the beginning. So, I mean, obviously, Iceland's Blizzard Fingers, Shatter Rank 2, why not? Even though it's not implemented, whatever. Winter's Chill, need you. Brain Freeze, obviously, need you. Advent Bolt, let's just do Frozen Touch for now. Perpetual Winter, I mean, could you imagine not using that? Glacial Assault, again, flurries of 15%, you call that an icy comet, sure. I'll be flurrying forever anyway. Although, that's it, let's just try to go up this side. Arctic Piercing, Frostbolt, crits empower ice lands, increasing damage dealt by 10% for 6 seconds, stacking 3 times. Sure, we'll do that. We'll go into Bone Chilling. Frigid Shattering. Which I guess, yeah, you know, okay. Frostbolt Flurry, yeah, okay. Oh, 30 icicles. That's many icicles. Cool. I mean, where do I go this stage? I don't know, whatever the hell that is. I think Glacial Assault. It's got to be. Oh, I still have... Okay, I gotta spend one more. I'll just get Frostbite. Splitting Ice, your Ice Lance and Icicles now deal 5% increased damage and hit a nearby second target, which also will apply to Ebon Bolt and Glacial Spikes, which does mean that this is not really the option that I should take, but whatever. So that's kind of interesting, because it's like that into getting Hailstones, into Glacial Spike, but if I wanted to get, like, you know, Rave... Oh, I don't have Icy Veins yet! I don't have fucking Icy Veins yet. Oh yeah, I mean, that wouldn't be an issue if we were, you know, if we had more talents to play with, of course. Now, Lonely Winter... I guess you just don't expect Icy Veins to be that far down. Wintertide. Yep, sure. I mean, there are Fingers of Frost empowered Ice Lances do more damage to frozen targets. Good. Good. Oh, that is good. Okay, Icy Veins. Yep. I guess... Sorry, I'm just trying to, like, tease out their kind of... Yeah, what Matt just said. One of the problems of these is they're insane noob traps. Indeed. I mean, fuck, like, if you want to have a chat about these, Matt, you could always hop in Discord. But, I mean, if you're working on that script, then obviously, you know, I don't want to fuck over your week. Casting over 30. Okay, yeah. I don't know. I'm not. Ah, yeah, he's working. Yeah, I'm not really seeing much that's, you know, boom, lighting me up. But equally, I want to see what the more expensive. I was going to say the more expensive players. No, the more experienced players have got to say about all this shit. You know. That I do not know. Oh yeah, I should probably cast my abilities. Because I do not know what those guys think. Oh, sorry, I don't know if you were joking or not, Matt. Oh, all today's videos are ready to go. Just need to get the future ones ready. Oh, Pog. Well, I guess, hey, what have I told you my review thus far? Is that it is Frostmage still. That's it. Shocking, eh? But that's the thing with Frost. It's like... it's boring, but it does just kind of leave you alone to play the fight, you know? And sometimes there's almost a value in that when you're raiding. Like, maybe part of, like, just playing Frost and it was honestly kind of brain dead. Maybe that's, like, part of why I enjoyed Sepulchre, because I was just kind of focusing on the fights, and I thought a bunch of the fights were really cool in that raid tier. Yeah. Oh, so here's from that. That's the primary disappointment with Dragonflight. The core game will feel different with dragon riding, but endgame content will feel similar for almost everyone who's not an evoker. That's very true. Yeah, because like it's not like Legion. I think one of the things that was so like crazy and exciting for many in Legion, and you know some classes maybe didn't move in the best direction, but it was like, you know, bam, so much shit's happened. You can try every class in the game. They're all going to feel different. It's all going to be crazy. Get your R5 weapons. Like, whoa, it was like a big end game madness, right? It was big end game madness for Legion, and that was just so, you know, crazy and exciting. Like literally just so much shit was happening. But here it's like, yeah, they are codifying the things that have already existed, plus a few little changes, you know, into these trees. That's pretty much that. I want enemy debuffs to appear on the nameplate. Oh man, not having a nameplate add-on sucks. Hopefully Blizzard redoes their nameplates a bit. So anyway, this is, you know, okay, I've got Comet Storm, I've got, this is like more of a sort of cleavy situation. Is there anything like interesting and crazy and new that I can do? Because like that's just Slick Ice, I mean I'm used to that. I have that right now. Well, let's just take that. Yeah, I do feel like it's just Icy Propulsion. Upgrade my Icy Veins. Go into Slick Ice. Hey, this is exactly what Matt said. I'm back where I started. Right? I've got the same legendary. And it's now all about those, you know, those Icy Veins that last for, you know, like literally 100,000 years. That's what it's all about now, so, I don't know. But then again, like, it is fun when your Icy Veins lasts forever, but I suppose it's just that thing. You don't really want to feel like you're just kind of railroaded into, you know, into one. Right, so like a bit like, you know, whenever Sabretooth has existed, people are just like, nope, Sabretooth exists, game fucked. Have they said anything about higher bonus damage for, well, Legion stuff, since legacy content feels a bit low compared to WoD stuff? Not really sure. Not really sure. Oh yeah, I guess I don't have Thermal Void. That's what I'm really missing. So to get Thermal Void, I will need 3 more talent points. Now, I have 10 levels to gain. So I guess... yeah, I mean, I'll have enough to get that, but really not that much more. I guess that's that. These, you know, these are more made. You know, actually, I'm just going to look at... I want to just see what preheat says. Oh, yeah, wait. I'm not even logged into Twitter. Hang on, let me sign in to the Cursed Bird website here. Password is what? Oh, I gotta log into dash lane. 1 second. One of the good things is like Wowhead do the class feedback posts, and I do not know if yeah, I do not know if they put... Oh great, I just have this problem where sometimes I literally, Twitter does not work for me. It's insane. It's weird. Okay, so no mage feedback. What about the blue tracker? Let's see what people are saying about mages. I'll go to the US feedback forum. Let's see, issues. Okay, that's all fire stuff. I want to see a bit about Frost. Oh, here's someone's sharing a little bit of Arcane gameplay. Oh, Radiant Spark. Okay, well, there you go. I assume Radiant Spark is back. So Rune of Power, Radiant Spark. And I guess it's just time... Oh, Arcane Surge. So that's their new thing. I guess after that, it's just fucking John Madden time. That's a lot of Arcane Missiles. Well, that's quite something. Flurry change is nice. Yeah, Flurry feels well good enough. Previously, that was a spell that never got touched unless you had a Brain Freeze proc. Yes, but change have charges and Brain Freeze resetting a charge that's increasing damage makes the Frost rotation a bit more reliable and less dependent on procs. Yeah, I think that's definitely a good change. Arcane, it's just tricky to me because I have not touched Arcane in years, essentially. Yeah, I don't know. If you've made a mage for a long time, let me know. To be honest, I just kind of flavor of the month mage because I was just bored of Hunter. Man, Hunter, actually on that though, I think there was some more Hunter feedback versus the tree that I was on a while ago. Feedback Hunters. Hello. Okay, nah, not much. But yeah, what is good is, like, these are all just the Hunter changes and shit they've been talking about. Like, this is, for early on in Alpha, like, this is awesome. Look at all this shit. We did not get this in the past, so, you know, that I am happy with. But, yeah. I suppose I literally could just be tired today, because I only had a few hours of sleep, so. Brain sleepy. Alright, well, let's play around with fire. Let's see what fire feels like. I think fire is maybe the one that's got a bit more of the negative feedback. Well, funny enough, Pyroblast is the first thing that we learn. Okay, let's see. What are we building towards? So, Sun King's Blessing. After consuming 8 hot streaks, your next non-instant pyro within 15 seconds gives you combustion for 6 seconds. I mean, okay. Boom. Then we can get either Fiery Rush. While combustion is active, your Fire Blast and Phoenix Flames recharge 50% faster. And all of these reduce the CD on combustion for kindling. Fire Frenzy. Whenever Hot Streak activates, you have a low chance to cause all Pyroblasts and Flame Strikes to have no cast time and be guaranteed crits for 5 seconds. Alright. So, Flame Strike, mainly you. Fire Blast. I already had you. What? Oh, whatever. Scorch. Yes, please. Fire Starter. So, yeah. Always a crit above 90% health. Scorch is 150% increased damage and is guaranteed crit below 30% health. I feel like I should go for Searing Touch because target dummies will always be above 90%, and that will just make this a total, you know, it'll mean this won't mean anything. Hot Streak! I may just need that. But at least what this means, though, is a player doesn't, like, click in a spec, and then a whole bunch of shit pops on their screen. Like, they have Hot Streak because they clicked on it. And I think that's probably going to be better for players just, like, actually learning the game. Proof Flame Strike, sure. Fire Blast, always guaranteed crit. Well, that's important. Every time my Fireball... oh, yeah. I need that. into critical mass spells have a 7% increased chance to crit. Need critical mass. Cauterize, may as well not die. Flame on, reduce the cooldown of Fire Blast by 2 seconds and increase the maximum number of charges. Okay. Flame Patch, Flame Strike leaves behind. Okay. Maybe don't need you as much. Conflagration, Fireball applies Conflag to the target, dealing damage over time. Yes, enemies affected by either Conflag or Ignite have a 10% chance to flare up. We will, of course, take that. Now where to go? Well, Phoenix Flames, I think I will take you. Improve Scorch. I'd rather see if we can go a little bit faster. No, I haven't looked at red yet. More Phoenix Flames, yes. Consuming Hot Strength, yeah, sure. Combustion! Ah, yeah! Don't want to forget that one. Tempered Flames, Pyroblast has a 35% reduced cast time and 15% increased critical strike chance. The duration of combustion is reduced by 50%. Versus Combustion grants mastery equal to 50% of crit and lasts 2 seconds longer. To be honest, because I'm not an experienced fire mage and I don't have all the, fancy fingers, I will just go for duration. So from this point then, we've really got 2 end caps to go towards. Either Fiery Rush, so while combustion is active, your Fire Blast and Phoenix Flames recharge faster, or Kindling, so we just get more combustions. And that will take us via Tinder. If you have not cast a Fireball for 8 seconds, your next one, more damage with a reduced cast time. Ignite is a 5% additional chance. Deals 5%, sorry, additional damage. You activate combustion, you gain 4% crit. And up to 4 near allies gain 1% crit. Or, we go in this direction, to go for Sun King's Blessing. I think I'll do that. I'll go in this direction. So, Phoenix Reborn. Targets affected by Ignite have a chance to erupt in flame, taking additional fire damage, and reducing the cooldown of Phoenix Flames. 10 seconds. Pyromaniac, casting Pyro or Flame Strike while Hot Streak is active, has an 8% chance to instantly reactivate. Oh man, I can't get Sun Kings. I guess I could just make my combustion weaker. I mean, I'm not really doing this for DPS, am I? I'm just doing this to fuck about. Like, it's weird. Yeah, I've always found fire to be, at its core, like, super satisfying anyway. So yeah, it is what it is. To be honest, I just have a feeling I just don't have much to say on this issue, really. Other than I've always thought that, like, Fire Mage was pretty cool and rhythmic. So, yeah. I don't know. I guess, to be honest, stream's maybe not the right avenue for me to do this. I'm more of a sit down and slowly think about things kind of guy, so... Oh, wow. What a stupid move that was. I don't know. I've always enjoyed Flame, or Fire. That said, I've not played it in like 2 or 3 years. This is actually the problem. This is the fucking thing that Shadowlands has done to me. I've not played anything other than Mage and Hunter for ages. And honestly, bloody hell. See, in Legion I had one of every single class at max level, and I made a big point of playing all of them, and I really enjoyed it. Combustion destroyed Fire Mage with... Yeah, you feel like nothing without it. Well, that's always the problem. That's always the hard thing about designing your big button, because your big button does suck away everything else. But I'm actually realizing that I'm just at a situation now where I am so rusty on so many of the classes in the game that I've played 2 things: Marksmanship, Hunter, and Frost Mage. I have not fucking touched a single other thing in World of Warcraft, and that is so goddamn different to WoD and Legion, where I had so many classes at max level, even Mop. It just makes me realize I've really fallen off the wagon with, like, general game sense and keeping up to date with things, And I think that's what Shadowlands has done. I had so little desire to play more Shadowlands that, and yeah, Shadowlands is a nightmare for playing alts, that I'm now rusty and everything. It's like, I thought, okay, stream, we'll go check out the new talents. Do you know what I've realized? I don't have a single fucking interesting thing to say. Maybe I do for, like, MM Hunter. Because I've played MM Hunter for a lot over many years since Wrath. But I don't have a fucking single interesting thing to say about this. Because I've not touched fire since Legion. Last time I did this shit, it was fucking Argus LFR. What fucking business have I got talking about this or offering really much in the way of design feedback? Because, I mean, I haven't got a single legendary for this. I haven't tried a single Covenant ability in this. I haven't raided a single modern raid with this. So what is the point? Makes you think, doesn't it? I mean, the most that I can basically say is, I think that the whole basic, oh, you got procs and big fire happens. It looks cool. It feels cool. I don't think I've got too much fucking else to say other than that, really. THD is the most cooked WoW Twitter person, and that's a massive achievement. Oh, boy howdy does THD want his, he wants to be in the maze. He wants to be in the maze. Good on him. I love the MM Hunter and Wrath. Yeah, well, I'm pretty interested to go and check out. I'm actually just, because the only thing that Twitter works for me on is my phone. So, let's just see what Preheat thinks. For the mage content. So the best I can do is read them out here. Mage talent trees are not great, especially Arcane and Frost, but hey, could be worse. At least we aren't Shadow Priests. Interesting. Seems like... Oh yeah, Conjure Mana Gem being in there feels weird. Okay, plenty of issues. Okay, yeah, Preet's just saying, like, you know, 4 talents to have a functional flurry. 11 talents you basically don't have a choice on. Frostry is dog water. Well, I suppose that is kind of a lot of it with Frost, isn't it? It kind of depends what you're looking for, because so much of this is just, I am trying to get back what I had, but I don't have Thermal Void yet. Preheat is, we're talking about Preheat, raids for a limit, and, you know, does mage class guides. It's just one of the go-to mages, basically. I just kind of want to see what, you know, what the go-tos are saying about things, because I have now come to the epiphany on this stream that because the 2 most recent expansions have destroyed all of my motivation to actually try harder and do more in WoW, I am now so rusty on everything that's not the 2 specs that I've played throughout Shadowlands that I am just out of date on everything, and I have nothing interesting to say, which kind of means that just going and talking about classes is almost a weird, fruitless endeavor, other than just being like, well, hey, if you're also in my situation, then, you know, maybe it'll be something to you, right? Yeah, so I guess basically, right, you can go for your Glacial Spike build. You can just do most of the... There's a slight remix of the shit you've already got, right? Okay, let's just take a look at Rat, see if there's anything going on there. Prot I won't bother with because I have not tanked on that thing since Legion, again. Whereas at least with Rat, like, I'm a little bit more up to date with that because, you know, Matt, Paladin, and I played a decent little bit of Paladin on a few of the betas before. So that's fine. Yeah, I definitely need to go and check out what Jack's been saying about priests. Because the spec that I have been considering checking out is Disc. Because I've always thought the core design fantasy of Disc is fucking awesome. I think it's beautiful. Okay, right. Let's get going. Hammer of Wrath, you get to be on cue. Why not? So what do you do? Oh, Blade of Justice is the first thing that we're getting. And then, okay. Art of War, yes please. Divine Storm, yes please. Improved Crusader Strike, yes please. Swift Crusader, yup. Holy Blade. Actually, let's see where we're building towards. So, okay, we got a final verdict build. Replaces Templar's Verdict with Final Verdict, which just, does more damage. Has a chance to activate Hammer of Wrath, which is obviously pretty fucking cool. Vanguard's Momentum, Hammer of Wrath has 2 extra charges, increases holy damage down by 2%. Yeah, okay, so that's nice. Liadrin's Fury. While Avenging Wrath is active, gain holy power every 5 seconds, right? So just speed up that cooldown. Avenging Wrath Might. Call upon the light. Become Avatar of Retribution, increasing your crit by 20% for 20 seconds. If Avenging Wrath is known, also 20% damage increase. Well, I can't imagine you're taking that without having Avenging Wrath. Or it's Crusade. Of course, Crusade. If memory serves, that's if you want to get some RSI. But I always thought Crusade was kind of wacky and fun. Yeah, so your holy power spent just increases your haste. Yeah, just late stage Legion Paladins that just have Carpal Tunnel. High Lord's Judgment, just, damage increase, sure. Contaminating Blade, increased crit chance, Blade Justice 5%. Blade of Justice crits cause target to burn. Every 2 seconds or 6 seconds, alright. Righteous Verdict. Right, Templar's Verdict increases the damage of your next Templar's Verdict by 15% for 6 seconds. I guess sort of pair them up. Fair enough. Okay, Zeal or Boundless Judgment. So Judgment's got a 25% chance to chain to a nearby enemy, or Judgment empowers your next 3 auto attacks to be 10% faster and deal some additional holy damage. Which then, of course, ties into Art of War. So I think I will certainly go with Zeal. Yeah, no, I remember Matt talking about like his wrists being destroyed by Legion Paladin. Camp Before the Storm. Enemies hit by Divine Storm take 50% more damage from Consecration for 8 seconds, so I guess that's what's happening if we're big. So over here to the left is us moving into AoE, if that's what we wished to do. But of course, because I went for Zeal, I can access this anyway. Every 10 seconds get a Holy Power versus Consecration periodic damage, so I guess I'll just try to go very single targety, perhaps. Hand of Hindrance, Exorcism, Blessed Art of Holy Light, doing damage, burning the target, applies damage over time to all nearby enemies, if stand. Okay. I think I need shield. Oh, Wake of Ashes. I just take Wake of Ashes because it's cool. Blade of Justice casts with Art of War, shatters the earth while emerging. Casting Consecration. Oh, just free Consecrations. Neat. Again, there's probably stuff here that's like, perks or whatever that have been in the game over the last while, and I obviously, because I have not played Red, will not be aware of that. Very much when I play, I'm just like, what am I playing? I will learn that and kind of fuck the rest. You don't need anything else to be doing heroic raiding. Not that we even did that, because basically, I mean, I don't know about you, but how did your guild find keeping a roster going through Shadowlands? That was fun. People had such an appetite to play WoW. Just want to be away from those days. Well, I need to spend 6 more points here, so let's just go for that. Art of War resets the cooldown of Blade of Justice 100% more often, increase the damage. Yeah, I'll take you. Imperium Power. Crusader Strike has a 15% chance to make your next Divine Storm free and do more damage. Or Fires of Justice. Just the cooldown of Crusader Strike and give it a 15% chance to make your... I think Imperium Power. Why not? I always thought Justicar's Vengeance was a really cool thing. Golden Path plus the slow are old, but the procs, explosions, exorcism are new. Interesting. Yeah, like Matt, tell me, what do you think about this? Being a paladin yourself. Selfless healer. I always love having you. Yeah, selfless healer, fuck it. Eye for an eye. Nah. Oh, I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do. Ah, fuck it. Long Arm of the Law. Tempest Lightbringer. Okay. So now we're at a stage, actually, where with my final 5, I have a lot that I can go for. So Matt says, I don't think I like the tree's layout very much for reasons I can't explain. But all the new tools are really cool and fix a lot of core problems, but the tree might stop us from having them all. Well, I mean, isn't that the job of the tree? Oh, Talison sees me in game. Hey, grats on having alpha. Alright, Virtuous Command. Judgment grants you Virtuous Command for 5 seconds, which causes your Templar's Verdict, Crusader Strike, Blade of Justice, and auto attacks to... Okay. To deal 5% more holy damage. And with that, I can move towards... Right, Ashes to Ashes. When you benefit from Art of War, you gain... Ah, Seraphim, I remember you. Alright, big buff. And then into Final Reckoning. Call down a blast of heavenly energy, dealing a fuckload of holy damage to all targets in the area, causing them to take 50% increased damage from all of your holy power abilities for 8 seconds, with the passive of being when it's off cooldown. Yeah, that's just the bolts thing. Alright. Divine Resonance. After casting Divine Toll, you instantly cast Judgment every 5 seconds. Oh, shit. See, I have never clicked Divine Toll before. I have to see. Everyone talks about Divine Toll. I've never used it. But, like, I always thought Paladin was pretty cool, to be honest. So, Divine Toll, what are... Yeah, okay. So, instantly cast Judgment up to 5 targets. And it deals 100% increased damage. Alright, so... I mean, what do I expect? It's Paladin. I've generally always found it to be, like, pretty fun. So, let's see. Let's hit Divine Toll. Alright, I can see why people find that to be really, really satisfying. That's just cool. Yeah, I mean, you're a paladin, you're a proc machine, that's the way that it goes. Keep all your generators in cooldown. I suppose with that other talent, try to use your, within 6 seconds, use your fucking verdicts. Even better with Avenger Shield on prot. Ah, interesting. Yeah, at some point we'll get Matt to properly do stuff, because like I couldn't even tell you if anything's like massively changed, because I've literally not played this in a long ass time. But generally, it seems people are perhaps more positive in Paladin then. Is that the case? I mean, if so, good. God, Divine Toll though, that's like, bam, that's crazy. Also, Convoke. That's the other big button that I've never pressed. I feel like I haven't, based on what the druids say, I feel like I haven't fucking lived until I've used Convoke once. Okay, so Matt's basically mixed in the tree, but overall thinks that it's cool. Yeah, that's fair. I've always thought Rat's pretty neat with its feeling. Yeah. I just wonder, like, when Blizzard talk about, you know, being able to do multiple things, like on the mage, I guess that's just them talking a little bit more about it. Because I also, by the way, I haven't done the class tree yet, so I need to do the class tree. Yeah, let's do the class tree. All right, lay on hands. Yep. Blessing of Freedom, Hammer of Wrath, Auroras, Fist, no, Divine Steed. Yes, please. Could you imagine not having Divine Steed? Holy shit. Holy Aegis, sure. Imagine Wrath. May just need you to play this spec, like. And also doing Divine Toll will mean a good bit more now. I'll tip you, Bob. Do you remember? Did you play Rat back in the day in Siege? You got the trinket. And you were just a fucking... You were just like a Christmas tree. You saw all your crazy procs. Siege of Orgrimmar was such an interesting time to play the game. Blizzard were like, they used the Siege trinkets to experiment on a whole bunch of new mechanics for the game. And that was like really all quite interesting. So, I want to go for Divine Purpose. I know it probably means I'm a big noob, but honestly, there's times where I just kind of want to not think anymore and just hit the button that lights up. Remember, I used to work in a chip shop. I think Jasper was his name. And he just talked about, like, just always having the most simple spec, and he would just get, like, basically, he just get blackout drunk. And that's how he played the game. It was just like, what button lights up? I'll hit that. That was during TBC, so I cannot imagine that was all too successful for him. But it's a big mood, isn't it? Sure, cleanse the... Oh, just let me move on. So I get Seal of Order. In the dawn, your holy power spending abilities do 10% more damage. In dusk, your armor is increased. Crazy. Matt, I fell in love with Rhett and Jorg when I was extremely good. That plus, oh yeah, blood DK of, oh man, blood DK during, holy fuck, you got your crazy blood DKs, you got your warlocks popping off with their fucking dot snapshotting. I remember back when it was before they changed the readiness change for BM Hunter, and you're just sitting there being able to do your fucking double stampedes and all that crazy business. Oh, those were mad days. That was it, Mop. Oh, God, that Mop gameplay was so good though, wasn't it? Yeah, honestly, I think the learning here is I just need to... I'll go for Sanctified Wrath. That's the big thing we've learned today, everybody. I can do class content, but do you know what I do? Do you know what I need to do first? I need to become decrusty. I'm really crusty, right? I'm just... You know when you wake up, you got like the sleep in your eyes? That's my brain for anything other than the few things that I've played recently, because... You were working at a chip shop at age 13? I was working at a chip shop at age 13. Yeah, it was great. I mean, you don't feel good when you have, you know, chickpeas, onions, gravy every day for lunchtime with a mushy pea fritter, salt and vinegar. That's basically how I fucking lived. But no, do you know what I've really realized, everyone? Actually, okay, poll. Do you also feel crusty about WoW general game sense after BFA and SL? I'll say just SL. And it's just a yes/no. It's just a yes/no poll. Do you also feel crusty? That's the thing I've really noticed today. I mean, I am sleepy, so I'm definitely not bringing the thunder in any of this. But that crusty feeling. Do you feel crusty? Let's see this poll. 86% of you are crusty. Okay, right. My fellow crust lords. Yeah, that's what I've done. What exactly does crusty mean? So, Dragonflight, here's the thing. I kind of hopped in thinking, okay, cool, check out the new talents, and I'll have things to say. That's what I said to myself before I did this stream. And I sit down, I open this up, and I'm like, I have nothing to say about this. Yeah. And I think there's two reasons for that. Number one, big crust lord. I stopped playing. That's it, THL Gamer. Stop playing my alts in the last few years. That is how it went down. I stopped playing my alts. And that just means I have no game sense anymore for any of this shit. And it means that I look at this and I'm like, I don't know what's new. I don't know what's not new. And then there's another very fundamental thing going on here. And there's a clip that we haven't published yet in the Clips channel. But it's how you look at these, and initially, you're just like a bit overwhelmed. You're like, oh, what's going on? What do I do? What are the options? And that's it. It's kind of impossible to give any sort of meaningful, form of commentary in any of this shit. When I'm in a situation where I haven't actually fucking played this shit in ages. So, you know what? Fuck this class stuff. Let's go take a look at jewel crafting. Actually do something useful today. I will actually just have to become less crusty. God, that is what being not alt-friendly does. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. Jewel crafting is one I haven't... We see, I looked at jewel crafting before. It was just the abilities. I just want to see, is there actually anything new and unique in this build? Because previously you were able to, like, learn... you're able to learn them, but... Oh my god. Sorry. There's a chat frame in my window that you guys can't see, and sometimes it gets in the way of things. So we want to go to Dragon Isles jewel crafting. Dragon Isles prospecting. Search the ores for gems. This will destroy the ore in the process. Yep. Don't you remember those? Just doing your shuffles, man. You get a whole bunch of different characters. And, yeah, you know, you process all your gems, you process all your ore, and then away you go. The ore shuffle across multiple crafters. I used to love that. Dear Disco, thank you for joining up as a member. Caligula. If leveling and gearing a new DPS, tank, and healer in ESO, playing a bunch of Endwalker and leveling 2 classes to 60. If that's anything to go by, I'm crusty as hell and wow. Hey, you're playing a lot of video game. That's it, you're sampling the best of all of them. That's totally the way to do it. But But yeah, I've just realized how I'm just fucking not what I used to be. Not at all what I used to be. And I guess that's what happens when, you know, you log in. Oh, to add 2 classes 6 in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, very good. A lot of different experiences to be had in that game. When you just log in and you're like, this Korthia? I don't want to do Korthia. Or Renown Bar. Alts. I don't want to do that. And honestly, by the time they brought in all the usability improvements there, for me, ship was sailed. Didn't really want to get back into it. And I don't think my guild's really coming back for Season 4. Are they? And that's what happens. An MMO does well because of something called the network effect, right? But the network effect happens in the opposite way. That's why the whole perception of dead game is so dangerous for an MMO. So let's take a look. We've got some extravagant glasswares. Are these, I assume, just like... I think those are just like crafting components. Alright, different specs. Okay, so look at these. Scribe's Magnifying Glass Tier 1. 20 resourcefulness, 29 crafting speed. So this is like, I guess, glasses that you'll actually be able to wear as a crafter. I can't see the visual. That's unfortunate. But yeah, you know, so you can actually kit out your crafter with different stats. Novelties. Alright, some cool lenses. Copy the appearance of of somebody. Some more sunglasses. Jeweled offering. Add the story to your... Yeah. Convergent prism. Okay, so some battle pets, of course. Statues and carvings. Statue of Tyr's Head. Place remarkable statue of the Titan Keeper for... And if you slash Neil, you'll have your worthiness judged. And it can only be judged once every hour. What on earth does that do? That's interesting. Kalwak figurine. Plus 15 fishing. Alright. Narcissist sculpture. Statue of yourself that increases your size and strength while you admire it. Jaradine's Pinata. Once destroyed, it drops a random battleground buff that anyone can claim, and it can only be used in war mode. Right, so you put this down in war mode, and it can be attacked by anybody and gives you a BG buff. That's crazy. Alright. Of course, we've just got, you know, the usual. Now, it's cool. You see these. Or I think it's the necklace. Or one of the necklaces, anyway. Yeah, this one. I think it's like you can craft it with up to 3 different sockets, depending on the quality level you craft it at. So that's kind of neat. Drain elemental energies from you and your gems, sacrificing 46 from each of their stats to shield you for 3,300 per gem socketed for 10 seconds. So that could give you a chunky shield. And then you get the stats broken whenever or back when your shield expires. That's really neat. Idol the Spellweaver. Okay, some trinkets. Which gave you... Okay, spells and abilities. Gave you versatility. For every Malagite, which is one of the gem types, that you got equipped. Alright, so basically just... so dragon aspect themed trinkets. That's pretty neat. Hey, THL Gamer, thank you for joining up as a member. Elemental Soul Cage. Drain the essence of a particularly powerful elemental. If it dies while being drained, you capture its soul. Ah, what's that for? Ah, yeah, the tiered medallion setting. Add 1 socket to an endgame Dragonflight necklace. Can have up to 3 sockets. Ah, yes, so the quality of this depends how many. That's cool. We then have Primalist Gems, which are main stat plus secondary. Yep. And then Frost Gems. And yeah, we sort of talked about this before. Essentially, between the element and the dragon aspect theming of the gem, you can have, like, a stupid... Like, so many stat combos are covered, and you can really fine-tune your character stats that way. So, it's pretty neat. I've, like, basically... Geographic looks really solid, and I think we went through some other working stuff in the stream. Was also really neat. Dastil, aren't the heads of companies obligated to gain more money, to gain more and more money through some contracts? If that's true, doesn't that mean we'll see more Diablo 1? Diablo Immortal light games until the government comes in? you know, sometimes the fiduciary duty thing really does get overblown. A company will, right, the government's never going to, it's never going to, they're not going to go and say, you must make Diablo immortal, or you're fired. You're allowed to make not the most, like, literally, you know, perfect investment in the short term. You are allowed to do that. Yeah, so, you know, a company can do it at once. A lot of that is just what are the expectations of a company shareholders. One of the reasons Amazon gets to really be successful is that Bezos is able to convince shareholders that short-term profits aren't the thing to be chasing. So they're okay. You know, the investors do not get terrified. You know, when they are doing growth instead of pushing revenue, pushing profit. Oh, Lucy, also thank you for joining up as a member. So a lot of that's like, what's the company's story? What's the company's narrative, really? I wonder, in terms of things to do. In terms of things to do. Because honestly, I think the class content's a wash. St. Eric dropped a super big old crusty rogue here. Is the leveling / quest reward gear out? Need more simple mogs? I think some stuff's been data mined. We've covered that in the past. But yeah, not much though. That said, if you want more simple transmogs, one of the really good things, and sadly I can't test it right now, it is that you can transmog white gear. So that is big good for the people who want the kind of the more simple stuff. I wonder, I kind of want to just go do some dragon riding, really. Not really sure. And it's tricky because it's a time in the regular game where I don't really... Like, I mean, I could hop over to live and do something. I don't really know what I'd do. I guess, like, for my feedback... what about Grey? Nah, I don't think you can do Grey. So I think, like, my core feedback thus far is, like, that zone was really, really nice. Right? It was fun. I haven't done the side content there, but it's a really nice zone. It's absolutely fucking gorgeous. Mythic Plus... Ah, that's it, Matt! Yes, Matt, come and Mythic Plus with me. We will Mythic Plus until we have defeated J.B. That'll never happen. Although, I mean, maybe it'd be fun to hop into some of those dungeons. But it was interesting. Matt was just saying, you know, they did some dungeons a while ago, and it just kind of felt like dungeon soup. So, I mean, I would do dungeons, but I'd kind of like to do it with the guys in VoIP. And I think we need to actually schedule and plan that if we were to do it. Oh yeah, so my 65 character is locked. Yeah, I honestly... Do you know what I need, guys? I just need a long period of actually get good. I used to be such a fucking sweaty dickhead elitist about the game. Oh, you guys have no idea. There's a small group of people who, thankfully, I was able to atone for my sins with. In my old guild, and I mean they're all lovely, fantastic people, but god damn it was I an utter fucking cock in Cataclysm. Oh my god. But yeah, I used to be like that. I used to be the person who's like just mauling out over optimization and stuff, and I don't know what happened. I think honestly what happened is a lot of my passion for the game changed. I started, like, primarily just enjoying making lore content, and that was so much of what I did. I was like the lens which I kind of looked through everything with. and then, yeah, we all had that phase. Yeah, we did. Revamp Total Biscuits Guild? Unfortunately not. No. Where unfortunately I've never had a single interaction with the man. Which is a great shame. That would have been very cool, but obviously not to be. But yeah, you know, I used to be such a cunt about the game. Oh my god. And like, at least that version of... So, I'll be very clear. That version of me would have been able to absolutely knock out for you guys a awesome banger segment on every single new class talent tree they've put into the game. Oh, hey, look at that. Can I have a talent point, please? Alright, so I collect the dragon glyphs like that. Now, here's the problem. I just spent all my resources to go here. But now I have a talent point, and I kind of want to go back down and spend it. And Bronze Rewind is on my bar. Ah, fuck it. I want to see if the talent thing works now that I actually have a glyph. Oh, man, this just feels so good. But yeah, that's the thing, you know, I was such a different player in the past. And, like, I know that I enjoy performance-oriented... Ah, no, the UI doesn't work. Ah, I know I enjoy performance-oriented content. I just... it's just changed. And I need to get back to where I was, because I know I enjoy that. I remember, to get the Unbound Changeling, me and Matt just we ground out a whole bunch of Mythic Plus for a few days. A while ago. And initially, you know, I'm just like, blah. But then I actually learned the dungeon. And then I'm like, oh, I'm engaging with what the designers made. Holy fuck. And it was fun. And Matt had the exact same experience with Mist of Tyrannicide specifically. But I just think my general passion for, like, the actual playing the game bit was just so hampered by the way the systems went that I just felt really disconnected from it. Because, like, make no mistake, back in the day, like, my objective was to become a heroic raider, which, by the way, would be mythic now. That was my objective. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. You know, I remember in Wrath of the Lich King coming into my own as a player. Just doing what everyone was doing, watching the, you know, the Kriparian videos and doing more DPS. Fucking simming my gear on FemaleDwarfHunter.com. I suppose at this stage, not that many people even remember that site. What a different era it was. I'm very excited for Wrath Classic, though. See you later. Thanks for tuning in, THL. But the thing for me with Dragonflight, though, and this is maybe for me the core promise of the Dragonflight expansion, it is that, and I'll just go full cam till our resources are back. For me, I think the main thing is the alt-friendliness. It's the idea that there's no bullshit. You hit max level, you have all of these. You don't have to do anything else. That just means I can level my character up and play it. Get some gear for it. Do shit. And that's what's exciting to me about this expansion. It's the core playability of the game. And, you know, so much of what I talked about earlier was just this fucking feeling of being crusty. Just like, oh, I haven't played my alts. I log into a Paladin and I have nothing interesting to say about it anymore. Whereas in the past, I would have been really excited about that. And I want to be excited about that. But I can't be excited about that because I don't have the proper goddamn foregrounding in what playing a Paladin is like and what that game experience is like right now. What the fucking trials and tribulations and all that stuff of, you know, of the current Paladin players are. Right? I have nothing to say about any of that. Because, I mean, really, the state the game got to with BFA, man, I was just playing one character, right? It was like was it a hunter or was it a monk? I've actually bloody forgotten. And then, you know, straight into that, I go into playing DH for N'Zoth, and then I move over. I'm playing Hunter for 9.0, for 9.1. I'm playing Frost for 9.2. And that's the only stuff that I have a shred of anything I could possibly talk about. And back in Legion, whenever, you know, they had fixed a bunch of their launch issues, and, you know, do you remember you coughed and you got 3 billion artifact power, and you could just go zoom straight up. And that's when I was playing all the different characters, and also as well, there was such a novelty factor with Legion 2. It was just really fun. Yeah. Imagine buying legendaries for all your alts, lol. Ain't that it? I mean, honestly, even imagine unlocking the legendaries you want. Maybe it only takes a few hours, but it's a few hours for maybe 2 specs, and it's not the thing you want to do when you log in, so, you know what? You'll just play another game that doesn't piss you off. And that's just made me really realize maybe even the core reason why I'm excited for this expansion, it actually might be the alt-friendliness. Yeah, it might be the alt-friendliness, because for me, it means there's actually the promise of having many characters. Because the first time I really became a big multiple character person was the end of MOP, right? I had done my things, And the next thing that I had to do was just nothing. So I took new characters through the Timeless Isles. And the Timeless Isles was like such a strong proving ground where you could learn a new class, but also have some very basic mechanics to play around. And that became extremely satisfying to me. So I did that on, I remember doing that in an Arcane Mage where it was like two buttons back. And doing that in a Paladin and all of that stuff. And it was really fun. And, of course, I had lots of alts anyway, because what the hell else were you going to do in WoD? And the Borrowed Power expansions, I mean, the Borrowed Power successor expansions just killed all of that for me. And it's actually only just hit me today what really happened. Because I logged in on Frost and Fire and stuff. And I know I've played Frost recently, but, you know, I just was like, okay, what's the flavor of the month build? I just want to do Sepulchre with my friends, that's it. You know, I wasn't going deep into it. And I was like, I no longer have anything to say about this. Previously, I would have been so engaged by this. But I had nothing to say. Nothing interesting to say. No interesting thoughts came to me. And that's what's important. The thoughts that come to you naturally. Because you know interesting things are going on with who you are and your, you know, your inner headspace when you go out for a walk in nature for maybe 90 minutes or 2 hours and ideas come to you and you're like, oh, fuck, I've got to put this in my phone. This is a good idea. And the idea naturally came to you because while you're doing shit, your brain's making connections and stuff's going on. And I profoundly noticed the opposite of that is what the last 4 years of maybe my relationship with the game has led to. And I am now wondering, is that what it's like for everyone else? It probably is like that for everyone else, isn't it? Like, I'm not going to say this is a profound thing or anything, but yeah, no, that's what's happened. And that's what kind of is, I got disengaged. And maybe that's why people find it really hard to even be interested in the game now. For me, I just noticed it when it came to doing multi-class content in today's stream, but for a lot of other people, it's going to be basically most aspects of World of Warcraft itself. Is that not just a little bit shocking? God damn, I think I need to hop back into Wrath of Lich King and get my mojo back. Oh, Matt just said, hell to the yeah, I like the idea of playing more than playing. Fuck me. Fuck me sideways, yeah. That's what happens. I hear Dakor, you know, our resident mythic raider, he raids with a guild called, I think, Security. I hear him talk about his, you know, their trials and tribulations of being raiders, and I'm like, fuck yeah, God, oh, just, you know, logging in with the bros, doing the hardest content in the game, fuck yeah, that's awesome. But you log in, you're like, okay, that's passed. So yeah, that's goddamn fascinating. And I suppose that's what this expansion is really going to try and solve. So I would go over there, but that's Thaldraszus. So that's actually going up to our new hub city. Let's just try to do a really big flight across this zone. Why the hell not? We're going to do something for the intrinsic fun. Imagine that. Oh yeah, I should probably give you game capture. Wouldn't that make sense? Yeah. God, isn't that just incredible, everyone? See, that's one of the things I really enjoy about streaming, is like sometimes we can form, you know, we can form these connections together in our heads. And I think just through that, a lot of value comes, really. So I need to get back. No! Oh, that's a difference. That's a difference. In the past, you actually would not lose your momentum whenever you kind of boink something slowly. And to be honest, I did like that. I know it was a bit less punishing, and maybe I am just being overly defensive in my design thinking, in wanting to reduce negative experience risk more than have the long-term positive experience of, you know, there's a penalty for hitting a tree, therefore it feels good when you don't. There you go. Lots of fucking cranial connections are happening today, everyone. Have fun. I mean, look at this zone. This is Azeroth. This is Azeroth. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Interesting. Right, so there's an anti-flight mechanic in this area. You log in and realize you're about to spend half an hour getting to a Mythic Plus, it'll fail. God, yeah. Yeah, well, that's even the thing about just, like, even wanting to go and pug in a Mythic Plus, right? It is not exactly a great experience. But hey, tell you what, this is a pretty lovely zone. Like Kirikos Grizzly says, for the difficult. Let's do this little race. Hang on, have I done that race before? Oh yeah, this is the race that I did earlier. Okay, let's see if I can beat my time. These races are cool. And it's like the race, that's just like a fun little thing to do. Used to love dungeons, yeah, me too. Me too. I don't know what it is about Mythic Plus. It's like, sometimes it works for me, sometimes it doesn't. I actually haven't really fully worked out what my thoughts on that are. Maybe it's the sort of thing me and Matt should, you know, drive ourselves insane talking about for half an hour, and we'll come back to you with the abridged version. Okay, so let's beat... Oh my god, I'm playing a game for its intrinsic fun. As in, I'm trying to do a time trial and beat my previous score. This doesn't feel like a winning run, gotta be real. I definitely... Oh, I don't feel like a winner now. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to see that spell effect. Okay, well, we've missed what was the prime evil of this run, which was that fucking branch. That branch and the evil game designer that placed it there. Oh! Oh! Okay. Oh, balls! No, not balls. Ah, I've missed too many vigors. Alright, well... excuse me. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, please. Zoom, 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 zoom. That... Okay. That was close. One more. One more. This is going to be insane when we have 6 points of vigor. Oh, and there's another player doing it at the same time. Okay, well. I've very much done the initial zoom. Oh, I'm getting text messages on my phone. Hopefully, hopefully nothing serious. Oh, now that was a funky move I did. But honestly, I'm just trying to get speed. Okay. So the real thing here is... Ah, fuck, I missed that vigor. Oh, no. No. Scuffed. Scuffed. Run's dead. Run's dead. Oh, dead as can be. Dead as can be. Gah. Bruh. Trash tier play. Trash tier. Yeah, I just didn't. It didn't feel right. That run didn't feel right at all. All right. This is it. This is it. Sweaty hands. Sweaty hands. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Got good speed. I just need to not miss those little vigor orbs. And I suppose ultimately maybe save them up more to kind of use them where they're a bit more effective on the downhills. I know there's a vigor orb up there. I just haven't quite worked out how to get that in a reasonable way. Oh, okay. Missed that. So, this is the easy one to get. And then this one is way over there. And then this one is... Okay, over there to the left. No! Fucking arse! Oh, it was going so well. It was going so well. We will go again. Actually, I need to check my phone. Well, it looks like it's me and Jess Wingett doing it at the same time. Maybe? No? Okay. 2. And 3. Ah, that feels... No, that's a bad start. Oh, this is a brutal start. No, 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 no. Okay, I feel like I have good speed here. Oh, that was... Oh, man, that was smooth with the evil branch. Okay. Okay. Just don't go into the fire. Okay. Okay. Okay, we can do this. Now it is time for massive speed. One more. One more. They've got me. Can you drift? I suppose what probably screwed me over there was improper, like, you know, suboptimal usage of my speed early on into the race. But do you know what it is, right? I really like how here there's this, you know, this is like taxing your video game playing skills. You know, it's not like, wow, numbersy, you know, do you have the knowledge? Have you read the guide? Are you on the class Discord? This is just, can you play the game? Can you pay attention? Can you react? Can you think about how to, you know, maybe create the, you know, the optimal route, the optimal way to solve this problem? And that's why I really like this. Could you, the speed I had at 53. Okay, I've got a PB. Yeah, as Matt just said there, yes, this is literally a fun game. Is that not the most fucking mental thing you've ever heard say about an MMO? Well, that was satisfying. Do you have a turning circle? Yeah, you have a turning circle. That's actually new in this build. Initially it felt weird, but now I feel used to it, and it's pretty much all okay. Am I enjoying the alpha so far? Yeah, I am. It's definitely making me realize things. Like, it's weird. I've got my spark for the game again, because the alpha content's, like, pretty damn good, and I really like their test process. But while I do have my spark, I still have to contend with, you know, the very real price of playing the game with the blinders on, focusing more on lore, and basically not that much in the actual friggin' video game bit. Now, this is one thing I want to do. I've seen people talk about the Dunmoreau route with Soar. Now, when I saw people do it, it was in the old version of this, where the dragon riding was, you know, it had no momentum to it. So I want to see what it's like with momentum. Jake W, I want dragon riding time trials and leaderboards attached, even if I can't DPS to save my life. I want to be the best rider in the world. Hopefully. Hopefully they do that. Yeah, beats doing laps around Oribos, that's for sure. So, I need to go up to Dunmoreau. Yeah, fuck it, I'll just fly there. Fly there, say hello to chat. Let's see, actually, I'll open up Wowhead, see if anything, anything interesting has happened. Oh, get the Hood of Hungering Darkness for Prime Gaming. Yum yum. So we got some eagle models. Let me point my character in the right way. Right, some eagle models. Hey, those are nice. Yeah, those eagles are cool. I think that's the same rig as the is it a Stormount eagle that they added a while ago? The ones that kind of look like Articuno and the other one. Ah, is Dragonflight going to be ready in time? Don't think it's time to do a react video, but overall, they're pretty satisfied with the answers. Okay, so Dranos and Titles overall decently satisfied with Blizzard's answers to release date's questions, though they continue to believe that the rapid iteration on classes is the most important thing that needs to be prioritized above everything else. Yeah, I basically do agree with that. Oh, what's this? Obtain archaeology-themed weapon transmogs. Hey! Because previously... if you want to look like an archaeologist, you better recruit a lot of friends. Right? You know, do all this shit to get the transmog. Okay, so there's an Okay, so there's a mace. Oh, hang on. This is a bunch of weapons, and if you want the set, you gotta do recruit a friend. Man, that feels a bit shitty. So new tabards. Nax Ramus, July 28th, neat. For Season of Mastery. Shaman stuff. Rogue stuff. Warrior Speculation. Mages are up and... yeah, seen that. Yep. Any kind of news going on? Oh wow, yeah, Season 3's almost gone. That was quick. These are kind of cool. These engineering profession models. Kind of like we looked at in the stream, but hey, do you want this weird, like... I mean, just crazy tech shit, right? So, yeah. The art team, like, they really are going all out on this stuff. It looks really nice. Secrets of the Moon. What's this? New moon texture. Well, that does make a lot of sense because we have been led to believe that there will be some more... yeah, there'll be some more Loon-related content. Nice weapons. Yeah, cool. Big. It's funny just having a big welding mask in WoW. So what I want to find out is... people talk about the Dunmoreau route for soaring. Was it Soul or Max that I saw do that? But the problem is, I can't log into Twitter on any device anymore. Which is very frustrating. Little Gamer 71, as a physically disabled gamer who's been playing WoW since release 2004, I'm a bit worried about Dragonflight. Yeah, because I haven't got alpha and usually have in the past to give disability and related feedback. It's a challenging one. I mean, with the dragon riding, mostly it is a little bit of reaction time and just holding down right click and moving the mouse. So I suppose it depends on how that maps onto whatever controllers are being used. It definitely is going to be harder from an accessibility perspective because it does rely a lot more on that kind of like second to seconds, very granular gameplay. Hopefully they get testers in there and they're able to actually, you know, fix that shit up. Because, yeah. Definitely it'll be weird when you kind of can't fly, and if dragon riding does not make sense from an accessibility side, then that's going to be a problem for a probably a surprisingly large portion of the player base. So let's hope Blizzard gets you alpha. Blizzard, give them alpha. We need feedback from more perspectives. So, was it Soul so breezy? Was it Soul who was doing all these runs? I wanna test how this feels with new momentum. Okay, so here's the Dunmoreau course. Where do you start off? Does he go all the way through Dunmoreau, or is it just... right, so it's Dunmoreau through into the wetlands. Okay. I'll go from this, and we'll go through there. And I suppose, what, we just try to go to the wetlands? Well, no, that's in Loch Modan, so... what am I on about? Try to work this route out. Yeah. This is the way I want to go. Alright, I'll do it from like over here. We'll see how this feels. Now that we have a new control scheme. The only problem is, like, Sora being on a 5-minute cooldown, like, I'm not going to say it sucks. I get it for balance reasons. But it sucks. I don't mean that as, like, a genuine criticism to Blizzard. Oh, boy. Oh, Nelly. Oh, Jesus, really? Oh, yeah. God, fucking buy me dinner first. Oh, shit. Well, that was the boop that ended the run. You see, the thing is, in the past, that boop that I did, you would not have lost your momentum. Okay, so let's go make our way into the wetlands. I mean, this all does feel kind of thrilling, though. It's pretty neat. Oh! 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 Momentum! Because in the past, you could just go, you know, bam! And you would laser your way in there. But with momentum, there's actually, I suppose, far more of a... It's not based on reaction time. I mean, it is. But it's also going to be based on planning, knowing your turns, knowing your turning circle. I guess more like a legitimate racing game. So, that's, like, kind of cool. The only, the bit that sucks, though, is I do have a 5-minute cooldown in Soar now, which, I mean, that kind of sucks. But yeah, this Soar's just so fun. Let's see. Just taking a look at Animal Champion to see if they have anything different that's particularly interesting. Honestly, not really. Not really. Don't you have dragon? You can't do dragon riding here, remember? Yeah, normal flying is so slow. No, I think this is 380. Yeah, this is 310. This is what 310 feels like, compared. It is very, very slow. Interesting to see what they do with open world time walking. In a recent interview, Ian said like they have the tech, they can do it. They just they don't know what to do with it. They don't know what to do with it. I guess having like the infinite dragons do shit would probably be the way, and use those, was it Time Wardens or whatever, like that bronze faction, and just have it be content with them, and that way, you know, you're just always fighting the fighting the infinite dragons across just across different parts of the game world, right? Like you could have little, oh, the infinite dragons are going to try and kill Gyron's Stoutmantle in Westfall. There you go. That's the thing. That could be a way to just theme up Westfall to give you something to do with time walking, right? So, potential. Only downside. Okay, 3 minutes. This will be my last thing. I'll do one more run of this, and then I'll probably end the stream. So I think there's a few other things to do, and today's definitely kind of went a little bit over in terms of time. How long have I been streaming for? This is going to shock me. Oh my god, have I been streaming for... Have I been streaming for 6 hours? No, I've been streaming for 5 hours. Oh my god. That's insane. Holy shit. Caligula, drop a super. I think they should work on a perma-raid dungeon time walking and then think about open world later. Yeah, I think some sort of permanent... It's interesting. It's really interesting because they know that if it's active all the time, there could be issues with like queues and stuff. But then I always think like, well, what if me and my guild just randomly want to go do an old raid? You can't. You have to wait for the time walking week, which is, unfortunate. But I think if there's going to be a time walking dungeon pool, they want those dungeons to happen in an event because I think for queue times and all of that, right? So it's quite hard. So I'm not sure about dungeons with the queue, but I mean, raid time walking, I would like that to be opened up more and to have more of a reason to do it. Certainly. Like, I've really just wanted to take people like Matt hasn't done TO Throne of Thunder. Throne of Thunder, I think, is one of the best raids in the game ever. I love it. I had so much fun there. It was such a brilliant raid. And it's literally impossible to have that experience again. Or even close to it. So, I mean, that just sucks. That's not possible. And in some other games like FF14, it is significantly more possible. So, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting stuff. Okay, what do we got? 21 seconds. It's almost time to soar. And then I think I will pop off. I really need some food, too. I had eggs and bacon this morning, and I've not eaten since. I've actually not drank anything other than coffee today. I am probably the most dry motherfucker on the planet, so I should go and down a whole bunch of water. Alright. Let's do it. Let's do this shit. I have to remember... Oh yeah, I had the Club Lemon that Matt brought in. And I have to remember not to get booped by the top. So I don't think I'm going to do this as a speed run too much. Oh! Oh! No! No! The fucking roof! I swear to all... Okay. This is recoverable. This is recoverable, but that's it. It's no longer recoverable. There is so much more to this system. Yes. Not having access, or not having, like, no clip, or... Hello, Matt. Oh my god, he's came in with the fan. Oh my god, shit. What the fuck, man? What the Yeah, momentum's a bitch.
Yeah, I can't wait to try that.
Yeah, momentum's a bitch. That's, There you go. That's it. Yeah, wow. That was so much easier on past beta builds. Holy shit. That's it. Maybe I only felt crusty earlier because I literally have just had no water in my body, and that's why I wasn't good at doing class content. What if it was indeed that? And using an alpha invite wave, it's already happened for this build, so I think if you would have got it this build, you would have had it already. But next build. Next build. Oh, Michael, thank you. Mikhail? Yes, Mikhail. My good sir, thanks for the content. Quick question. How do you deal with burnout from alpha and still enjoy the game when it comes out? It's just the way that I try to treat it. I try to not pay too much attention to the lore. Less the lore, more the story. I try to not pay too much attention to the story during alpha. Like, you know, the quest text and that kind of thing. And other than that, like, I'm mostly just testing, having fun. I'm not really playing the game. That's the big thing with these test builds. So I'm, like, the last thing you're going to do, or the last thing you're going to see, is me just grinding dungeons on alpha because I want to know the most optimal route for live. $5 from Roddy to say, bring back Matt! We should do, we'll do a stream with Matt in Discord. Or even, you know, Matt here in the chair someday for sure. Yeah, like, I'm not going to be streaming just playing the, you know, playing dungeons again and again and again, trying to make a route. That's just never how I'm going to play the game. For an alpha test perspective anyway. It's just not the way that I roll. And I think that would genuinely burn me out. For sure. I would definitely not be good. And that's, like, always the risk with these tests. So I do try to guard myself, basically, against those downsides, because I'm very aware that they exist. Oh, there, Preach just spelled the soaring into Dragonflight Alpha. Our return to WoW after a whole year. Oh my, has it been nearly a whole year? Oh, time is going way too quick. We gonna have the regular Friday stream this week? You are indeed. Assuming I don't get COVID in the next, like, 2 days. Which, you know, that would be kind of shit. What have I got? A minute and a bit left. Let's just see how far I can go on a soar from Bastion of Twilight. Yeah, the Great WoW Exodus was a year ago. Oh my god. That is shocking. I wonder how many people are still playing live. Oh, Terrible says, oh, thank you for the super. Pints of me, lads. Best pub in Belfast in your opinion? Sunflower's a very good pub. Woodworkers is definitely corporate because, like, it's just part of Lavery's. And I don't really like Lavery's, to be honest. It's okay, it's full of normies. But I've always liked woodworkers because you can just go get like sort of craft beers and the more interesting things there. It's just generally it's like I don't really like drinking for the sake of it. If I'm going to drink a beer, I would rather it's some weird beer from some weird small brewery and where they've tried something a bit different because it'd be a different experience. So yeah, thank you. Check if you Saint Eric super saying check if you can soar in Silvermoon or Exeter. I've already done that. Unfortunately you can't. You cannot do it in any of those places. And it would have been so fun if you could. It would have been so broken. Yeah, Porter's Pizza is good. Yes, Lavery's is hyper. True, yeah. The hyper normie part is always what gets me. Okay, so where should I try to go? Over the wetlands? Over to Terracewall Glades? Let's try that. So, the first thing we need to do is actually get some speed. Look at the FOV changing as I go faster. So I'm really trying to reinforce the sense of speed in this character. Now what I need to do is optimize my angle here so that I still stay blue. This is so fast. Oh man. Look at this. Whoosh. Oh yeah. Thirsty Goat. We used to work beside there. That's where our old office was. So from I mean we're gonna go some distance. Like this is I'm pretty much sitting here at a I need to get more blue. Need to get more blue. Cause I'm feeling the like no. Darn. So we're into the Irithai Highlands. I have one more big, boost up, so I'll use that now. Hey, I think we're going to make some pretty good progress here. The question is, can we hit Tirisfal? And honestly, I don't really think we're going to be able to. Yeah, I'm slowly losing my speed here. Yeah, not a snowball's chance, I'm afraid. Unless, right, this is going to be really daft. Can I go up here? Nah. I would have needed more of a hill. So, okay, we're here at AV. Maybe I can eke it out. Maybe I can eke it out. It's possible. It's possible. Is it happening? It's happening. Okay. If I could just, as long as I can zone into Terracewall Glades, but it ain't happening. I have to make it all the way over the lake. Unless there is still the bug. But I feel like I can't, I can't do it like that. It has to be an honest win. Oh, buddy. No, I'm in Silverpine. Wait. No. Bugs! So, I'm going backwards, and that's not great. But I'm not even getting momentum. See, that's weird, though. Like, technically, I am flying. Hang on. This is so disorienting. Oh shit. Alright, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. Honest, No! 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 Come on. It's as if there's like an angle that goes fast as that. What on earth is happening? But it still isn't enough to get what I want. Well, that's daft. Whoa! Whoa! Alright, well, I guess we ended it in style. Look, as soon as you have movement and collision, there will be bugs. It is just the way of it. That was kind of fun, though. See, I'm wondering, like, how the hell do I, like, get uncrusty in WoW? Because I don't really... Here's the thing. Me and the people that I play WoW with, I don't think we have really much interest of just going and playing more live. Right? But live's, like, the only place where you can, like, really go and truly play in a way that'll, like, develop your skill. Because, like, this is just an environment where, you know, access to content's changing, availability's changing, classes are changing, you know. I don't know why I'm randomly killing Murlocs. Let's see, right. Can I get one of these to bounce? Kill multiple Murlocs. Oh, no, actually, I don't even think I have the talent that does that. Can you get all 4 Dragonmans? You can. Matt. Set a group goal and do M plus and S4. Pick new roles or specs and play in a group of at least 3. Hey, if you're willing to be in that group, I'll do it. Okay, sure thing, Matt. I mean, here's the thing. I'm happy to do that, but you know, there's the difference between playing WoW with randoms and playing WoW with you know, people. It's very funny. The second you add Dakor to your raid group, everything just becomes significantly more smooth. It's quite something. It basically feels like he sort of reaches through the keyboard and starts, like, you know, touching your hands and playing the game for you. It's very uncomfortable. Well, Matt says let's do it then. Make some content. All right, fuck you. I'll do it then. See if I do. Yep, you can mount as a Drakthir. That is what I am currently doing. I wonder. You know, let's stop in and see what Mike thinks. Well, see, the problem now is the only React content it's not really React content. I'm actually just interested in what he's got to say. And if this ends up being a clip, I'll ensure we publish it significantly after. Which is kind of like the little thing we got worked out with Asmongold. We're totally happy with Asmongold reacting to content, but we do ask 3 days. We basically kind of have to ask for exclusivity on your own content, because what can happen is if the React clip goes up super quick, along with your own content gets fucking demolished in the algorithm, and then you just lose hundreds of dollars. But that's what the React meta is, so it's a very funny situation. Basically, as long as there's like a few days, you know, break, then it's all good. Then your video, you know, picks up its own algorithmic steam. Whoa. Whoa. Holy shit. I may need to turn this up. React content has a lot of unpriced externalities a few people talk about because it's extremely beneficial to streamers. Yeah, that's it. And some of the streamers' fan bases are so fucking rabid, you know, about the whole situation, that it ends up being a little bit of a funky situation, honestly. Now, how do I get this so that I can hear it and you can also hear it? Oh yeah, how about I actually put it on the screen? That would help. What?
Can piss off back to the maelstrom.
Oh. Chris added it. You're abusing me with music, dude. Yeah, the skits are so fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 months of not looking at World of Warcraft,
We are back, and here is the reason why. They have promised to change
After 12 months of freedom, I'm back in jail. What happened?
a lot of the reasons.
How
that
did I
and
get
many
here?
Others decided to leave. They have
Whoa.
put big claims out there, at least Ian has and some of the other devs, about how we're not going to be roped into mandatory stuff. They're not going to resent the players' time.
More volume. Can do. Let me get Mr. Elgato up. Hello, Elgato. Meow. And then I will turn off that music.
Time, as I put it, and we should have a lot of things to look forward to, so it's worth taking a look. I had a wonderful conversation with Blizzard leading into this about rebuilding bridges, looking to get things back on track, and trying to repair that damage that happened over BFA and Shadowlands. So, let's jump into it. I've been playing this slice of the alpha, and alpha will be releasing in slices if you're not aware. They'll test things 1 week, and then they'll get rid of that and test something else. So we should look forward to a video from us once a week until either we are fully engaged and enjoying it or not, in which case the videos will...
Ah, brilliant news. Good. Good. Definitely a voice that otherwise would have been missed as we go through this test process. Good shit. Yeah, well, we'll go to Breach's channel.
Will probably stop. So let's jump into this one. I'm going to start with our brand new race, the Drakthir. The Drakthir. So this slice of the alpha had the Drakthir starting zone, and of course we've got both specs and their talent trees. DPS spec, Devastation, and our healer spec, Preservation. That is what we're going to be playing with, and I have to say, I'm going to start on a high.
Okay, this is what I want to find out, because... Oh yeah, I'll turn off every in-game sounds. I like very much every man when it comes to WoW, but I want to see what the more experienced players have got to say about the new shit. I feel like that's where I can definitely learn.
I know here, big time. Preservation Evoker. Yes. Yes. This is one of the most exciting new healers that I've played in a long time. This is right up there with the first time Mistweaver came into the game, and its very unique play style. Brought something new to the table. And what they're looking to bring here is kind of a similar style to a hybrid between Discipline and a straight up throughput healer in its own unique way. I'm going to be talking about 3 different talent setups that I tried throughout this alpha slice. I'm going to be talking about Preservation Green, Preservation Bronze, and Preservation Red. That is, of course, corresponding to the relevant Dragonflights. Let's start with Bronze. This was my favorite. One of the big heavy hitter spells here that really defines the entire Preservation playstyle is Echo. And I love this spell so much. It's amazing. What does it do? Really simple, really. It's the cost of the new rune system that you have with the Drakthir Evoker, and it duplicates the next healing spell you do.
I guess that's actually a thing. Definitely the Essence stuff hasn't felt as fantastic to me on Devastation. I think, yeah. But I guess this is like kind of what Matt was saying earlier, like ages ago. Yeah, it almost certainly feels better on Preservation.
So what you can do is completely wide open to you. You can put echoes on multiple people and then say, oh, we've got a damage over time aspect coming. And then you throw out a heal over time, and all those people that had echo also get that heal over time. You can proc it to get some free ones, to get lots and lots of them out. If your group's about to be hit heavy in the face like you would with a Disc Priest, where you set everything up with those radiances and you get ready for that big damage, what you can do with your Preservation Evoker is put out a number of echoes and then fire off your big single target healing spell, and it will duplicate to all those people and put out this massive amount of raw burst energy. And they use this echo in the Bronze tree because it's about time. Similarly is their big raid cooldown, Rewind. Now, how it's practically going to use is up in the air a little bit, but I can say one thing, it is really fun in dungeons because it rewinds time, which means you can pop it after the damage has happened. So many raid cooldowns are involving like getting the shields down, getting people prepared for that big incoming damage. Rewind is similar to Revival, in fact that it boosts up just raw HP, but it actually is based on the amount of damage people took during that time window. It's about 5 to 7 seconds, and then it'll start rewinding time for those people. You can actually see the health bars go kaboom down to the floor, and then it's their health just tops back up, and it's super, super fun. My main focus tree, like I said, was bronze. Messing around with time, slowing down time, preventing things, looking forward to damage coming, and then rewinding the time back for them. There's actually a single target heal here called, I think it's called Renewing Blaze, where you can know you're about to take massive damage, and it will rewind time while you're taking it and heal you back up instead of damaging you. This is fantastic. There are so...
Yeah, it's on the class tree and available for Devastation as well. It feels really good.
Many occasions as a healer, especially in World of Warcraft, where your health has been plummeted to the floor, but you look around you and you see all these people who are struggling and need some help. But there's a self-sacrifice style of being a healer. I know not with everybody, but there is, where you're like, I need to heal the tank and the other DPS before I heal myself. By having this preemptive button that you can press before the damage, you actually get to heal yourself back up passively, because you activate the ability, while dealing with the rest of the party. And even through the simple, normal, and heroic dungeons we did, I found this absolutely incredible. The other talent setup I tried was green. Green is more throughput healing. Now, they do use a mix of both spells. That is the nature of the talent tree, is you start at the top, where you'll pick up a bit of both, then you deviate down towards the bottom. So when I went full green, much more throughput style, something you'd be very familiar with if you played Resto Druid, or you've played Holy Priest, for example, where you've got more of a straight healing output style of play. This was also super fun. One thing I truly enjoy, and remember this for when we get to the Devastation Evoker, is the Dream Breath combos and Spirit Bloom combos, because they put out such massive amounts of healing, and they're channeled spells. You'll be aware of the new channeling system that's come into the game. Now, personally, not sure if I'm a fan of it yet. What I will say is in the options menu, you have the option to press the button to get it channeling, and then press again to release the channel. I found this so much more intuitive than actually physically holding the button.
Exact same. Yeah, total exact same. And it plays really weird with the game's lag compensation. I also found that too. Where, I mean, you probably, actually, if I just go and do one now, and if I hold this, and I want to stop it after 2, I feel like I go an extra little bit. Now, some of this could just be playing on like an NA server, so I wonder. It needs a little bit of iteration, but I would like to try it on a server that's in the same region as me. I'd put it that way.
Button down. It's something you never do in World of Warcraft, and my World of Warcraft muscle memory was all over the place, remembering to like stop and then start casting. Even with hover, which does allow you to cast on the move, you can't do your channeled spells, at least not now. So I found this way more useful. But the satisfying build-up of the boom, and then you unleash all this green justice across all your friends, really liked it. The third spec I played with, which again was fully complementary and totally enjoyed this, was what I would call the red preservation. So red is more DPS focused, which is your fire spells, right? This allowed me to constantly DPS, chain my fire breaths, chain all these living flames, chain all these spells, and it generated healing procs, very similar to what you'll have seen with fist-weaving monks, holy paladins, all that kind of stuff, where you're actively DPSing to generate procs to throw out instant heals on other people and make that work. In a dungeon where you know what's going on and you've got a controlled group that's aware of avoidable damage and dealing with mechanics properly, this allowed you to essentially fill that role as an extra DPSer, and will come in really strong in Mythic Plus in the future. Overall, my favorite thing that I found about the Evoker was preservation. Love this thing, really cool. Let's talk about Devastation. Okay, so
we both said the same thing at the same time. Right. My current TLDR for this, and I'm kind of interested to see how things match up. It's pretty simple. This is really cool, right? That's really cool. Doing this, you know, bit of fire breath. Really cool. Doing this. Really cool. However, it feels like the sides of the talent tree kind of fight with each other a little bit. And I'm still very I just don't know how it's going to feel in, like, realistic content. It feels fun in the world, but I'm not sure about dungeons and stuff, so I'm kind of keen to see.
On the DPS side of things, the story is not quite as rosy for me, unfortunately. I'm obviously going to be comparing this to things like Demon Hunter when it came into the game, and when Monk came into the game with Windwalker. And you'll remember the first time we saw I-Beam, the first time we saw a Demon Hunter charging into demon mode. The gameplay was very simple, and still is, but it was still cool to be a giant demon. And similarly with the monk, you were backflipping, you were spinning crane kicking, you were doing 1,000 fists at once, you were diving across the room and landing and doing all that kind of stuff. And the Devastation Evoker, I mean, it's fine. It's okay. That's what I would say about it. It's not terrible by any means. It's not even close to that. It's just not... It didn't blow my skirt up, guys. That's the only problem with it. I tried multiple specs with this, same as the Preservation Evoker. What I found was it's really lacking that major signature ability that you love pressing. The closest thing they have is Deep Breath. Deep Breath is very cool. And it's the one you'll have seen in the cutscene where you leap into the air and you sort of shatter the floor as you move across. It is cool. But it doesn't really fit into the playstyle. It's not really adjusted by anything. It's just this button that you have.
And also, like, whenever you use the class talent tree, I think it's called like return or something. You basically hit the button again, you go back to your original location. It like that kind of like uses another GCD, and it just doesn't feel great. If you could return instantly as soon as the cast was complete, then that would feel better. But throwing the extra GCD in the mix definitely makes that feel less good. And I don't know, maybe there could be another way to integrate that into more of it. Because right now, like, the only real integration that you've got is, Tyranny, so that your Fire Breath and Eternity Surge reduce the CD of Deep Breath and Dragon Rage by 1 second per empower level. That's, like, the only real interactivity you've got.
Very cool. It's just like the extra very cool button, and it's on a 2-minute cooldown, so you don't really press it a lot anyway. The rest of the stuff really comes down to red magic and blue magic. Now, if you've played a mage or a warlock for a while, or some experience in those, you're going to be able to pick up the Devastation Evoker pretty quickly. They're not complicated by any means, at least not now. You find that the blue mage is very, very similar to how arcane mages play and have played for a few years, and red is kind of like an okay fire mage before it had all its bells and whistles put on. That's how I felt about it. I also felt their spells, especially the red spells, the fire spells, were a little on the weak side. When I think about a dragon breathing fire that has a build-up to it, I'm obviously thinking about Smough or any of those kind of dragons where, thunderous fire. Fire breath goes whoop, 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 whoop. It's more like a fire cough. It can be adjusted. I'm not talking about the damage it does, and I never am in any of these videos because that'll change over the course of the design process. What I'm talking about is how it feels to press, and it feels like a fire cough more than anything, a fire sputter. And a lot of your rotation, if you're playing the red side of Devastation, really revolves around it. So I really like a bigger sound, a bit more of an impactful feel, especially as it's got that big build-up of the channel to unleash it, and certainly how thin that cone is. Regularly, if you don't know your tank is stopping, you are stood on the spot because you can't move, and you're doing this constantly, just trying to get all the mobs in this very thin cone.
Like, a lot of your gameplay with that is these talents. So, Pyre and Living Flame extend the duration of Fire Breath damage over time component, and then Fire Breath reduces the cast time of Living Flame. So basically, you're kind of, you want to get your Ever-Burning Flame on, and then via Pyre and spreading your Living Flames, you want to just like maintain this on a decent number of targets. So you kind of like have this like little loop of doing all those things, and it's like, yeah, it feels grand. This class feels best whenever like you do a gigapool in the world, and that way, especially with the timing, let's just say I have like 20 mobs in front of me, right? And you go boom, you drop, you blast a bunch of them, maybe then you drop a few pyres on them, and those bounce around, do a bunch of damage. They get close, so you do that. Then you do a fire breath to hit them, or maybe a massive eternity surge and just nukes people. So it's like, in that context, it's like super, super, super fun. But it's how it meshes in sort of sustained gameplay or a raid scenario that like I've been a little bit more suspicious of.
It needs a little bit of work, in my opinion. If they want it to stand out and feel new, feel fresh, it doesn't quite feel that way for me right now. Generally, when you go red or blue, you only have sort of 3 buttons that you're pressing regularly, and they kind of do similar things. So you'll have like Living Flame, Fire Breath, Pyre, Firestorm. And that's it. And you just kind of keep 2 on cooldown while you cycle through the others. And the same with blue. You have some debuffs to manage, and then you throw it out again. Again, it's fine. All right? It's fine. It's not terrible. It's just when a new spec comes into the game, I look at something like Preservation and like, holy crap, you kind of changed the game with this. And I look at Evoker, it's like, you kind of did this before a few times. So that's how I feel about those things.
I guess a thought on that, right? Melee versus ranged. This is the first ranged DPS that they have added in a hero class, right? So, like the design space of healing, there's a lot of shit you can do. And they're really exploring so much of that with preservation. As Mike was saying there, as Matt has been saying since he's played it to me. But maybe one of the reasons why we have not had ranged so much, I mean, yeah, I guess one of the reasons we maybe just haven't had as many ranged hero classes, or, you know, any, is just they don't really... struggling to, I guess, like, yeah, just straight up struggling to find, like, a really good differentiated, like, gameplay niche that still has them set apart from everything else that's in WoW right now. And I think when you're doing melee, it's easier to have animations and things that feel more punchy and kind of, like, flow together. I just have a sense of that. I mean, especially with the Demon Hunter and the Monk. Like, it just makes complete sense. And then you look here, and it's like, yeah, well, you're casting spells. It's either a instant cast or a, ooh, charged up and throw it. I suppose, yeah, like, what could they do to differentiate this more? Give it, you know, more sort of gameplay. I mean, maybe one way you could do it is you could make them almost be like a sort of... But then the problem is how that meshes into WoW. Because you kind of look at these guys and you think, alright, they should be kind of like a battle mage, a battle rogue. You know, using their wings to kind of move all over the place with this, like, hybrid selection of abilities. But it's kind of hard to get a ranged melee hybrid to actually work that well in the game. So I wonder if some of their frustrations when actually creating this are maybe them feeling like the design space of a ranged caster within the game's limitations is maybe a pretty explored thing. I don't know. But evidently they've been able to get more stuff out of the out of the healing design space with this one than the others. So yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't want to just sit here and kind of like, you know, watch Mike's whole video. I was mainly just interested in what he thinks of the new stuff because he's obviously got a different, you know, perspective to what I haven't. To be honest, it's roughly what I expected. Kind of similar to like a lot of what me and Matt have been saying, especially with preservation. Right, preservation really being like... Matt was essentially glowing about it for ages. And like rightly so, as he explained everything to me. So that's kind of interesting. What to do? What to do with Devastation? Like, that's really the question. Because this hard split of abilities is the troublesome thing. Because I mean, right now, right, I'm in Blue Town. What does that basically mean? Well, it means in single target, I guess I'm just blasting... Yeah. It's like, it's kind of weird. And then Disintegrate doesn't feel fantastic to use, to be honest. And now it doesn't actually help that I really just don't like... I don't have my end caps and stuff like that. Evoker would be pretty cool as a red mage style class like an FF. Man, yeah, WoW's got nothing like a red mage. There you go. Make it like a red mage. Problem solved. Oh, red mage is so cool. I guess, yeah, make it like a red mage. See, I wonder if some of the trouble that they've had here is the moving into red or blue. Right? And sometimes red and blue doesn't really make sense. So it's kind of like one or the other. And they feel like, I guess, two different ways of accomplishing similar things. But bring up red mages is certainly interesting. Like a sort of a red mage dragon. That'll be like, yeah, kind of neat. Maybe this is something for me and Matt to try to have an extended discussion about, see what we can sort of tease out. It's not bad by any means. And again, it's that thing, like, it feels awesome in the world. You feel, like, super powerful. You know, all the stuff that you're doing, like, all your crazy ratios, big abilities like that. In the same way that, you know, as a monk, it was just fundamentally satisfying to, you know, throw on a touch of karma and pull, like, 20 or 30 mobs and just go absolutely insane. And, you know, that felt really satisfying. So it's, like, it's kind of fun in that type of content, but... yeah... It's like, it makes a good first impression just because the novelty factor of some of these abilities. But how to fix it up? How to fix it up? I'm not particularly sure. It's like it's... Oh yeah, game will be super loud because I boosted that up. I'll drop that down for you guys to like there. Oh, and also show you the game. Whoops, I forgot. I'm in full. There you go. Yeah. How to fix this guy up more? I mean, I could head back to Stormwind and sort of target dummy for a bit, just to kind of show you what I mean. Come on, Hearthstone. Because it certainly... it's just that tricky thing. I think it's like one of the first impressions I had of it was just like, cool abilities, but... how well do they actually chain together? And I guess that's just part of the problem of... making ranged specs. Because like when I think about it, at least to me, it seems intuitively a bit easier to design melee. So, I mean, for the blue spec, you know, what I do, I want to get 2 Azure Strikes so I can get Charge Blast with its 2 things. Sometimes Arcane Reverberation will go. You know, and then I'm just sort of using Disintegrate. And I guess for filler, I just use Living Flame because I think it's more damage. It's like more damage but less chance of procs. And I kind of fucked this up. So basically every 15 seconds, you want to use a 2 charge Charge Blast. And then the rest you're just kind of filling with it Disintegrate. And then in between that, of course, you know, you maybe want to do your Fire Breath or do your Eternity Surge. Which, of course, you won't always have to cast that much, right? It's 2, 4, 6, 8 enemies that it does with the current build that I've got. But that's, like, very much how it plays. So there you go. Just pump in some Disintegrates. 1 Disintegrate, 2 Disintegrate. It probably makes sense to keep on using your Azure Strike in a 2-target situation. There we go. Do that. Got 2 charges on my thing. Charge Blast. I got Arcane Reverberation. And like that's kind of it. And you just want to do that while you're, you know, keeping your Eternity Surge, your Fire Breath going. Now there are some cool things, you know. Eternity Surge can like proc some resources and a few things like that. But it does, yeah. Like there is a wow factor that's kind of lacking, and it's like Pyre is here. So in an AOE situation, I'm yeah, sure, I'll use Pyre, but you know, I haven't really went into things that make Pyre really good. Matt says it needs theory crafted, basically. Yeah, we need to work out what is like actually best, because then if I go to a red build, and let's just kill all of that. Oh, I need to get some things over here too. But if I was to go to a red build, you know, we'll get all of those, pump up Disintegrate. You know what? No, I still want some Azure Strike because that can still be useful. Deep Breath damage, I definitely want that. 2 stacks of Essence Burst, I definitely want that. Cheaper Pyre, need that. Dragon Rage, that's our main CD, need that. Ruby Affinity, just more damage and healing. Imminent Destruction, right? That's good. Faster empowers. Maximum power level increased. Now I could go for Ruby Ember. This is the one that has a dot/hawk component. There's also Engulfing Blaze, which just longer cast time, does more damage. Go with Firestorm, which basically can proc from casts of this with the Snapfire talent. So I can just do that. Go and defeat the flames, Burnout, like Ever-Burning Flame, and then Heatwave. And, you know, I don't need to touch the other side of the tree. So then when it's like this, what is my situation? I'll just put that there. So, you know, now I'm just... Yeah, so I went for the one with the dot. So, you know, put my dots up. Of course, you want to do this, right? Get your fire going. And then you want to keep its dot. See, it's the dot that comes from the fire. It's this one, right? I can keep that going with you know, with my Living Flames and my Pyres. Living Flames can proc that. Your Living Flames, you'll notice a few of them, they have a little chance to do the bouncy at some point. Fire Breath's back up again. So like this all sort of feels fine. I guess to what Mike was saying, it doesn't it doesn't really feel more exciting than a Fire Mage. But I guess that's because I think the Fire Mage is something that literally I do just find appealing. You know, then you can mix this in. Here's the thing, right? It's like, I want to go back, and it just feels a little bit too slow there with how the GCD feels. But I suppose also doing this optimally, you know, I do want to get 3 stacks of that on each one of these enemies. And then just maintain the stacks, really. So, put 1 more in you. 2 in you, and now, oh, that's a lot of Essence Bursts. Definitely need to use those, so I'm still generating my resources. And yeah, you know, maintaining stacks, keep on doing that until, of course, my fire comes back off cooldown. So you can really maintain that fire breath thing. I think once you get the haste, like, you can just maintain that infinitely in targets. And that's certainly fun enough. And in a cleave situation, you can keep that hot up on both targets. But again, you know, the theory crafting hasn't really been done. So we kind of don't really know how it's all going to shake out just yet. And I guess I should probably have talented into also having a turn research. Probably would make sense to have that. But yeah, here's some of the red. And like, there's ways where, you know, I get what they're saying when they say advanced class. Like for a few things, like certainly using your resources smart will be key here. I mean, that's kind of the same for everything. I mean, really, there's nothing... Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's like they just need a way to translate some of the really cool things about this into its gameplay flow just a little bit more. Somehow. Then maybe the only thing that would change, I can show you is... So if I use... Let me get all these guys to 3 stacks. And I'm going to use a fire. We're going to do this into a Dragon Rage. And then I'm basically going to use Azure Strike. See, that's the thing. I'm going to definitely lose those, but with Azure Strike, basically your Essence Burst is 100%. And because Azure Strike is an instant cast, you can just do this and you can be firing off these pyres, you know, pretty much to the point where you're always, you know, pretty much keep that up forever while Dragon Rage is up. So that's like kind of how that gameplay flow is. Yeah, I don't know. It's like what I said earlier. It's fun in like regular world content, but I've kind of yet to play it in a dungeon. I think playing in a dungeon, that's really going to be where the proof is for it. But at the very least, the healer does feel awesome. So yeah, there is that. Oh, what's Matt said here? Also, just a tease for the stream on Friday. There's some research from Oxford that provides evidence that we, in fact, were right all along about quite a few things. What? What the hell's that, Matt? Holy shit. I assume this is a bunch of the... Oh, is this the research that's like... Gaming maybe doesn't necessarily make your life better? I guess it's probably that. I mean, yeah, it's a bit of an awkward topic, but it's definitely one we're going to have to grapple with. Matt, was the Oxford thing... That was the games and quality of life, right?
Yeah, games and well-being.
Games and well-being.
Yep. Fucking great stuff.
Is it good for us? Is it good for us gamers?
Yes, so basically what it ultimately came down to was that amount of time spent playing games doesn't correlate specifically well with well-being.
What a surprise.
It's all about the quality, right? It's all about why you're playing the game for that time. So if you feel like you have to play it, the people who had to play their games were reporting that it was having a negative impact on their well-being. But those who played because they wanted to and were enjoying the process instead of feeling coerced, they had improvements on well-being. Fucking
That's
what a surprise.
not surprising whatsoever.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Games are doomed.
Yeah, but now there's a fucking Oxford research study saying it.
Institutional backing. There we
Yep,
go.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Wanted for some reason, someone. But
All right. Well, that'll be a fun one to do.
absolutely.
I guess in terms of things, I think that's it for the stream. I think that's probably it. Yeah, we'll see. So overall, things today. I need to get significantly less crusty about classes so I can actually come back here and give you guys proper class content. I've just realized I need to put a lot more prep in. In times gone by, I didn't really need to do that because I was playing so much more of the game anyway, so I just kind of got that for free. But yeah, I just need to play those classes more, get more used to shit, essentially, and yeah, we will do that. The first zone is really nice. The third zone's really nice. The starting zone for the Drakthir is really nice. We've got 2 more zones to find out about, and then I suppose we are over to endgame testing. I think dragon riding is really fun, including with the momentum as well. So that's good. We'll just have to see, though, because I think with the momentum, it severely increases the skill ceiling. It definitely makes it a harder mechanic to do well. I'll do one more final big sore. It makes it a harder mechanic to do well just because, like, it is more punishing. And I think it's... You know, it's not purely just, like, your twitch reaction times, which is what it really had been previously. There's a little bit more just planning and spatial reasoning required when you actually have to deal with momentum. Okay, so now I am at a good speed. Let's just see. Can I make it further than last time? Seemingly no. Basically, last time I did this, I made it to here. Made it to here, so I really want to beat that. Oh dear. Will I, though? I am fucking terrified of these trees. Because if these trees have collision... Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, yeah. Alright, treetops are absolutely your enemy. With the old version of this, you'd like keep your momentum and you could just like get unstuck from the twig and, you know, away you go, you're fine. But here, no. I think with the new momentum system, I have reached exactly where I got last time. But what about... Oh, interesting. So now this bug is like about flying backwards. But it doesn't give you momentum. So in the previous build, this used to give you like infinite momentum, but it doesn't though. I think it's time that I fall in the hole. Goodbye. And with that, time to go. That was a fun stream. I'll get to learning some of the classes more. It's like that's something of learning. Like I know how to play them all. It's just actually being able to just on the fly like do more proper analysis and proper, you know, actual thinking about shit. But hey, does that not show the cost of 2 not alt-friendly expansions in a row? To me, it kind of does. So, yeah, there you have it. Anyway, that's it. I'm going to take my leave, everybody. I think today's stream is like almost 6 hours. Holy shit. We've got a lot of videos on the way, so I will get to that stuff, and we will see you on Friday. All right. Goodbye. I have no idea if that button worked. Let's see. Oh, it did work. Incredible. So now we're in this weird screen where technically the stream is over. But now I'm going to make it official, so goodbye.